Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Tianhao's sudden appearance brought unprecedented morale to Taixuan Sect. The 1,000-year-old immortal shocked the world and the name of Taixuan Sect spread widely. Over the long years, people kept coming to recruit Tianhao, including people from Dao Court, but things always ended in failure. There were also geniuses who came to challenge Tianhao, but they all returned defeated. 10,000 years passed in a flash. Dao Court, in Xiao Yan's Dongtian Dojo. In a mountain stream, Xiao Lan, who had just broken through to the Tiandi Fixian realm, was telling Guan about the power of Tiandi Fixian. The two sat on a huge rock with a small table in the middle, and there were fine wine and spiritual fruits on the table. While Xiaolan was talking about her own feelings, she was also realizing the true meaning of heaven and earth. However, she didn't know that the sweetheart in front of her was just an avatar. Guan's eyes changed slightly, and the original body replaced the avatar. He had just finished picking herbs at the Shanshan Temple in Taixuan continent and was in a good mood. He called up his attribute panel and began to appreciate it. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 45, 402/760, 382, 411, 523. Constitution, immortal body of mixed primordial samsara. Cultivation, perfection of Kaishan de Luo fairyland. He is getting closer and closer to a lifespan of 1 trillion years. Guan likes this quiet and peaceful life now, without external enemies, but his lifespan is increasing rapidly. For him, the lifespan number is equivalent to the experience bar when playing games. Xiaolan picked up a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and said, "Many peerless geniuses have emerged in the world. The world's #1 prodigy now does not belong to the Dao Court, but comes from a sect called Qinkunjiao. That person's name is Tianhao, named after the sky, so arrogant, but his breakthrough speed is really incredible. He seems to be only 11,000 years old, but he has already reached the cultivation level of Xiaoao Yuanxian realm." When she mentioned Tianhao, her face was full of emotion. Guan smiled and said, "You are not bad either. The road to cultivating immortals is not about who is faster, but who lives longer." Xiaolan shook her head and laughed, thinking that Guan did not realize the horror of Tianhao. She changed the subject and said, "Recently, there are rumors about the way of heaven, and many myths have appeared, saying that there are more powerful immortals outside the sky, and they come from the heaven. The myths of the heavenly court have indeed spread all over the world. Behind this are the efforts of the immortals without Taoism and the intervention of the Taixuan Star Lord. As these myths are known by more and more creatures, the luck of the way of heaven between heaven and earth has obviously increased, and the light layer of the way of heaven above the Tianling world has become brighter and brighter." This also made Guan understand that although there is a difference between immortals and mortals, the heavenly court hopes that the people know of their existence. Among the currently circulating myths of the heavenly court, the most powerful one is the Sunsu immortal lord. He is omnipotent and has opened up the world. He can hear the voices of the people and save the creatures in suffering. The Sunsu immortal lord is the master of the Taixuan Star Lord, and the Taixuan Star Lord tries his best to create the image of the Sunsu immortal lord. Guan had an impression of this immortal god. Before the remodeling of the world, the believers of this immortal god roamed the world and spread his name widely. This also left many ancient books written by ancient believers in the world, so that future generations would believe in his myths more after understanding history. It is worth mentioning that many dynasties in the world believed in Sunsu immortal lord and even established a cause and effect relationship with him. For example, Li Sundao of the Taixuan dynasty was the first person to obtain the power of Sunsu immortal lord. That happened in the last era. Guan has never intervened in this matter, because in his opinion, everyone has their own opportunities, and he prefers to watch the development of everything. Xiaolan cannot understand the existence of immortals and gods. In her opinion, the supreme powers of Dao Court are already the strongest existences. How can there be immortals and gods stronger than them? When she reached the realm of heaven and earth, she felt omnipotent and even wanted to go to the outside world. It was hard for her to imagine how powerful the immortals and gods in mythology would be if they really existed. Xiaolan began to have conspiracy theories, suspecting that there were forces in the world that wanted to subvert Dao Court. Dao Court is the common master of the world, equivalent to the way of heaven. It is the role of immortals and gods, and it sets rules for heaven and earth. Now that the common people know that there are more powerful immortals and gods above Dao Court, how should they think about Dao Court? Guan did not care too much about Xiao Yan's thoughts. Everyone has a position. Now Xiaolan, who is in Dao Court, will naturally consider Dao Court. This world is still too vast, and Dao Court has not completely unified the world. Guan sighed. Xiaolan picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Guan while asking, "Why am I the only one talking? Brother Gu, don't you have anything you want to know or anything you want? I can help you get it now." Guan smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. I am immortal. I am very satisfied with what I have today. I know what you are worried about. I have not lost my freedom. When you were in seclusion, I often went out and made many friends in the Taoist court. I am really satisfied. The happiest thing for me is to hear others sigh at your greatness, which makes me very proud. These words moved Xiaolan very much. She put down the wine pot, couldn't help but stand up, and then moved to Guan's side, looking at him lovingly. Xiaolan held Guan's hand, and he did not refuse, watching her slowly approach him. When Xiao Yan's face blocked the lower half of Guan's face, his eyes looked up at the sky. At this time, Li Ya was being stopped by Taixuan Sect. Waves washed the beach one after another. Li Ya, dressed in black, frowned and looked at Taixuan Sect who was blocking his way. His eyes became colder and colder. What's the matter, sir? Li Ya asked bluntly, his right hand on the scabbard at his waist. Taixuan Sect smiled and said, your fate has deviated from the trajectory set by the heaven. It seems that there is a noble person to help you. Not only that, such changes are still continuing. You may even be able to form a bond with immortals in the future. Although it is not clear which immortal they are, you do have a little immortal fate. Li Ya smiled contemptuously and said, why? Are you also one of those stinky Taoist priests who promote the heavenly way and the heavenly court? I don't believe in immortals or gods. If there really are immortals and gods, how could this world encounter so many hardships, and every time it has to rely on his junior brother Gu to turn the tide? If there really are immortals and gods, it can only be junior brother Gu. Junior brother Gu's temperament will not let people flatter his name. Taixuan Star-Lord smiled, holding the whisk in his right hand and waving it at the white jade bottle in his left hand. A drop of water flew out of the bottle mouth and floated between the two. It is fate that you and I can meet. This is the fairy wine, which can help you to be reborn and have an innate body. Let's consider it a good relationship. Taixuan Star-Lord said with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, the drop of fairy wine hit Li Ya's forehead fiercely, and he had no time to dodge. Li Ya was so scared that he hurriedly touched his forehead, but he didn't touch anything. He couldn't track the drop of fairy wine, and couldn't even detect any abnormalities in his body. Taixuan Star-Lord turned and left. As he walked, he said leisurely, this big world is not simple. There will definitely be many wonderful stories in the future. It's interesting. Looking at the back of Taixuan Sect leaving, Li Ya was still uneasy. He checked for a long time on the spot, and after confirming that he had no abnormalities, Taixuan Sect had disappeared. The magical fairy appeared out of thin air, as if it suddenly jumped out and landed on his shoulder. It asked curiously, can you see through the cultivation of that person just now? Li Ya regained his composure, frowned, and said, I can't see through it. If he was really helping you just now, then your luck is ridiculously strong, and you can also encounter great opportunities on the road. The magical fairy sighed. After listening to Taixuan Sect's words, it actually believed it in its heart. Li Ya did have a noble person behind him, but the master hid in the dark and didn't keep staring at Li Ya, but Li Ya could always encounter various opportunities, which made it have to think about Li Ya's fate. Could it be that Li Ya's fate is already very strong now? Li Ya was thinking about the identity of Taixuan Sect. Over the years, he has been able to feel the changes in the world more and more. More and more geniuses and great powers have emerged, making him feel like a mortal again, and he feels very insecure. Li Ya took a deep breath, jumped up, and flew towards the sea. The sea breeze whistled, and the magical fairy stood on his shoulder, pulled his earlobe with one hand, and asked, Li Ya, are you really going to Dao Court? I heard that Dao Court was jointly founded by the top immortal cultivators from different worlds. If you get into trouble there, it will be very troublesome. What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who likes to get into trouble? What? Don't you know? I never do anything reckless, it's just that those people bully me too much. Yes, you are always right. You can't stand others being bullied, but when you are suffering, who lends you a hand? Isn't today's opportunity a reward? Just do good things and don't ask about the future. Li Ya snorted. He didn't want to continue chatting about this topic. He changed the subject and asked, do you think Tianhao is really that powerful? Born in an unknown small sect, but can be famous all over the world, a 1,000-year-old wandering immortal, it's too fake. The magical fairy teased, he is not a wandering immortal now, he is already a free and easy immortal. If Anhao were still alive, how could this Tianhao be so powerful? Li Ya sighed. He regarded Anhao as his greatest rival in life. Unfortunately, Anhao is no longer in the world. Whenever he thought of this, he felt heartbroken and regretful. The gods and immortals fell into thought. Anhao, Tianhao, are all named Hao, is it such a coincidence? On the other side, seeing that Li Ya was fine, Guan raised his hand to hold Xiao Yan's waist and began to respond to her emotions. After a while, Guan suddenly pushed Xiao Lan away and said embarrassedly, it's not good in broad daylight, right? Xiao Lan hooked his neck, her eyes were seductive, she licked her lips, and whispered, Brother Gu, don't be afraid, this is my cave, only you and me, the sun is just right, I can see everything I enjoy. After that, she blocked Guan's mouth again. Guan's clenched hands couldn't help but loosen. Whatever. After meeting Li Ya, Taixuan Sect left the Tianling world. He flew all the way to the boundary gate, briefly chatted with Tianling for a few words, and then walked into the boundary gate. Guan witnessed the whole process and felt that the threat from the heavenly court was temporarily over, and there would be a long period of peace in the future. In fact, this was true. The affairs of the world are like tides, but these tides cannot shake Guan, and his time naturally passes faster. In a blink of an eye, More than 6,000 years have passed. On this day, Guan, who was picking herbs in the Wuxi dojo, paused, and 3 lines of prompts popped up in front of him. You successfully seized Husha grass, level 4, 30 years of life. Your lifespan has exceeded 1 trillion years for the first time, and the life projection function has been activated. Life projection, you can consume your life to project the Great Dao, manifesting 3,000 projected bodies to go to different Great Dao worlds. Before projection, you can only choose one Great Dao to chase. The projected body cannot be deduced, and you cannot get the memory of the projected body, but you can get their understanding of the Great Dao. This function is somewhat like life reincarnation, but it is different. Life reincarnation is like Guan's personal experience, and the gains are unknown, while life projection is more like a means of reincarnation to comprehend the Great Dao. Guan decided to try it later. Anyway, the projected body cannot be deduced, and using this function should not cause trouble. He continued to pick herbs while reviewing the life function he had activated. Life detection, life barrier, life deduction, life prediction, life fusion, life reincarnation, life simulation, life field, life breakthrough, life projection. Although half of the functions are not used much, he will not reject more life functions. You cannot use them, but you can't do without them. Guan's mood became cheerful. To reach his realm, he no longer relied on simple air intake, but on the comprehension of the Tao. The stronger his own Taoism, the higher his cultivation will be. This is a non-substantial way of cultivation, which is incomprehensible to ordinary spirits. The epiphyllum ghost mother who followed him saw that Guan was in a good mood and asked cautiously, Master, if Hauer encounters a big trouble outside, will you take action? More than 6,000 years have passed. Although Tianhao is still Xiaoao Yuan Xian, he has a bigger name because he can fight across boundaries. Once, he followed Qin Kunjiao to go out for training, and he actually destroyed the physical body of Miao Fuling Xian. That battle made his reputation spread thoroughly. He became the world's first pride in the true sense, and no one could compare with him. Fame is bound to bring more troubles. More and more geniuses come to challenge Tianhao, but they all return in defeat. There are also those forces that want to recruit Tianhao. Tianhao refuses them and they always become enemies. Recently, epiphyllum ghost mother is restless. She is very safe in the dojo. She can only think that something might happen to Tianhao. Guan smiled and said, a huge trouble? How can there be such a trouble? What if? Don't worry, he is different from the geniuses you have met. He will not die young. He is destined to become the strongest. You don't know what he represents. Even without me, he is still brilliant. Guan explained that epiphyllum ghost mother does have the best relationship with Tianhao. Tianhao even treats her as his mother. He doesn't mind revealing some causes and effects to her. After hearing this, epiphyllum ghost mother felt at ease. Although she didn't understand how powerful Tianhao's fate was, she felt relieved when Guan said so. You don't have to take care of the dojo too much on weekdays, but you have to give yourself time to understand the Dao. The Dao treasure I give you is the best aid for your practice. Guan said earnestly. The Dao treasure he refined for the epiphyllum ghost mother is called the 9 Nether Heaven Defying Flag. This flag contains the Dao of Yin and Yang, which can reverse the heavens and everything, and is extremely domineering. I won't forget to practice. The epiphyllum ghost mother said seriously, and added in her heart. She must not forget to take care of the dojo. She knows very well why she has everything she has now. She can't relax, can't abandon the way she came, and has to work harder. After picking the cooked herbs, Guan left alone, and the epiphyllum ghost mother began to sew as usual. Guan did not return to his yard, he just found a direction and walked. As he walked, he played with the fate pan. He seemed to be enjoying the scenery along the way, but in fact he was looking at Zhongbuku who was far away in the Tai's world. Zhongbuku has taken root in the Tai's world and has also established a demon clan. The reincarnated body Suyu from the heavenly court assisted him and taught him the method of luck, which also made his demon clan stronger and stronger. It was easier to practice under his command and more blessings. Looking at Zhongbuku's current achievements, Guan was very pleased. At least Zhongbuku does not have to wander around, he has found his own life goal. If senior brother Zhang was still alive, how would he feel when he saw his son dominating the world? Guan felt even better when he thought about it. The advantage of staying in the human world is that there are always different things happening, which may be something that immortals and gods cannot experience. Even if many things look similar, they will always be presented differently when experienced by different people. Half an hour later, Guan came to a waterfall. He sat on a rock by the river and began to perform life projection. Please choose the avenue you want to pursue. Cause and effect avenue? This is the avenue that Guan is currently best at. It will consume 100 billion years of life. Do you want to continue? What the hell? 100 billion years of life. Guan cursed inwardly. He knew that the new function was not that easy to use. The later the function is released, the greater the consumption of life. He subconsciously wanted to choose to refuse, but then he thought, there is a reason for the high price. At least, he wants to see how expensive it is. If he is not satisfied, the worst case scenario is that this function will be permanently blocked in the future. Continue. You choose to consume 100 billion years of life to start life projection. Projection started. The Taiwei world has been projected. The Taking world has been projected. The Juyu world has been projected. One prompt after another popped up in front of Guan's eyes, which made him feel strange. He could actually say the specific projected world? Guan saw the Tai's world where Zhongbuku was, and the Xianqing world that the Black Emperor had been to. He even saw a world that was not a big world. Although he only saw the name, it was enough to make him imagine. Soon, all the prompts fell. 3,000 worlds were actually projected? Guan sighed in his heart, but soon, he felt something was wrong. The projection is over, and then what? Guan frowned. He was just confused, not impatient. He sat on the rock and waited patiently. Time passed quickly. About half an hour passed. 2 prompts appeared in front of him. Begin to gather the projected body. Begin to pass on the understanding of the great Dao. The spiritual energy in the dojo suddenly stagnated, causing everyone in the dojo to open their eyes. Before Guan thought much, endless insights of the great Dao poured into his mind, causing his consciousness to fall into chaos. At the edge of the Wuxi dojo, at the entrance of the dojo, there was a stone gate built by an Xian. Outside the stone gate was a thick fog, which looked very mysterious. A figure walked out of the thick fog and stepped into the stone gate. It was Tianhao. Tianhao moved forward with dragon-like steps and tiger-like steps. Behind him were 3 long spears of different shapes, all 10 feet long and fan-shaped. He had a smug smile on his face and muttered to himself, "This time, Master will be surprised." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, frowned, looked up at the mountains in the distance, and his eyes were full of surprise. Why didn't the spiritual energy in the dojo move? There was also a force that made him very uncomfortable running around. He immediately jumped up, turned into a rainbow light and flew away, quickly disappearing at the other end of the mountain. After a while, everyone gathered by a small river. They looked at Guan meditating on the rock across the river and whispered. Tianhao was there too, looking at Guan with a curious look in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen his master enter a state of enlightenment. In his eyes, his master was already the most powerful being. How could he be able to achieve enlightenment with such a high level of Taoism? Would his master be about to break through? Brothers and sisters, what realm is the master in? Has he reached the Daozhangzaize immortal realm? Tianhao couldn't help asking. Daozhangzaize immortal realm was a realm he had only heard of in the last few decades. The other party was a great cultivator from the Dao court, who had the ability to move mountains and overturn seas. No one answered him, because no one else knew Guan's realm. The blood prison great sage snorted, "Stinky boy, you only need to know that the master is more powerful than anyone you have ever met. Even the existence that created this world is far inferior to the master." Tianhao was overwhelmed by what he heard, and he asked, "Have you ever seen the master fight?" Not the kind of sparring. He was already the eldest disciple of the Qinkan sect and the leader of the younger generation, so he often went out on missions and made great contributions to the Qinkan sect. He had experienced many life and death battles, and he was fascinated by that feeling. The opponent who fights desperately is stronger than the opponent who fights in the battle. Lucian smiled and said, "I have seen it, but no one can take your master's move." The Epiphyllum Ghost Mother added, "No matter how powerful the existence is, facing your master, it will be killed by a sword." Lucian became interested and continued, "It's time to let you know your master's previous deeds." He began to tell the story of Taixuan, an Xian and Shenzhen, who never liked to chat with Tianhao, also interrupted from time to time. With the help of the blood prison great sage, Guan's past was explained by them. Even Zhangxi and Shengtian, Tianyao, Tianqing, Tianbei, Chen Chuan, and Epiphyllum Ghost Mother learned about things they had never heard before. From helping small sects to establish the wind of righteousness, to saving the continent, the ocean, and even saving the world, everyone can feel that Guan's heart is changing towards great goodness. After saving the common people, Guan chose to leave Taixuan, live in seclusion here, and support Qinkan sect, which made them admire him even more. Qinkan sect is still a righteous sect. Although there are occasional crimes, most of the disciples still follow chivalry as their code of conduct. Even the Dao court is not easy to go to war with a righteous sect like Qinkan sect. Tianhao listened carefully, and his mentality was gradually changing. From childhood to adulthood, although Guan did not teach him anything, he has always admired the master who adopted him. When he was a child, Guan's words and deeds made him yearn for him. He wanted to be a person like Guan. Maybe, I can't just become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. Tianhao looked at Guan who was still meditating and enlightening across the river, and thought silently. Others were still sighing about the past. Now thinking about it, it was a long time ago. They all felt unreal when they thought about it. Suddenly, Guan opened his eyes, and the entire Wuxi Dao Kang suddenly returned to its original state, with spiritual energy surging, and the cause and effect road no longer running around. When he opened his eyes, he first saw Tianhao across the river. The master and disciple looked at each other. Tianhao's eyes were hot, and when he saw the master open his eyes, he was scared and his heart beat wildly. Guan narrowed his eyes. With just one glance, he saw Tianhao's life of hundreds of millions of years. End of this chapter. The projections of the 3,000 worlds are all chasing the great Dao of cause and effect. They have exhausted their life's energy and time. Although Guan is not sure how long they have lived and what realm they have finally reached, their understanding of the great Dao of cause and effect converges together, which is extremely vast. Guan looked at Tianhao, and Tianhao's future quickly extended in his eyes. 200 million years. 300 million years. 500 million years. Soon, Tianhao's 1 billion years of life were all in his eyes. Guan saw countless destiny lines on him, one of which was the brightest. It was a destiny that was not interfered with by the power of the current world. It was a life path destined by heaven. Following this line, Guan could see everything about his future. Tianhao would become the strongest person in the Tianling Great World. He would go to the Great Dao Road, he would challenge other great worlds, and he would even venture into the realms above the great worlds. This is a legendary road, and he has never failed. Tianhao was very nervous when facing Guan's gaze. He lowered his eyes and did not dare to look at him. The others also felt a fierce aura from Guan, and they all dared not speak, thinking that they were too noisy, disturbing Guan and making him unhappy. Everyone felt nervous. It was the first time for them to get angry at Guan. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the coldness on Guan's face to disappear. "Why are you looking at me?" Guan asked with a smile. Seeing his familiar smile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. An Xian asked first, "Master, did you just have an epiphany?" Guan replied, "Well, I seem to have some enlightenment." "Okay, you all go away. You can't expect me to tell you about my enlightenment in this realm, right?" When everyone heard this, they all looked embarrassed. They didn't dare to ask, not to mention that they didn't know what realm Guan was in at all. They saluted and left. Tianhao stayed behind. He jumped over the stream and came to Guan. He asked, "Master, Dao Court is holding a grand gathering of the eternal geniuses. It claims that such a grand gathering will only be held once every 10,000 years. Do you think I should participate? I want to go, but the elders in the church are afraid that something will happen to me. Dao Court is the common master of the world. It shouldn't do such a thing, right? Many world-famous geniuses have gone to Dao Court to practice, and they have never seen Dao Court murder them." Guan replied, "You must be on guard against others. Your biggest problem now is that you have not experienced hardships and failures. This is also a good thing. I hope you will never lose." Tianhao glared and said loudly, "No, I have lost to you. Stinky boy, you still want to win or lose with me? Then try to lose to me." "Huh. I was wrong, I was talking nonsense." Tianhao was glared at by Guan and apologized in fear. Afterwards, Guan asked about his experiences over the years. He answered truthfully and was in high spirits. Guan understood Tianhao's thoughts. This kid always wanted to find a chance to get along well with him. Before they became adults, although they were both in the dojo, Guan would not always play with him. Of course, what this kid wanted most was Guan's praise. Guan just couldn't satisfy him. This kid was already proud enough, and he had to leave some room for him, so as not to get too cocky. As they chatted, Tianhao leaned against the rock. He looked up at Guan but did not sit next to him. He was indeed very conceited, but he was in awe of Guan, and he did not want to break this attitude. He hoped that he would always be in awe of his master, so that he would have a goal. Too many predecessors were surpassed by him, which made him feel that the road to immortal cultivation was very simple. Only by comparing with his master could he feel the motivation and expectation. He hoped that his master would always be better than himself, so that he would not be alone on the road to immortal cultivation. From Tianhao's words, Guan could feel his sense of belonging to Qinkan Sect, and he did not despise his sect because of his own achievements, which made Guan more satisfied with him. The leader of Qinkan Sect, Yi Qingshan, was the reincarnation of his junior brother Lu Jijia. Guan had selfish motives for them to establish cause and effect, but if Qinkan Sect went the wrong way, he would not blindly support it. Guan didn't know whether the way of heaven and the way of the road should be affectionate. He only knew that he wanted to take the path of affection. He didn't want to set too many rules and regulations for himself, he would just do what he wanted. If he wanted to pity the common people, he would pity them. If he didn't want to get close to people, he would stay away. His greatest kindness to everything was not to kill wantonly. "By the way, Master, they told me a lot about your past. You have so many disciples. Who is your favorite disciple?" Tianhao suddenly asked curiously. Guan glanced at him, and he quickly added, "Except me? You think too much, how could it be you?" Guan said unhappily. Tianhao was not embarrassed, but just chuckled. Guan followed up and said, "My favorite disciple should be Hao. He is the first disciple I really taught with all my heart, and the first disciple I adopted. He is just like you, born with the strongest talent." Tianhao's eyes lit up and asked, "But is it senior sister and Xian's brother?" He had heard of Hao's name before, but the people in the dojo didn't talk much about it, as if there was some taboo. "Well, they are from the same village." Guan began to talk about Hao's life. Tianhao listened carefully. This time, Guan talked a lot, which made him very happy and felt that he was closer to his master. The chat lasted until dusk. The sky was filled with red clouds, and the sky was sad and beautiful. After listening to Hao's life, Tianhao couldn't calm down for a long time. Guan looked at Tianhao and asked, "How do you think you are better than Hao? How are you worse?" Tianhao pondered and said, "I won't abandon my relatives like him, but I don't seem to have his determination. He can sacrifice himself for the world, but I can't. I can only do my best for Qinkan Sect." Guan smiled and didn't comment on Tianhao's thoughts. He looked up at the dusk sky and said softly, "Hao, I named you Hao because of Hao. I hope you can go further than him. Your teacher won't ask you to do anything. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for the world, but you should never rely on your own strength to bully the weak. You must know that no one can be strong forever." Tianhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master. If you go to Qinkan Sect to ask, you will know that I never bully people. I only do chivalrous things. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, used his palm as a sword, and gestured to the air a few times. Only in front of Guan and Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, he would show his childlike side. In front of other people, he was the conceited and quiet disciple of Qinkan Sect. Guan looked at him and asked with a smile, do you know how big the outer world is? How many worlds like Tianling world are there? Tianhao became interested and asked him how big it was and how many worlds there were. Guan began to tell him about the existence of other worlds and the most talented and lucky geniuses in various worlds. Hearing this, his heart surged and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. The great cause and effect monument, the great way of strength. After chatting with his master for a day, Tianhao gained more knowledge and had greater expectations for cultivating immortals. After that, he went to Dao Court with full fighting spirit. Decades later, Tianhao's reputation spread to all the major overlord-level forces in the world. As long as the immortal cultivators were not from remote areas, they had heard of his reputation. In the Eternal Grand Event, he overwhelmed all the heroes in the world and became the first prodigy in ancient and modern times. The extreme reputation made Tianhao practice harder. After returning from Dao Court, every time he broke through, it would cause a shock to the world. Time flies. 20,000 years passed quickly. The world has presented a new pattern. Dao Court is still the most powerful sect, but many powerful Taoist sects have also emerged. If they unite, they have the power to subvert Dao Court. The self-righteous Dao Court never takes the initiative to go to war with sects or dynasties, so the world has always been in peace, but from the macro perspective of heaven and earth, it is considered peaceful. In the Wuxi Dao Kang, the lowest level of cultivation has reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. LV Xian, an Xin, Blood Prison Great Sage, and Tian Yaoer have already achieved the free and easy Yuan Xian. As for Tianhao, he has reached the Meofa Lingxian realm, and his cultivation is the 9th level. Any genius will be eclipsed by him. In addition, with the 3 Taoist treasures given to him by Guan, the Dea Zhang is in the fairyland, and no one can do anything to him. The 3 Taoist treasures are 3 spears, named Divine Punishment, Heaven Punishment, and Immortal Punishment, which contain different powers of the Great Dao. The other disciples of the Dao Kang have no objection to Guan's preference for Tianhao. They are convinced of Tianhao's talent, even the Blood Prison Great Sage has to admit it. After 20,000 years, Tianhao has become an existence they need to pursue. Under the starry sky, on the top of a giant mountain, there is a quiet palace. In the palace, Ji Xiao is sitting on the jade platform, with wisps of grey air lingering around him, which is the manifestation of the power of the Great Dao. A figure appeared in the hall. It was the Sun and Moon Underworld Emperor. The Sun and Moon Underworld Emperor bowed and saluted. He looked up at Ji Xiao and said, Your Majesty, Tianhao, who is known as the world's #1 prodigy, has come to Yinyang Fairyland. He has already stepped into our territory. He said he wanted to find the Yinyang reincarnation flower. He is determined to get it. He holds 3 treasures, all of which have power no less than the treasures of heaven and earth. Our people can't stop him. When he mentioned Tianhao, his face was extremely complicated. As early as 20,000 years ago, he heard that a peerless prodigy was born in the central area of the world. He thought the rumor was a bit exaggerated, but now that he really met Tianhao, he knew that the rumor was not false, and even underestimated Tianhao. Compared with Tianhao's cultivation talent, this person's combat talent is even more exaggerated. Ji Xiao slowly opened her eyes. She looked down at the Sun and Moon Emperor and asked, You said before that he came from the Qinkan Sect. What is the background of this Qinkan Sect? The Sun and Moon Emperor replied, It's strange. The Qinkan Sect has no peerless power, but it can breed such a powerful Tianjiao. By the way, I heard that there are immortals in the forbidden area of the Qinkan Sect. The immortals only protect the Qinkan Sect. I don't know if it's true or not. Ji Xiao heard this, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. She was silent for a moment and said, Let him go forward and let him break into other areas. There is no need to inform the other 3 emperors. The Sun and Moon Emperor was surprised, but he didn't ask any more questions. He immediately took the order and left. Ji Xiao looked at the starry sky outside the hall and murmured to herself, Is it you? Tianhao, Anhao, you are really amazing. You can always cultivate peerless Tianjiao. She counted with her fingers, and her expression became more and more complicated. Tianhao's cultivation speed was so amazing that she felt that the peerless Tianjiao in the past was nothing. If this continues, in less than 1,000,000 years, Tianhao will become the best in the world. I'm afraid that even if the former Shengtian were alive, he would only be a stepping stone for him. Ji Xiao took a deep breath, and her eyes looking at the starry sky gradually became firm. Perhaps, she should really take that step. In the early morning, Guan was accompanying Shenzhen to paint. There was a waterfall next to them, and the scenery was pleasant with mountains and water. Shenzhen painted the figure of Tianling God exorcising demons, while Guan painted Ji Xiao practicing. Shenzhen glanced at Guan and snorted, It seems that you really miss your third lady. Why don't you go to find her in reincarnation? Guan replied, She is not in reincarnation. Shenzhen was not interested in Ji Xiao. Seeing him say so, she did not bother him. She asked, Look at my painting. Should I draw the fairy posture? Her causal path became stronger and stronger. Even though her cultivation was far lower than that of Tianling God, she could draw the past of Tianling God, and Guan knew that Tianling God did not notice it at all. Guan took a look at her painting and said, "Not bad. If I just explored his past, it would be too boring. This process can increase my understanding of the Tao, and it is not as boring as you think. I can see a lot of things." Shen Zhen said proudly. Tianling God is the existence second only to Guan in her cognition. She can't draw Guan, but can only draw Tianling God. Guan said meaningfully, "Maybe you should create magical powers that only you can use." Magic power. Shen Zhen thought for a while. Her cultivation is also the heaven and earth flying fairy, and this is when she doesn't practice hard, so she is more and more confident, and even thinks that she will surpass Tianhao sooner or later. Although Guan didn't think she could catch up with Tianhao, her future was indeed limitless. This was not only due to the power of cause and effect of Fairy Yao Xian, but also the great cause and effect monument used by the Eternal Emperor. The Great Cause and Effect Monument was located in the long river of cause and effect, which was transformed by the Great Dao. It could be eternal and immortal in the Great Dao, and the Great Cause and Effect Monument must be an unimaginable existence. When the Eternal Emperor sacrificed himself, part of the power of the Great Cause and Effect Monument was also dispersed to Shen Zhen. As she lived longer, this power became stronger and stronger. Guan could see through everyone's future, but Shen Zhen's future was getting shorter and shorter in his eyes. There was a force that was dissolving her cause and effect, which also made him have greater expectations for her. While Shen Zhen was lost in deep thought, Guan was also thinking about his own Dao. He felt that he needed to focus on developing the second Great Dao. Relying on the Great Dao domination skill, Guan had already initially glimpsed the 3,000 Great Daos, but he only understood them and had not really mastered them. He wanted to master a very powerful Great Dao, not as profound as cause and effect, fate, and reincarnation, but purely powerful. Just like the bright sun in the sky, it was bright and upright, and the divine power was mighty. The 3,000 Great Ways are just a general term for Great Ways. It is not certain how many kinds of Great Ways there are. At least Guan has glimpsed more than 3,000 kinds of Great Ways. He wants to choose the most powerful one from these Great Ways. Pure power? After thinking about it, Guan felt that he could choose the Great Way of Power. The Great Way of Power is not the way of strength, but the general term for all powers. When the power that can be manifested is developed to the extreme, it is the Great Way of Power. To prove the way with strength is to prove the way with great magic power and great strength. The Great Way of Power is everywhere. Living beings can have strength, can cultivate magic power, demon power, and other powers of cultivation, all because of the existence of the Great Way of Power. Guan immediately performed life projection and chose the Great Way of Power. It still consumed 100 billion years of life, and prompts popped up in front of him crazily. But this time it was different. He actually saw the Tianling world. Almost instantly, he felt that the Tianling world had changed a little. It seemed that there was one more person. Guan counted with his fingers, and his expression became even weirder. He could not predict the projection, but he predicted that Tianhao would encounter a strong enemy in Yin-Yang Immortal Realm. This was the first time that Tianhao failed to defeat an existence of the same realm. The existence that Tianhao could not defeat appeared vague in the cause and effect deduction, but Guan could see it with his mind. The guy's face was different from his, but his intuition told him that this was his projection body. After getting rid of Tianhao, the projection body turned around and jumped into the sea of reincarnation in the Yin-Yang Fairy Land, entered the reincarnation, and disappeared. Begin to gather the projection body. Begin to inherit the avenue of enlightenment. Two prompts popped up, interrupting Guan's thoughts. He disappeared from the spot, came to the edge of the dojo, and began to inherit the avenue of enlightenment. Soon, there was an unusual movement in the Wuxi dojo, alarming everyone. Because such a situation had already occurred, the disciples of the dojo just glanced in the direction of Guan, and then continued to practice, and no one disturbed Guan. Under the starry sky, Tianhao, dressed in gold, stood on the beach, looking at the dark waves in front of him, frowning, wondering what he was thinking. A figure fell from the sky and landed beside him. It was the Sun and Moon Underworld Emperor. The two had dealt with each other many times and had a good relationship. Are you still thinking about that person? Sun Moon Underworld Emperor asked. Tianhao took a deep breath, looked forward, and said, "Well, this is the first time I feel the pressure from the same realm." Sun Moon Underworld Emperor comforted, "Even if we are in the same realm, he must be much older than you, and he has not defeated you. Why do you care?" In his opinion, Tianhao is already the strongest talent. He also watched the previous battle. The opponent was indeed terrifying, but Tianhao did not lose. It was just difficult to tell who was better. The fight between the two made Sun Moon Underworld Emperor doubt his life. The battle between the Miaofa Lingxian actually made him, the divine mind true immortal, feel terrified. Could it be that this genius from the old era has been eliminated? He felt that Tianhao would surpass him sooner or later, and this time would definitely be shorter than he expected. I'm not unable to let go, I'm excited. I'm recalling his fighting methods. He doesn't have too many magical powers and spells. He purely competes with me with magic power and strength. He has the momentum of breaking all laws with one force. Tianhao sighed sincerely, and he was very excited. Sure enough, Master was right. Never underestimate the world. A strong person with great opportunities may appear from nowhere. His talent may be the best, but he has lived too short a life and needs to constantly strengthen his Taoism. Sun Moon Underworld Emperor listened to Tianhao's words and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He could not understand Tianhao's thoughts. What are your plans next? You have already got what you want? Sun Moon Underworld Emperor asked. Faced with a genius like Tianhao, he chose to try his best to make friends. He had a hunch that such a friendship might save his life in the future. Tianhao retracted his gaze, looked at Sun Moon Underworld Emperor, and smiled. I am ready to go back. I can't sweep across the same realm, which means that my fighting ability is not enough. I will go back to practice in seclusion for a while before going out to venture. If you come to Juling Continent in the future, you can come to me. I will not treat you unfairly. Sun Moon Underworld Emperor smiled. What he wanted was Tianhao's promise, at least to prove that Tianhao was still willing to maintain friendship with him. Then, Tianhao saluted Sun Moon Underworld Emperor with a fist, then turned into an aurora and jumped up, quickly disappearing at the end of the world. Sun Moon Underworld Emperor looked at the direction he left, with an envious look on his face. After living for so many years, he has never been as free as Tianhao. This is how a cultivator should be, traveling around the world, unfettered. Then, Sun Moon Underworld Emperor laughed at himself. The reason why he was bound by Yin-Yang Immortal Realm was because he was not qualified enough and needed the power of Yin-Yang Immortal Realm to help him collect cultivation resources. He used to think that his cultivation speed was quite fast, but now it feels very slow. He is eager to reach the Free Fairy Land. He now has an absurd guess in his mind. He feels that Tianhao may reach the Free Fairy Land faster than him. After a while, a figure landed beside Sun Moon Underworld Emperor. This is a mysterious cultivator with black air all over his body. He said in a deep voice, Underworld Emperor, Her Majesty has left. She said that she is going to the outer world to pursue the avenue. From now on, you will lead the reincarnation realm. Sun Moon Underworld Emperor's thoughts were interrupted. After hearing the other party's words, he couldn't help but feel stunned. Going to the outer world to pursue the avenue? In the Wuxi Dao Kang, Guan opened his eyes were full of oppression. He had inherited the understanding of the great Dao of power from the 3,000 projected bodies. He was transformed as a whole, and his own strength and mana were rapidly increasing. This kind of enhancement did not require the absorption of spiritual energy, but was enhanced by the invisible and colorless great Dao of power. He felt that the projected body that had sneaked into the reincarnation had disappeared, as if it had never appeared. This made him completely relieved. Although there were many projected bodies, the projected bodies would not leave any traces. He began to feel the great Dao of power carefully. Just comprehending the great Dao of power made his mana soar in the Kaishan De Luo immortal realm, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. The pure increase in mana made him feel extremely wonderful. This time he made the right choice. The sun sets and the moon rises. Days pass quickly. 10 days later, Guan stood up. He first went to various places to pick mature herbs. After picking them, he returned to Shenzhen. Shenzhen painted a new picture, which showed the scene of Tianling God kneeling down to worship an immortal. This immortal was an old Taoist priest with a celestial spirit and a rosy glow behind him. In front of him, Tianling God lost his usual overwhelming momentum. Guan raised his eyebrows. Shenzhen could already dig out his cause and effect through Tianling God. Don't paint randomly, be careful not to provoke an existence that even I can't resist, Guan said. Shenzhen came back to her senses. When she saw the scroll she had drawn clearly, her face changed drastically. She immediately raised her hand, ignited her fingers, and quickly burned the scroll. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head to look at Guan and said embarrassedly, I was too fascinated before, it was not intentional. She also felt scared in her heart. The celestial spirit god is already so powerful. How terrifying must the existence that can make the celestial spirit god kneel down to worship him be? When she thought that she might bring a catastrophe to Guan, she felt uneasy, and her eyes were full of guilt. Guan just deliberately frightened her. He believed in his own dojo. If the dojo was not strong enough, Shenzhen would have provoked the old immortal, and with the other party's Taoism far exceeding that of the celestial spirit god, he only needed a thought to descend into the celestial spirit world. You can think about yourself in the future. Your talent may hide unimaginable great cause and effect, Guan said with a smile. The great way of understanding power made his strength leap forward, and he will also prepare for a breakthrough next. It's time to find a way to save Fairy Yao Xian. This is the obsession of the Eternal Emperor, and as the original body, Guan has to help him. Speaking of the obsession of the reincarnation body, Lu Han also has an obsession, that is, his son Lu Kaixian. The obsession of the Black Xian Emperor is the senior sister Fairy Baixian. Guan didn't want to have too deep a cause and effect with these people. The Long family was already troublesome enough, but he could help them secretly. Just think of it as a reward for their companionship throughout their lives. The great cause and effect of me. Shenzhen fell into thought. Seeing her fall into a state of ecstasy again, Guan shook his head and laughed. It is not a good thing to be enlightened too easily. Guan sat down and continued to paint. He felt that Ji Xiao had left the Tianling world, but he did not stop. He had already seen Ji Xiao's future. After many ups and downs, Ji Xiao will descend to other worlds, thus ushering in more opportunities. Her choice is right, and she will go further in the future. But unfortunately, it is only further. Guan has seen the end of her life, and she will die in a fight. He is not worried, and he will take action when the time comes. Peeping into fate will not make Guan feel desolate about everything, because he can not only spy, he can also change and even manipulate. Beings with a lower realm than him cannot capture this manipulation and will only sink in fate. After an incense stick of time, Guan completed the painting of Ji Xiao. Seeing that Shenzhen was still in a state of ecstasy, he could not help but look at other worlds. Zhongbuku is fine for the time being. In the long years to come, his power will continue to grow until he becomes the demon emperor of the Tai's world. Compared to him, Guan cares more about another person. That is Zhu Xi, the former lord of the Holy Court, the reincarnation of Shengtian. After being sent out of the Tianling world by the Taoist Sungxian, she came to a field that did not belong to the Great Thousand World. There is also heaven and earth there, but there are no rules of the Great World. Guan only caught the whereabouts of Zhu Xi in the last 10,000 years. At this moment, she is venturing into an ancient secret realm, which is said to be the dojo of a certain Dao Emperor. There are many mechanisms inside, and it is a world of its own. This Dao Emperor makes Guan feel familiar. Ziwei Emperor? This emperor appeared in the life of Taixuan Emperor, and he is the most talented person Taixuan Emperor has ever met. Looking back now, Guan feels that this Ziwei Emperor is not simple. And the dark night, white-clothed figures were floating all over the mountains. These figures seemed illusory, like phantoms, without making any sound. In the forest, Zhu Xi took in this scene, her brows furrowed. She slowly retreated into the darkness, she turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. The moonlight fell on her through the gaps between the leaves. She was wearing a dark purple long dress, her hair was tied up on top of her head, and she looked majestic. After leaving the Tianling world for tens of thousands of years, her experiences had already transformed her. She walked to a stone statue in the forest, she raised her hand to touch the stone statue, and muttered a mysterious and difficult-to-understand spell. After a few breaths, a green figure flew out of the stone statue. This was an old woman, wearing a Taoist robe, like a soul, with black spots all over her face, which was particularly scary. She looked at Zhu Xi and said with a smile, helpless. Zhu Xi took 2 steps back and asked, tell me, how can we cooperate? What do I need to pay? The old woman stared at Zhu Xi and said jokingly, it's very simple. Let me take over your body temporarily. After I get out, I will leave your body. Zhu Xi frowned when he heard it. The cultivation of each of those dead souls exceeds yours. They just can't step into this forest. Unless you want to stay here for the rest of your life, this is your only chance, as long as you trust me. The old woman continued to persuade, staring at Zhu Xi with burning eyes. She paused and continued, don't forget, if it weren't for me, you would be dead now. Zhu Xi's eyes flickered and he hesitated. For a long time, Zhu Xi looked up at the old woman and said, I can promise you. You first tell me your name and the origin of this dojo. The old woman smiled and said, I am called Dao Xiantianji. This dojo was left by the Purple Emperor. He said it as a sealed place. The most terrifying thing here is not those dead souls. He left a clone here. According to my observation, his clone is used for resurrection. Purple Emperor? Zhu Xi silently remembered the name, and then she said, then let's start. Dao Xiantianji asked with a smile, do you need me to help you seize some opportunities? I know where those good treasures are hidden. Zhu Xi shook her head and said, no, get out early. Dao Xiantianji's mouth flew up, and then she drilled into Zhu Xi's body. In an instant, the stone statue burst into green light and quickly illuminated her. Zhu Xi closed her eyes and welcomed all this. Guan, who was far away in the Wuxi dojo, raised his eyebrows slightly. This Dao Xiantianji came from the Taixuan Sect. The heaven-stealing immortal sect is the sect of the Eternal Emperor. Although he also took over, the Eternal Emperor left a mark in the cause and effect and destiny of the heaven-stealing immortal sect. The Immortal Emperor pupil of the Eternal Emperor was left by the previous leader of the heaven-stealing immortal sect, which also enabled Guan to practice the Immortal Emperor pupil. The Immortal Emperor pupil has infinite uses. At least his Immortal Emperor pupil magical power can reverse everything. Guan can feel that part of the cause and effect of Dao Xiantianji belongs to the Eternal Emperor. Before leaving the heaven-stealing immortal sect, the Eternal Emperor left a lot of inheritances, and Dao Xiantianji got one of them. Could it be that all the dead souls in this dojo are from the heaven-stealing immortal sect? I wonder if the Black Demon Emperor is still safe? Guan was deeply impressed by the existence of the person who had always assisted the Eternal Emperor. The Black Demon Emperor can be said to be the most loyal disciple of the heaven-stealing immortal sect. He spent his whole life trying to find a way to restore the heaven-stealing immortal sect. Speaking of it, the heaven-stealing immortal sect offended the heavenly court and could only flee everywhere. Now it is suppressed by the Purple Emperor. Is it the will of the heavenly court? Guan remembered that Ziwei Emperor and Ziwei Immortal Emperor looked exactly the same. Ziwei Immortal Emperor was the lord of the Immortal Palace when Tianling God and Tianling Immortal Lord met, and he was the immortal god of heaven. Guan continued to watch Zhu Xi's actions. In his impression, Zhu Xi was very cautious and would not leave his fate to others like this. After being possessed by Tianxianji, Zhu Xi used a special secret method to quietly leave the forest. Along the way, she encountered many dead souls. These dead souls were very powerful, and there were even figures of golden immortals, but none of them noticed her. In a blink of an eye, time came to noon the next day, and Shenzhen finally woke up. Guan stood up, without asking her what she had realized, but left after saying a word. Don't be obsessed all the time, relax for a while occasionally, maybe it will be more helpful. When Shenzhen came back to her senses, he was no longer visible. That's right. I seem to be obsessed recently. I always want to understand the truth. It seems that I was stimulated by Tianhao, Shenzhen muttered to herself. She stood up and began to pack up the easel. She was in a good mood. Although she had not gained anything for the time being, she had plenty of time to understand. In the Wuxi dojo, she never had to worry about danger and felt that time was so long. When she was thinking about whether to write a book or go shopping in Qinkunjiao, Zhu Shi was facing a life and death battle. In the void of the universe, Zhu Shi was suspended, holding a long sword in his hand, staring at Taixuan Sect in front of him expressionlessly. Taixuan Sect became younger than before, with a charming face and only a few black spots left on her face. She stared at Zhu Shi and asked with gritted teeth, "What kind of skill are you practicing? It can actually protect your original soul." Zhu Shi raised her sword and pointed it at her, saying, "The great Dao Du Zun Gong, have you ever heard of it?" Dao Tianxianji's face changed drastically. In an instant, the void suddenly changed color, and twisted green light appeared in all directions, making the void look like a fantasy. "Which immortal god in the heaven are you a disciple of?" Dao Tianxianji asked in a deep voice, her eyes full of hatred. Zhu Shi snorted coldly, "I have nothing to do with the heaven. I am just a mortal from a mortal world. If you insist on occupying my body, then fight to the death. It depends on your ability to be the one who dies or the one who dies." When she said this, she showed the momentum of the holy court and the holy heaven, which was the momentum cultivated by being invincible for many years, fearless of everything. Dao Tianxianji suddenly opened her arms, and in an instant, the twisting green light in the void appeared one after another, like countless arrows raining down on Zhu Shi. Before Zhu Shi could fight against these figures, a green beam of light descended from the sky and covered Zhu Shi. Everything happened so fast that Zhu Shi had no time to dodge. "Xian Yuan Zai Xian dared to shout in front of me," Dao Tianxianji said contemptuously. Those figures who were killing Zhu Shi quickly came around the green beam of light and surrounded it in circles, and their arrangement seemed to be some kind of formation. Looking closely, these figures were very similar to the dead souls in the previous secret realm. Zhu Shi couldn't move, and she felt like being bitten by thousands of ants. She didn't despair. She exuded wisps of energy around her body, surrounding her body. On her forehead, golden fine lines gradually appeared, intertwined together, like a lotus blooming on her forehead. Dao Tianxianji's pupils suddenly dilated. Just as she was about to speak, the golden lotus on Zhu Shi's forehead burst out a brilliant golden light, piercing through the green beam of light and killing the souls along the way. In an instant, Dao Tianxianji dodged and she moved to another direction. As soon as she appeared, she looked carefully, and found that Zhu Shi was no longer in the formation she created. Boom! A sword light suddenly came, and Zhu Shi appeared behind her out of thin air, and cut off her head with a sword. The sword light stretched infinitely after the cut, destroying the distorted green light in the void, and everything returned to darkness. Dao Tianxianji's head was spinning in the void, and she saw Zhu Shi holding a sword. "You!" Dao Tianxianji was furious, and her charming face became distorted. She was about to fight back, but a hand suddenly grabbed her head, making her unable to move. Her eyes widened and she cried out, "Who?" Zhu Shi stopped and saw the figure holding Dao Tianxianji's head. Her eyes were full of fear. It was a man in a purple robe with dragon patterns, wearing a curtain bead emperor crown on his head, and his robe was exquisite. There were 18 purple-scaled dragons twisting behind him, and his face was so indifferent. "Emperor Zaiwei? How is it possible? You!" Taixuan Sect screamed in shock. Before she could finish her words, Emperor Zaiwei crushed her soul head, and her soul body was annihilated and disappeared. After Emperor Zaiwei did all this, his indifferent eyes fell on Zuxi, which made Zuxi tremble with fear. She was horrified to find that she could not find the direction to escape. Her intuition told her that if she dared to move, she would die immediately. Purple Emperor stared at Zhu Shi without saying a word. His eyes were so cold. The dark void fell into a dead silence. An extremely oppressive atmosphere was spreading. Zhu Shi felt that the breath of Tianxianji had completely disappeared. Her heart was in her throat. Before she died, Tianxianji had revealed the true identity of this person. Purple Emperor? The owner of the previous terrifying Taoist temple. She knew what it meant to be called an emperor. She was also pursuing this path. It was just that it was extremely difficult to become a Dao Emperor. Those who could become Dao Emperors were all extremely talented and had great luck. The Dao Emperors who had achieved great success were even more terrifying, and had the ability to not fear immortals and gods. "Who taught you the Dao Du Zun Gong?" The voice of the Purple Emperor sounded. His tone was cold, and the endless murderous intent drowned Zhu Shi like a tide. Zhu Shi uttered 4 words uncontrollably, "Sun Xian Dao Ren." After that, she was in a state of shock. What was going on? Why could she not restrain herself from telling the truth? Emperor Zaiwei narrowed his eyes and said to himself, "It's him. He is restless as expected." He stared at Zuxi and continued to ask, "Besides him, do you have any other master? What's his name?" He could feel that the Taoist Sungxian's influence on Zuxi was not very great, and Zuxi was carrying a greater cause and effect. Zuxi's face changed drastically, and she opened her mouth. She tried her best to suppress the urge to speak, but she couldn't do it at all. "Yes, his name is Gu." Zuxi's voice suddenly stopped. She felt that the restraints around her suddenly disappeared. She reacted very quickly and turned around to escape. Her speed was so fast that she flew over an extremely long distance in the blink of an eye. However, in the void, no matter where she flew, the surrounding environment was very similar, as if she had not moved. Emperor Ziwei did not chase Zuxi, but just frowned at the direction she left. He raised his right hand, and the sleeves of his robe fluttered, and the whole void changed color. Zuxi, who was running at full speed, seemed to feel something. She turned her head and looked, her eyes widened. 18 huge dragon shadows appeared in the void behind, as if they occupied the entire void, full of visual shock. They twisted wantonly, bared their teeth and claws, and looked so terrifying. Zhu Shi stopped, not because she didn't want to escape, but because the space around her suddenly solidified, making her unable to move. The most terrifying thing was that there was an invisible force forcing her to turn around, as if a hand was holding her and turning her around. Zhu Shi, who was in the Xianyuan Zizai fairyland, had no power to resist this force. Her eyes were full of despair. The gap was too big, so big that she couldn't use any secret methods or magical powers. Looking at the 18 terrifying dragon shadows approaching, Zhu Shi wanted to kill herself, but she couldn't do it. Since you want to protect her, why don't you show up? The voice of Ziwei Emperor sounded, which surprised Zhu Shi. Someone protected her? Could it be that the reason she escaped just now was not because Ziwei Emperor was distracted, but because another force was helping her in secret? She turned her head with difficulty, trying to see what was behind her. She glanced out of the corner of her eye, and the void behind her was still pitch black, like an abyss, and nothing could be seen. The more this happened, the more uneasy Zhu Shi felt. She knew her origins very well, and she had no backing that could compete with the Purple Star Emperor. She would only feel that another terrifying existence was plotting against her. After leaving the Tianling world for tens of thousands of years, she was indeed involved in many causes and effects that she did not understand the depth of. Zhu Shi looked at the Purple Star Emperor again, her eyes were no longer desperate, and she returned to her usual calmness. At worst, she would die. The Immortal Emperor's pupil? It's really rare, no wonder you want to protect her. The voice of the Purple Star Emperor sounded again, and his voice became even colder, and the 18 huge dragon shadows that twisted wantonly also stopped. Hearing this, Zhu Shi turned her head again, and this time, her pupils could not help but dilate. She saw a pair of eyes. A pair of extremely spectacular and terrifying eyes, which gave her a visual impact that was no less than the 18 dragon shadows of the Purple Star Emperor. The pupils in these eyes were dark purple, strange and mysterious, and the eyes were so big that they were like the eyes of the universe, which made Zhu Shi's soul tremble. What kind of eyes are these? Zhu Shi couldn't imagine how high the realm of the owner of these eyes was. Although this body is not strong, if you want to save her from my body, you have to see how capable you are. The voice of the Purple Star Emperor came from the depths of the void, and as soon as the voice fell, the 18 huge dragon shadows moved. It moved like thunder, and the entire void seemed to be shattered at once. The rules of the avenue raised a strong wind and rushed towards Zhu Shi, causing her to close her eyes subconsciously, and her body and mind were extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, she seemed like a drowning mortal, in pain, suffering, and fear, but she was powerless and could only endure such torture. Fortunately, such torture came suddenly and went away quickly. The violent force that attacked Zhu Shi disappeared in an instant, and she felt a warm force enveloping her. Snap! Her shoulder was suddenly patted, and she opened her eyes in shock. Her eyes glowed with new spirit, and she saw those arrogant dragon shadows were annihilated, as if burned by invisible fire. This scene surprised her, and she turned her head subconsciously, but did not see anyone else. The feeling of being patted on the shoulder just now seemed to be an illusion. However, the mysterious giant eyes called the Immortal Emperor's eyes by the Purple Star Emperor were still there. It was so calm, silently watching the destruction of the dragon shadow of the Purple Star Emperor. Looking at the Immortal Emperor's eyes again, Zhu Shi actually felt a familiar feeling. She seemed to have seen these eyes somewhere. Wait, could it be? Zhu Shi widened her eyes, her expression was excited, and her body could not help but tremble. It's the master? As early as when she was in Tianling Great World, she could not see through Guan's cultivation. She always thought that the master came from other worlds, but she never thought that this master was so powerful and could come to save her. A huge surprise enveloped her, making her feel like she was in a dream. Until those dragon shadows disappeared, the voice of the Purple Emperor did not sound again. Zhu Shi didn't know what happened, but the result was obviously that the master won. Run away, continue to pursue your road. Guan's voice came into Zhu Shi's ears, waking her up, and she immediately flew towards the Immortal Emperor's pupil. Along the way, the nebula was dazzling, and the nebula was surging like a dragon. The scene in front of her was so psychedelic. Zhu Shi found that even if she flew at full speed, she still couldn't get close to the Immortal Emperor's pupil. The distance between the two sides seemed to be insurmountable forever. She was not confused, but she felt that the master was guiding her. Looking at the magnificent pair of Immortal Emperor's pupils in the distance, Zhu Shi's eyes were full of yearning. How many years does she need to practice to reach such a realm? At the same time, Guan, who was far away at Renjian Peak, stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the sky, and his eyes reflected Zhu Shi's figure. This time, he did not personally take action, but it was enough to deal with Ziwei Emperor. Although this Ziwei Emperor was not the original body, he had the perfect cultivation of Hengtian Jingxian realm, which was more powerful than Tianling God. Unfortunately, killing Ziwei Emperor did not gain life, which made him have more speculations about Ziwei Emperor. Guan watched Zhu Shi leave the void, and he used his own Dao to open a passage across the universe for her. Although Zhu Shi was already a saint heaven before she became his disciple, the two had been together for many years, and he would not hesitate to help if he could. Of course, the reason why he dared to take action was because he was not afraid of the Purple Star Emperor. Not only the Purple Star Emperor, but also Guan did not feel any danger following the cause and effect of the Purple Star Immortal Emperor. Of course, he was still very afraid of the Heavenly Court, so he did not deal with the Purple Star Immortal Emperor directly. His Destiny Pen and Infinite Sword Book can kill enemies remotely. For tens of thousands of years, in addition to refining Dao treasures, he has also been constantly strengthening the Destiny Pen and Infinite Sword Book. Some things can be used, but they cannot be too weak. In the invincible years, Guan liked to imagine enemies for himself. He even imagined himself facing the entire Heavenly Court. A figure came to Guan's side, and it was his eldest disciple Zhu Xinglan at the human peak. Tens of thousands of years is a long time for mortals, but it is not too long for a monk from a large sect like Renjian Peak. After so many years, Zhu Xinglan is still respectful to Guan and does things in an orderly manner, so Guan occasionally instructs him. However, the two are not in a true master-disciple relationship, and Guan does not really want to accept him as a disciple. Master, the Dao court invites Renjian Peak to discuss the Dao for the second time, and the main peak wants you to go as well. Zhu Xinglan said respectfully. Guan has always maintained the first-level cultivation of Renjian Peak. Not only is he in a high position, but Dingtian Peak where he is located has also become the existence second only to the main peak. I have to go out and travel. I'll see when the time comes. I'll go to Dao Court on the way. If I can catch up, it's just right. If I can't, I won't miss anyone. Guan answered casually. Zhu Xinglan smiled helplessly, but he didn't dare to force it. For so many years, Guan has always been like this, without any utilitarianism. He can see through it. Guan chose Renjian Peak because of Baizia's invitation, and he agreed casually. Zhu Xinglan began to talk about other things. This era is an era of endless Tianjiao. The ancient great monks cannot steal the limelight of the younger generation. Every time a peerless Tianjiao rises, various myths and legends will appear in the world, shaping these peerless Tianjiao into the life experience of the gods in heaven. Take Tianhao for example. The believers of Tiandao call him the reincarnation of Sun Ziyanzhan, the most powerful immortal god who has been training in the mortal world. Zhu Xinglan also yearns for the demeanor of these peerless Tianjiao. In the past 10,000 years, he has been trying to find peerless talents for Dingtian Peak. Unfortunately, he found many geniuses, but they are far from being compared with the world's first-class geniuses. Guan just listened. He was not in the mood to send peerless talents to Renjian Peak. After Zhu Shi was completely safe, he retracted his mind and walked down the mountain. Zhu Xinglan accompanied him and wanted to talk to him more. Even after tens of thousands of years of getting along, Zhu Xinglan still didn't know Guan's origins. Before joining Renjian Peak, what sect did Guan come from? This was something he had always been curious about. Because of his curiosity, he had high expectations for Guan. He expected Guan to bring surprises to Renjian Peak. Unfortunately, he still didn't get what he wanted this time. After staying at Renjian Peak for half a day, Guan returned to Wushidao Kang. Deep in the universe, the boundary gate. The Tianling god who was meditating in front of the boundary gate suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and faced the boundary gate. The boundary gate burst out with strong light, and the vast breath of the heavenly Dao poured out from it, like a fog dissipating, with magnificent momentum. Amidst the vast aura of the heavenly Dao, a figure stepped out of the boundary gate. This was a burly figure wearing heavy golden armor, and his aura was not inferior to that of the Tianling god. The armor on his body formed a sharp contrast with the silver armor of the Tianling god. The light emitted by the two was not inferior to each other, tit for tat. Long time no see, Tianling god. The man in golden armor stopped. He stood in front of the boundary gate, looked at the Tianling god, and spoke. His voice was like thunder, which made the surrounding Tiandao aura tremble. Tianling god had no expression on his face and asked, Jinji god, why don't you protect the world you live in? Why do you come to my world? Jinji god raised his right hand, and a golden token appeared in his hand, with two words engraved on it. Sun Tzu? Tianling god's eyes did not change, and he continued to ask, Sun Tzu immortal lord is too bold. Jinji god snorted coldly, this is not something you should care about. Even your former master, Ziwei immortal emperor, is not allowed to inquire about the immortal lord's affairs. Tianling god was silent for a moment, then slowly turned around and made way for Jinji god. Jinji god stepped forward and walked in front of Tianling god. Golden light and silver light blended, and flames surged. After walking 10 steps forward, Jinji Shen stopped. He tilted his head slightly and glanced at Tianling Shen with his peripheral vision, saying, the immortal lord admires you very much. When you were in the immortal palace of Ziwei immortal emperor, he saw that your potential was definitely not that of a heavenly god. You can go further. When this is done, I will be promoted to heavenly Dao Xingzhan. You still have a chance to consider it. When I come back here, give me an answer. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot, leaving only wisps of golden flames. Tianling Shen looked at the direction where Jinji Shen left, with contempt in his eyes, and he returned to his meditation place. Time flies, and 100 years pass by like a day. In the Wushidao Kang, Halfway up the mountain, Guan sat on a branch. He was instructing an Xian to practice his magical powers, and his eyes were looking at Jinji Shen, who came to the world 100 years ago. This Jinji Shen has the cultivation of the late stage of Heng Tianjin Xian realm, and is faintly about to break through to the state of perfection. After coming to the human world, Jinji Shen did not make a big noise. He traveled around the human world, created secret realms and statues, left behind inheritances, and also instructed some talented creatures, so that these creatures would have the luck of heaven. Since Jinji Shen did not do evil, Guan naturally had no reason to deal with him. Perhaps there was a calculation by the heavenly court behind this, but for these creatures, this was indeed a great opportunity, and it even changed their lives. The Xiansu Immortal Lord seemed to want to turn the Tianling world into a world that believed in him. The reason why he did not show up in person was probably because he was afraid that the heavenly court would be dissatisfied. Do the immortals and gods in the heavenly court also need sentient beings to help them improve their luck? Guan found it very interesting. The way of luck has existed since ancient times. Bringing together the luck of a group of people will give birth to a greater power of protection. Guan has seen the future of Jinji Shen. If he does not take action, Jinji Shen will be challenged by the Tianjiao of this world because of his arrogance. After being suppressed again and again, Jinji Shen becomes more and more impatient and becomes cruel to others. This also changes his image in the hearts of all living beings, and even Xian Suzianjun is affected. In the end, Jinji Shen will be captured by a force from outside the sky, which is an explanation to all living beings. Jinji Shen, Zi Wei Ziandi, Xian Suzianjun. Guan feels that the mysterious veil of the heavenly court is slowly unveiled to him, but he still cannot imagine how powerful the heavenly court is. He can feel that gods like Tianling Shen and Jinji Shen should be the lowest level of the heavenly Dao Xianwei. A universe like the Tianling Great World is controlled by a lowest level immortal god. I am afraid that even if the 3,000 great worlds join forces, it will not be a threat to the heavenly court. Master, why is this bad luck so difficult to practice? Is it the way of fate or the way of cause and effect? An Xian's voice came from below, causing Guan to turn his head and look at her. Guan replied, it will become whatever avenue you wish it to be. He not only taught the eyes of misfortune, but also the method of cultivating the immortal emperor's eyes, wanting to see if an Xian could master it. End of this chapter. An Xian has been very interested in this magical power since she started practicing the unfortunate eyes. She feels that this magical power has infinite uses, not just bad luck, and she cherishes the opportunity of Guan to teach her alone. Guan feels that an Xian does have the hope of practicing the immortal emperor pupil. The reason why he only teaches the immortal emperor pupil to an Xian is because an Xian's comprehension is constantly improving, and this improvement speed is unmatched by others. She is growing into another and how? Guan watched Jinji Shen teach the genius of the world while preaching to an Xian, so that she can better enter the state of comprehension of the immortal emperor pupil. At the same time, he was thinking about when to break through. For the next breakthrough, he did not plan to improve the Taoism, but to break through directly. Improve the Taoism first, when will it be the end? At present, he feels that he is still quite strong. Not long ago, he also comprehended the great Dao of power, and his means of crossing the tribulation are stronger. Of course, no matter which method is used, it will consume a huge amount of life. He can't judge which method is better. Anyway, he just needs to accumulate enough life. Instead of thinking about which method can save more life, it is better to save more life. It should be stable to use 2 trillion years of life to break through. If it really doesn't work, wait until you reach 3 trillion years of life before breaking through. Anyway, Jinji Shen will stay in Tianling world for many years. With him and Tianling Shen, Tianling world is unlikely to encounter a catastrophe of destruction. The current Tianling world does not need Guan to protect it. The Xiansu Immortal Lord hiding in the dark will also find a way to protect this world. The spring breeze blew, and a piece of tender green leaves floated over an Xian's head. She opened her eyes and meditated, her pupils flashing with strange light. The passage of time could not leave a trace in her eyes. The world has changed, and the stars have moved. Another 10,000 years have passed. Just after the new year of this year, an Xian still stayed on the hillside to practice the immortal emperor pupil. Her cultivation is still in the realm of Xiaoao Yuan Xian. No one in Wuxi Dao Kang has crossed this level, but more and more disciples have reached the realm of Xiaoao Yuan Xian. As for Tianhao, he is not counted in the dojo. After all, this kid is always out for training. After 10,000 years of hard study, an Xian finally has her own understanding of the immortal emperor pupil. She found that the doomsday eyes she practiced were not like magical powers, but more like a secret technique to change blood, which made her have greater expectations for this magical power. In these years, she reduced the number of times she went out and spent most of her time on training. The master said that as long as she practiced it, she could catch up with Tianhao, or even surpass him. This is true. Guan really thinks that the immortal emperor pupil has the qualifications to challenge the immortals and gods of the heavenly court. The Emperor Sunmo once said that if the immortal emperor pupil is fully developed, the heavenly court will definitely notice it, which shows that the heavenly court is very afraid of the immortal emperor pupil. In fact, the immortal emperor pupil is indeed powerful. Guan awakens the ability to reverse everything. He is looking forward to an Xian's immortal emperor pupil magical power. Although the immortal emperor pupil is powerful, it is not suitable for everyone to practice. If Lucien, Chen Chuan, and others practice it, it may delay their practice. Even though an Xian is already the most savvy person in the dojo, she has practiced the immortal emperor pupil for 10,000 years, but she still only understands a little bit. It can be seen how difficult it is to practice the immortal emperor pupil. Big sister. A voice resounded through the sky, disturbing the birds in the forest and attracting an Xian's attention. With such a loud voice, you don't need to guess that it is Tianhao. Every time Tianhao comes back from training, he will go back to the dojo and bring gifts for everyone. No matter how high his achievements are, he still respects an Xian, the big sister. In fact, everyone knows that Guan loves an Xian the most, and an Xian is indeed responsible and often helps the disciples of the dojo get what they want. Tianhao quickly landed in front of an Xian and raised his hand to salute. After not seeing him for many years, his momentum is even stronger. An Xian nodded at him and asked, "Have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation?" Tianhao smiled and said, "I just broke through the Taixuan realm." An Xian was silent. They were stuck in the Xiaoyao Yuanxian realm, and it would be difficult for them to make a breakthrough in 10,000 years, but Tianhao seemed to feel no obstacles in his practice and continued to advance triumphantly. Taixuan. An Xian felt that the gap between her and Tianhao was widening. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Even if she practiced this magical power, could she really be compared with Tianhao? Such confusion was fleeting, and she decided to believe in her master. Without her master, how could she be where she is today? The master had no reason to lie to her? How have you been in recent years? An Xian adjusted her mentality and asked with concern. Although Tianhao called her a senior sister, she was a junior in her eyes. Tianhao and Shengtian didn't really regard themselves as junior brothers. They treated an Xian with the mentality of a junior facing an elder. Hearing an Xian's question, Tianhao was very happy, and then began to tell her about his experiences over the years. He went to many places and spread the reputation of Qinkan Sect far and wide. With his strength, Qinkan Sect has become a world-famous sect, which has brought many benefits to Qinkan Sect. Tianhao defeated countless geniuses and great powers, but he still remembered the mysterious genius he met in Yunyang Fairyland. That person is the only one I can't defeat even if I try my best. I really want to fight him again. Tianhao sighed sincerely. Angzhen's expression became strange. Someone can suppress Tianhao in the same realm? Why doesn't she believe it? Could it be that the master incarnated to play tricks on Tianhao to prevent this kid from swelling his mentality? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Such an opponent did not hurt Tianhao, and even did not leave a name. Everything seemed so coincidental and mysterious. This is very much like what the master did. She didn't say her guess, but smiled and said, "It's a good thing to have an opponent. At least he has been inspiring you. One day, you will meet again sooner or later. What you have to do is to maintain your cultivation attitude before that, and don't give yourself the opportunity to regret it." Tianhao nodded, and he smiled and said, "If you, senior sister, also go out to explore, you can also make a great name with the Taoist treasures in your hands." In fact, he has always been confused about one thing: why does the master only allow him to go out for training? Chen Chuan and An Shengtian have expressed their envy to him privately more than once. An Xian shook her head and said, "We won't go out to explore, we will always accompany the master." Accompany? Tianhao was even more confused, because the master often went out. He didn't dare to talk about the master and quickly changed the subject. The two chatted for a while, and Tianhao took out the prepared gift, then said goodbye and left. An Xian played with the jade hairpin given by Tianhao. She looked at Tianhao's back as he left, and her eyes narrowed. Huh? An Xian was surprised. In her eyes, Tianhao had a kind of luck, which was like a dragon entwined around him, shining with a scorching light. What kind of luck is that? An Xian wondered curiously. Then, she showed joy on her face. She raised her hand and touched her eyes. She felt a mysterious power surging in her eyes. End of this chapter. The reunion with Tianhao made an Xian unexpectedly feel the power of the immortal emperor pupil. She closed her eyes and contemplated. Guan, who was drinking in the Qinkan sect, also noticed this. The immortal emperor pupil's perception of the immortal emperor pupil was extremely sharp. He was both relieved and curious. Could it be that the luck of the innate immortal god can stimulate the immortal emperor pupil? Wait. Will the immortal emperor pupil be the way to the innate immortal god? So this is also the reason why the heaven court is afraid of the immortal emperor pupil? Guan guessed so, and he was not sure. After all, he had not seen the heaven court. Brother Gu, what are you thinking about? Why don't you drink? The cultivator sitting opposite Guan asked with a smile. He was a good friend Gu and had met in the Qinkan sect in recent years, named Guanqiu. The two were drinking and eating friends, and they would not care about each other's cultivation. If they met, they would only enjoy wine and meat and chat about love. Guanqiu's face was not handsome, but his personality was cheerful, and coupled with a bright smile, it was easy to get closer to others. Guan smiled and said, "I was just wondering when the geisha you mentioned would appear in the city." Guanqiu was happy and shook his head and laughed. This is the Qinkan sect. How could there be such a place of fireworks and willow alleys? If you are interested, I will take you to the imperial city in the future. The dignitaries in the world will enjoy it. The two talked about this topic for a long time. In the end, Guanqiu got up and said goodbye first. He said helplessly, I have to go out to perform tasks and save people from suffering. I am afraid it will take several years to come back. He was just an ordinary low-level disciple of the Qinkan sect. For him, several years were long. Guan blessed him and watched him leave. After Guanqiu left, Guan drank alone, looking through the window and admiring the scenery on the street. Even in a large sect like the Qinkan sect, cultivators of all realms are working hard for their own destiny. When Guan was drinking just now, he saw that Guanqiu would encounter hardships and even be tortured by the demon cultivators. He would rather die than live, but he did not stop him. Guanqiu would meet the golden extreme god at the most desperate moment of his life and usher in a change in his life. Guan has made tens of thousands of friends who like to drink and eat together in Qinkan sect. Many of them have already returned to reincarnation, and some have forgotten him. Among these friends, Guanqiu is very ordinary, but because of the arrival of Jin Jishan, he will embark on an extraordinary legendary road. Brother Guan, the road ahead is dangerous, but the night will always pass. Guan picked up a bowl of wine, muttered, and then poured the wine downstairs. This splash represented the end of the cause and effect between the two. It's not that Guan deliberately wanted to cut it off, but Guanqiu would no longer be his friend of wine and meat, and he would no longer have the bright smile he has now. Who is it? Why are you pouring wine downstairs? A beautiful female disciple shouted angrily. She covered her head and looked up, but she could no longer see Guan. The monks passing by on the street glanced at her, but no one came forward to chat. On the other side, Guan walked in the mountains and forests, humming a little song in his mouth, and began to break through his lifespan while walking. It's time to break through. As the thought fell, prompts popped up in front of him. You open the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough places are selected for you. 1. The Great Dao Road. 2. The Fallen God Realm. 3. The Abyssal Dao Sea. 4. The 9 Heavens of the Sky. 5. The Dao Source Ancestral Tree. 6. The Holy Mountain. 7. The Great Realm of Taking. 8. The Misty Fairy Court. 9. The Great World of Hongmeng. Most of the place names have appeared before. It's a good thing that there is no desperate tomb. At least Guan will not be tied down by sin. Looking at Lingshan and Pia Miao Xianting, Guan hesitated. Should he return to his hometown on behalf of the Eternal Emperor? Forget it. After the Eternal Emperor became the leader of the heaven-stealing immortal sect, he might have been targeted by the heavenly court. He can't take the risk. Guan's attention was attracted by the Hongmeng world. The two words Hongmeng are not simple at first glance. In the Chinese mythology of the previous life, Hongmeng represents antiquity and the starting point of everything. There is even a saying that Hongmeng existed before the chaos. How about going to this place? Guan hesitated for a moment and then made a decision. Teleporting to the Hongmeng world requires 10 billion years of life. Do you want to continue? 10 billion years of life is nothing to Guan today. He agreed without hesitation. Then the familiar discomfort appeared, making him close his eyes and deprive his senses. After a while, his senses recovered and he opened his eyes. What came into his vision was the vast universe, filled with a faint purple mist, where he could see stars, continents, and spectacular nebulae. He immediately opened the life barrier, and then went to observe the Hongmeng world. As soon as the life barrier was opened, his heart was completely at ease. At a glance, this universe felt boundless, and even he, who was as strong as the Deluo immortal of Kaishan, could not see the end at a glance. There were no signs of life on the stars and continents here, and everything seemed so dead. Could it be that this was a deserted world? Guan thought curiously in his heart, but he could feel the spiritual energy floating in the universe. He felt that with this kind of spiritual energy, life should be able to be born. The rules of the avenue here are also very complete, and more intense. It is the place with the most concentrated rules of the avenue among the worlds he has been to. Born in such a universe, the creatures have just been born with intelligence, and the power they possess is a height that all the creatures in the Tianling world can hardly catch up with in their lifetime. After looking for a long time, Guan did not see any creatures, so he could only give up and call up his attribute panel. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 82,002/2,014,000,089,137. Constitution, immortal body of the mixed primordial samsara. Cultivation, perfection of the Kaishan Deluo fairyland. Unconsciously, he was already 82,002 years old. Thinking of the past, he felt a little emotional. Could those old friends in Taixuan Sect have imagined that he would have such a high level of cultivation today? 2 trillion years of lifespan is the basis for Guan's breakthrough. He immediately invested his lifespan in his cultivation, starting with a lifespan of 10 billion years. You have been practicing Qi for 1 billion years. You have used your great attainments in the Dao domination gong to forcibly impact the Miaozhen Deluo fairyland and began to transcend the tribulation. You did not survive the lawless creation of the great heavenly tribulation and failed to transcend the tribulation. You have been practicing Qi for 2 billion years. You have used your great attainments in the Dao domination gong to forcibly impact the Miaozhen Deluo fairyland and began to transcend the tribulation. You did not survive the lawless creation of the great heavenly tribulation and failed to transcend the tribulation. Lines of prompts fell. 10 billion years of lifespan could only break through 10 times, and it ended in failure as expected. Guan felt that his lifespan was getting shorter and shorter, but looking at the 5 words Miaozhen Deluo Xian, he was full of hope. As long as he could break through successfully, it would be worth spending more life. He changed the number of lifespans he invested and invested 100 billion years of lifespan in one go. He was so bold. Although he had not succeeded yet, Guan already had the spirit of Miao Zhan de Luoxian, at least that's what he thought in his heart. End of this chapter. Breakthrough to the perfection of Miao Zhan de Luo Fairyland. 100 billion years of life can survive the tribulation 100 times. One prompt after another quickly popped up in front of Guan's eyes. The length of the prompt did not change at all, which meant that all failed. Guan did not panic at all and continued to invest 100 billion years of life. His eyes were always focused on the prompts in front of him. The purple mist surged in the silent Hongmeng world, strange and mysterious. Guan continued to invest his life, and when he invested 500 billion years of life, his face finally changed. He began to have a bad feeling in his heart, but fortunately he still had 1.5 trillion years of life, so there was no need to panic. After investing another 200 billion years of life, the prompts finally changed. You have been practicing Qi for 87 billion years. You have used your great accomplishments in the Dao domination gong to forcibly impact the Miao Zhan de Luo fairyland and began to transcend the tribulation. You did not survive the lawless creation of the great heavenly tribulation and failed to transcend the tribulation. You have been practicing Qi for 88 billion years. You have used your great accomplishments in the Dao domination gong to forcibly impact the Miao Zhan de Luo fairyland and began to transcend the tribulation. You survived the lawless creation of the great heavenly tribulation and succeeded in transcending the tribulation. Your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the Miao Zhan de Luo fairyland. You have been practicing Qi for 100 billion years. Your cultivation level has improved. Finally, the breakthrough was successful. Guan's face bloomed with a smile. The spiritual energy of the Hongmeng world suddenly surged, and he was drowned by the light of the Dao. He did not stop and continued to invest his life in his cultivation. He was a little regretful that he did not reach the state of perfection in one breath during the last breakthrough. This time he must meet his own standards. In the end, Guan successfully reached the perfection of the Miao Zhan de Luo fairyland, and he still had 750 billion years of life left. Guan closed his eyes contentedly and immersed himself in the good fortune brought by the Miao Zhan de Luo fairy. As the Hongmeng spiritual energy in the Hongmeng world began to surge, the invisible rules of the Great Dao also began to tremble, and illusory strange lights of various colors appeared in the void. Later, lightning even appeared in the void, and a breath of destruction was spreading in the void of the universe. Half an hour later, Guan finally broke through to the Miao Zhan de Luo fairyland. He was still bathed in the light of the Great Dao, and branches and buds quickly emerged from his head, blossomed and bore fruit. When the fruit grew up, it burst out with golden light, forming countless light spots, as if the galaxy was suspended above his head. He slowly opened his eyes. The Taixuan de Luo immortal can open up the world, and it is a world higher than the ordinary world, while the Miao Zhan de Luo immortal can make the world turn into his own power and condense into the Miao Zhan Dharma. The Miao Zhan Dharma is infinite. The Miao Zhan Dharma is composed of 3,000 great ways, but there will be one great way as the main body, which is similar to the Great Dao universe that Guan knows. This Dharma is different from the immortal Dharma. It can realize everything that the Miao Zhan de Luo immortal wants. It can create, destroy, and even devour everything. Guan hesitated. Should his Miao Zhan Dharma image be based on the way of cause and effect or the way of power? After thinking it over, he decided to focus on the way of power. He needed pure strength. Besides, he was only creating the Miao Zhan Dharma image, not abandoning the way of cause and effect. After deciding, Guan closed his eyes again and created the Miao Zhan Dharma image in the depths of his soul. Various thoughts burst out from the depths of his mind, making him feel more and more happy. The process of creation was not laborious, it was very easy, and there was even a sense of comfort. Time continued to pass. The middle stage of Miao Zhan de Luo Wonderland? The late stage of Miao Zhan de Luo Wonderland? The perfection of Miao Zhan de Luo Wonderland? Guan opened his eyes, and his pupils reflected a series of figures, all of which were his reincarnation body. In the process of creating the Miao Zhan Dharma, Guan thought of the relationship between the heavenly Dao and the heavenly court, so he integrated the Tianlong reincarnation Dharma into the Miao Zhan Dharma. His reincarnation body will be the god in the Miao Zhan Dharma, which will create a stronger power. Using the Miao Zhan Dharma to fight will be a way that ordinary people cannot imagine. If he wants to fight against the Tianling world, he can use the Miao Zhan Dharma to devour the Tianling world in a moment, making all living beings his slaves and dominating everything about them, including spiritual consciousness. This is a terrible ability, almost omnipotent. The battle between the Miao Zhan de Luo immortals will use the Miao Zhan Dharma to the extreme, which will be a collision between the Great Dao and the Great Dao, which can crush the universe. Guan did not completely fall into a state of selflessness. He looked at his attribute panel. There are still 210 billion years of life left, which is okay. This breakthrough is equivalent to a total of 1.8 trillion years of life. For the next breakthrough, at least 5 trillion years of life must be prepared. Guan's mouth corners lifted, feeling the new powerful magic power. He was in a wonderful mood. This breakthrough even transformed his Dao intention, and his strength could be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. The celestial spirit god was getting farther and farther away from him. Guan did not teleport back immediately. He looked at the end of the Hongmeng world. The Hongmeng world had no road connected to the Dao, nor any spacetime channel, like an independent universe, and this universe was still infinitely extending, never ending. There were no creatures he knew here, but there was a certain will, which was startled by the vision caused by his breakthrough. Under Guan's gaze, a terrifying figure was wandering in the depths of the darkness, and only Deluo Daokuo could spy on the existence of this thing. The body was like a dragon, the claws of the forelimbs were as long as the dragon's body, and there were many horns on the head, as if the peaks were standing. There were two things like long rivers floating on the neck, and Guan couldn't tell what they were. Tinpan Kaiyan Gluo, middle stage of Kaishan Deluo Immortal Realm 907,874/2,000,000,000,000/5,000,000,000,000,000,000. What a long number. The maximum lifespan of 500 trillion years. If he were to kill him, he would be rich. Guan sighed in his heart. Of course, he would not do that. He did not want to become Longshan. What's more, he needed lifespan now, but not urgently. Guan looked in other directions to see if there were other beings in the Hongmeng world. This time, he indeed found many wills. They had no flesh and blood, but they were all powerful. The weakest one had the cultivation of taking Jingxian realm. This Hongmeng world is really not simple. Guan's eyes suddenly fixed in one direction. In the far distance, endless primordial purple energy condensed into a huge egg. This egg was larger than the entire Tianling world, and was surrounded by primordial purple energy. Guan could not use life detection on it, nor could he see through the essence of its existence. Although he was curious, he did not want to disturb it. The primordial world seemed to hide many secrets. Guan looked in the life barrier for a long time before choosing to teleport back. This time he consumed another 10 billion years of life. After returning to the Tianling world, Guan stood in the mountains and forests. He opened his eyes and looked around. He saw the worlds, the universe, the small world, and the mortal world. But he could not see the primordial world. There are universes outside the universe, and there are heavens and earths above the heavens and earths. He seemed to live in an infinite world, which made him sigh that the road is long. Guan stood in the forest and looked for a while, then he retracted his gaze and took a step forward. With one step forward, he returned to the Wuxi dojo. Because of Tianhao's return, all the disciples gathered in Guan's courtyard, which was very lively. They listened to Tianhao's story about his experiences over the years, sighed from time to time, and gave Tianhao face, so that the smile on Tianhao's face could not disappear. Tianhao was talking about the battle with a peerless genius, and his eyes suddenly looked outside the courtyard wall, and he saw Guan's figure. Master! Tianhao shouted in surprise, causing others to turn their heads and see that Guan was back, and everyone stood up. As soon as Guan walked into the courtyard, Tianhao came up to him and said excitedly, Master, I have broken through to the Taixuan immortal realm. Hearing this, Guan smiled and said, Not bad, no slacking. Disciple, the master has broken through to the Miaozhen Deluo immortal realm? Guan said so in his heart. He would not reveal his true strength to others, even to his closest people. Taixuan Xianjing is very strong, but it is still far behind Guan. Guan walked towards the crowd, and Tianhao followed him, constantly telling about his gains. In front of other people, he might still be humble, but in front of Guan, he really wanted to be praised. After a while, everyone sat around the refining cauldron. Shenzhen and an Xian also came, and they chatted about the world together. In addition to Tianhao, only an Xian, Shenzhen, Tianyao, Tianqing, and Tianbai occasionally left the dojo, and the others stayed in the dojo. They cherished the opportunity to understand the outside world, so the atmosphere was very warm. There are many sects that worship immortals and gods now. I used to think that these sects were all scammers. Until hundreds of years ago, I met a genius from such a sect. He burst out with power that should not belong to his cultivation, which really surprised me. Tianhao mentioned this matter with a look of emotion. He looked at Guan and asked, Master, do you think of immortals and gods in this way? Do immortals and gods really exist? I mean those who are born as immortals and gods and control everything, not those who are powerful through cultivation. Others also looked at Guan, expecting his answer. Guan replied, In this world constructed by the great Dao, everything you can imagine may be true, but no one has absolute power. Tianhao fell into thought. Others were thinking, who is stronger, the master or the immortals and gods? Guan threw a question to everyone. If tens of millions of years have passed, and you have already stood at the top of the Tianling world, will you stay here or look for a higher path? Tianyao immediately replied, Master, wherever you go, I will go there. The great sage of Blood Prison glared at her. Why did he react so quickly? To prevent others from flattering him, Guan shook his head and said, Think about this question carefully, don't rush to answer. He stood up and walked towards his house. He had just broken through, and he was going to sort out his wonderful true Dharma appearance again. I don't know who will be the first to feel the power of his wonderful true Dharma appearance. Under the sun, the summer breeze blows the flowers and plants in the mountains and fields, raising green waves. Anyone who sees such a beautiful scenery will feel relaxed and happy. Li Ya stood on the ridge, looking at the person in front of him with a strange expression. The person standing in front of him was the golden extreme god from the heavenly court. Even when wandering in the human world, the golden extreme god did not disguise himself, and he did not even hide his golden armor. Under the sun, his armor reflected a strange brilliance. It's the same thing again. An old Taoist priest said the same thing to you before. You are really interesting. Li Ya couldn't help but sneer. He was talking about Taixuan Star-Lord. Taixuan Star-Lord said that he would give him fairy wine. At that time, he was scared, but many years later, nothing happened. He realized that he was bluffed. When Jin Jishen heard Li Ya's answer, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He calculated with his fingers, and his expression became subtle. Li Ya was even more angry when he saw him pretending. There are more and more charlatans in this world? Li Ya turned around immediately and prepared to leave. You have indeed become an innate body, but you don't have the appropriate skills, so you haven't felt your own fortune yet. Jin Jishen's voice came again, causing Li Ya to stop. Li Ya half turned around, he glanced at Jin Jishen and asked, "Oh, then can you tell me what an innate body is?" The golden extreme god said expressionlessly, "Everything has its origin, including the human race. The first human race was born in a higher plane. They were born with innate bodies and could comprehend the great Dao. And you now have the qualifications of your ancestors, which is unmatched by the human race in this world." Li Ya was not surprised. He asked with interest, "Then can you pass on the innate human race's skills to me?" The golden extreme god replied, "Of course, but what?" Facing Li Ya's questioning, the golden extreme god did not answer again. He raised his right hand, and a light circle appeared next to him, expanding rapidly, and it became dark inside. Li Ya frowned, but he did not panic. He still stood there waiting. Soon, the light circle became higher than the golden extreme god, and a blood-colored figure loomed inside. Seeing this figure, Li Ya frowned even tighter, and he felt a strong murderous aura. This man is from the Xiantian human race. Let him be your opponent. You are at the same level. If you can defeat him, you will be qualified to get everything you want. As soon as Jin Jishen finished speaking, Li Ya's pupils suddenly dilated. Clang! Li Ya pulled out the 9 absolute sacred heart sword at a very fast speed, and the blade blocked another blood sword that looked like a shark's tooth. A long-haired man with blood appeared in front of Li Ya. This man was bare-chested, and his muscles were like tree roots entwined in his flesh, which was very visually impactful. What a powerful force! Li Ya was secretly shocked, and his arms were shaking. With a bang, a terrifying impact force erupted, causing the green grass all over the mountains to be annihilated in an instant, and the continuous green mountains turned into wasteland, and the whole world dimmed. Li Ya and the long-haired man turned into 2 sword lights and rushed into the sky. Thousands of sword chi fell from the sky, destroying the earth and mountains, and explosions came one after another, shaking the earth. Jin Jishen looked up, his eyes were so cold. Too slow, maybe we should give this world some stimulation, let the mortal spirits know who is protecting them. Jin Jishen muttered to himself. The light circle beside him was getting bigger, and people kept walking out of it. Each of them was as imposing as the long-haired man. Guan, who was far away in the Wuxi Dao Kang, opened his eyes. The figure of Jin Jishen was reflected in his eyes. The fate of heaven and earth has changed. It was just because Jin Jishen had a crooked idea. He wanted to use the innate human race he raised to suppress the world, and then save the world as an immortal god, but things would not go as he wished, and therefore he would attract more and more causes and effects from the outside world. Being a god, with such a mentality, it seems that you have no reverence for the Tao, Guan whispered to himself. He did not take Jin Jishen seriously, he just didn't want to be disturbed, but if there was really a variable, then he could only be forced to reap his life. Even a powerful god would not have thought that his selfishness would cause a disaster that would overthrow his master. The so-called powerful, it seems, is only powerful enough in their own eyes. No matter how powerful the immortal cultivator is, he can't see through his own destiny. Guan had a deeper understanding of fate and cause and effect. He began to follow the lead of Jin Jishen. He saw many figures. There was a world inside Jin Jishen, hiding an army that could destroy the world. He saw thousands of companions beside Jin Jishen. He also saw a figure standing on the avenue overlooking the heavens. End of this chapter. Guan watched Li Ya fight and was quite satisfied with his growth. Jin Jishen wanted to recruit Li Ya and would not let Li Ya die, so Guan had no intention of taking action. After tens of thousands of years, it was time for the world to have some twists and turns. Suffering can also be an opportunity for the common people. Peace may not be without danger. Only by breaking down and rebuilding can one be reborn in nirvana. Guan continued to close his eyes and refine his wonderful true dharma. In the following time, in less than 10 years, the innate human race released by Jin Jishen became a great threat to the world. This innate human race has a Luo Tian Zi Xian, and the number of Xian Yuan Zi Xian exceeds 10. There are cultivators of all levels below, and the lowest cultivation level is also the realm of immortals. They slaughtered creatures everywhere, established their own territory, and shocked the world. They are all prisoners of Jin Jishen, and they think this is their only hope, so they work very hard. Even if they are enemies of the whole world, they behave very crazy. On the contrary, the strongest Luo Tian Zi Xian was very low-key and never made a move. I don't know who he was afraid of. Time flies. 100 years have passed since the Golden Extreme God released the Xiantian human race. The Xiantian human race has become a race that the whole world fears. Although they are human, they are cruel and regard themselves as innate, which makes the human race in the Tianling world hate them. The Xiantian human race not only kills, but also conquers the human dynasty and sects. They spread out in the human world and split into many forces, bringing disasters to various parts of the human world. At noon that day, Xiao Lan returned to her cave. She came all the way to Guan. Guan was meditating by the lake and seemed to have entered a state of concentration, but in fact he was pretending. Brother Gu, Dao Court is preparing to expel the Xiantian human race. I have to go to the war. It may take many years to come back. Xiao Lan sat next to Guan and said. She was not afraid or uneasy, nor did she feel reluctant to leave Guan. She only had expectations and excitement in her heart. After practicing for tens of thousands of years, she finally waited for the opportunity to show her strength. She is still in the realm of Xiaoao Yuan Xian, but not far from the realm of Miao Ling Xian. Guan looked at her and said with emotion, my Lanner has really grown up and is going to be the savior. No, I just followed the seniors to participate in the war. Of course, if I meet someone suffering, I will also help. Xiao Lan smiled. The philosophy of the Dao Court is very positive, worthy of being the head of the righteous way. At least most of the disciples have the responsibility to save the suffering. If you encounter someone in distress, if you don't lend a hand, it is against the identity of a disciple of the Dao Court. Because of Xiao Lan, Guan also often plays in the Dao Court and has established many connections in the Dao Court. He can understand the Dao Court from the bottom of the Dao Court. Even if there are dark things in the Dao Court, the disciples firmly believe that as long as these dark things are revealed, the Dao Court will give them the answers they want. Xiao Lan began to talk about the deeds of the Xiantian human race. This human race appeared out of thin air, not from the sky, but suddenly appeared in the world, which made the high level of the Dao Court afraid. Xiao Lan heard from one of her free immortal masters that the Dao Court has begun to investigate various secret realms in the human world to prevent more disasters similar to the Xiantian human race from happening in the future. Guan's act was eye-opening and greatly satisfied Xiao Yan's desire to tell stories. When she awakens her memories of her past life, she will no longer be so lively. Guan thought to himself that he cherished the time they had together now. Although the soul remains unchanged, the memory will have a connection with the character, and only the nature cannot be changed. The two chatted for several hours before Xiao Lan got up to pack up her things. Guan did not accompany her and continued to pretend to practice. When Xiao Lan left, he could also focus on other things. When the Dao Court officially declared war on the Xiantian human race, the morale of all beings in the world soared, and more sects, dynasties, and races joined the siege of the Xiantian human race, including the Qinkan Sect, the Taixuan dynasty, and the Taixuan Sect. However, even in the face of the siege of the entire world, the Xiantian human race showed terrifying strength, and even the great monks of the Dao Court could not break into the territory established by the Xiantian human race. Fighting began to become the main theme of the world. Guan still traveled between various dojos to pick mature herbs. Even though he had reached the level of Miaozhen Deluxian, Guan did not deliberately increase his lifespan and income. The current rhythm was very healthy, and he would not cause trouble or be too tired. As his old friends were also involved in the fight with the Xiantian human race, his life became interesting, and looking at the experiences of his old friends from afar gave him more expectations for his life. The battle between the strong is the easiest to become famous. The catastrophe is a disaster for ordinary spirits, but for those Tianjiao, it is a huge stage. More and more Tianjiao became famous all over the world, and those who were instructed by the Golden Extreme God all rose up. They promoted the immortal name of Sun Suzayanjun, making Sun Suzayanjun's status in the hearts of all living beings higher and higher. It has been 300 years since Xiao Lan participated in the war. In the early morning, Guan returned to the Wuxi dojo, holding the Bailing rat in his arms. The Bailing rat had become smaller than before, the same size as a cat, but still looked chubby. If you go to the mortal world to make trouble again, I won't let you go out, Guan said as he walked, his tone somewhat stern. The Bailing rat shrank his head and dared not say a word. A figure appeared under the tree in front of him. It was Chen Chuan. He walked quickly to Guan to salute, then hesitated to speak. Guan smiled and said, just say whatever you want to say. He already knew Chen Chuan's intention, and he was thinking about it along the way. Now the Xiantian human race is in chaos, and a few years ago, the evil demons of the Xiantian human race attacked the Qinkan Sect. We want to go out and expel the Xiantian human race. The Qinkan Sect has suffered a large number of casualties because of the evil demons of the Xiantian human race. The mortals in this world must have a harder life, Chen Chuan said with courage, his tone uneasy. He has been in the Wuxi dojo for 70,000 years, and he has never gone out. He also knows that his current strength is not enough to satisfy his master. Guan looked at him and said, then go ahead, tell the others that they can go if they want. I allow you to use the Dao treasures, but you all have to come back once this calamity is over. Chen Chuan was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Guan. He didn't expect his master to agree so readily. He immediately went back to tell the matter. Guan continued to stroll forward, constantly teaching Bai Lingshu. On the other side, the disciples gathered together. When they heard that Guan agreed to let them go out, everyone was very happy, even Tian Yaoer wanted to go out. Sure enough, Master still has the people of the world in his heart. We must behave well and not disgrace the name of Wuxi, Lucien said excitedly. He had long wanted to go out and compete with the world's strong. The others nodded. After chatting for a while, they went back to prepare. Only an Xin, Shenzhen, and Epiphyllum Ghost Mother were not going to go out. Epiphyllum Ghost Mother didn't think she was qualified to go out. Shenzhen looked at an Xin and asked curiously, "You're not going out either?" An Xin replied casually, "I'll go out when Master lets me go out. I want to stay by his side to practice." End of this chapter. Shenzhen heard an Xion's words and looked at an Xion deeply. She suddenly felt that an Xion might be the one with the highest achievement among this group of disciples. After going out to see the world, how many people can concentrate on practicing? An Xion turned her head to look at Shenzhen and asked with a smile, "Senior Shen, what about you? Why don't you go out?" Although Shenzhen's realm is not outstanding, and he has not competed with them, but with the Dao treasure, Shenzhen will not get into trouble when he goes out to practice. And the master will not sit idly by. "Even if I stay in this dojo, I can experience the world." Shenzhen smiled softly, and then she turned and left. An Xion stared at her back and felt that she was a little unfathomable. "While they are out, I have to practice well and widen the gap with them." An Xion thought silently, and then a smile appeared on her face. She did not stay there for long. After chatting with the Epiphyllum Ghost Mother, she went back to practice. She is different from Chen Chuan, Lu Xian, and others. She has a bigger goal in mind, and she also has a more determined path to take. Taixuan Continent, Bihai Mountains. Shanshan Temple is located in the dense forest, and Xianmiao Zhenren is watering the flowers and plants in the medicine garden. More than 80,000 years have passed, and he has become a fairy in the world, regarded as an immortal by the creatures in Bihai Mountains. There have been sects and dynasties that have tried to recruit him, but he has rejected them all. No one knows why he guards Shanshan Temple. Many people speculate that he is actually a mountain god, who lives in seclusion here during the prosperous times, and will go down the mountain when the world is in trouble. It was almost noon. A flurry of footsteps came from outside the temple, followed by a ragged, skinny man running in, with disheveled hair and bloodstains on his face. When he saw Xianmiao Zhenren, he fell to his knees with a plop. "Immortal, help me!" The skinny man shouted loudly, his voice shrill. Xianmiao Zhenren didn't look at him, but said casually, "Don't underestimate the power of the Taixuan dynasty, and I don't have the strength to save the world." Hearing this, the skinny man stopped crying. He looked up at Xianmiao Zhenren and asked, "Then can you ask the mountain god to help?" Xianmiao Zhenren stopped moving, turned his head and looked at him, his eyes calm. "You have come 3 times in total, this is the 3rd time, do you dare to confirm the existence of the mountain god?" Xianmiao Zhenren said indifferently. He is no longer the naive man of the past. Now he will mention the mountain god, but only as a legend. He does not promote the mountain god as eagerly as before. It's not that he no longer fears the mountain god, but that he understands the intention of the mountain god. The mountain god is just one of the identities of that existence, and Fudao Jianzun is also that existence. Compared with the endless protection of the common people, the mountain god should hope that they have the ability to protect their own world. Moreover, Xianmiao Zhenren really doesn't think that the innate human race is a terrifying existence. Compared with the past catastrophes of heaven and earth, the current situation is more like a carefully prepared trial. Perhaps it is the work of the immortal gods circulating in the world. Anyway, Xianmiao Zhenren didn't believe in the legends of Sun Suzayanzhan, Jinji Shen, and other immortals. Facing Xianmiao Zhenren's gaze, the skinny man showed panic. "No need to act anymore, tell me, where are you from and why are you here?" Xianmiao Zhenren asked in a cold voice, and he showed the powerful momentum of the immortals of heaven and earth to oppress the man. Boom! A shocking roar came from the distance. Looking up, you can see a blood-red rainbow light appearing on the horizon. The evil demons of the Xiantian human race are fighting with the Taixuan dynasty, which will affect the entire Taixuan continent. The soaring momentum in the distance did not affect Xianmiao Zhenren. He looked down at the skinny man kneeling on the ground with cold eyes, as if 2 swords pierced the man's heart. The skinny man lowered his head and slowly stood up. "It's rare to find a believer like you in the world. You have been worshipping an illusory mountain god for tens of thousands of years. Your piety has touched me," the skinny man said, and his tone seemed to have changed. He was not as flustered as before. He slowly raised his eyes, and his pupils turned silver blue, which was very strange, and Xianmiao Zhenren frowned. "The mountain god you believe in does not exist, but there are real immortal gods worthy of your worship," the skinny man said in an inexplicable tone. Xianmiao Zhenren sneered. "Why? You also believe in Sun Suzayanzhan? How do you prove the existence of Sun Suzayanzhan?" The skinny man shook his head and said, "No, I don't believe in Sun Suzayanzhan, but another immortal. His name is Tai Zianzhan. He is greater than Sun Suzayanzhan. He created the world and saved the world. He is ranked in the immortal class by his great merits, while Sun Suzayanzhan is just an inherited immortal position." Tai Zianzhan? It was the first time that Xianmiao Zhenren heard this name. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The skinny man replied, "It doesn't matter who I am. I am just a believer of Tai Zianzhan. My life was once in gloom and I could not see any hope. He saved me. There are many people like me in this world. You are not the first one I have found. The believers of Tai Zianzhan are not like the running dogs of Sun Suzayanzhan. They blindly promote Sun Suzayanzhan's power and are ignorant. Aren't you doing the same thing as them?" Xianmiao Zhenren snorted. The skinny man smiled and said, of course it's different. I only mentioned Tai's Xianjun to like-minded people. Xianjun said that he would praise his immortal name after he truly saves the people. The biggest difference between him and Sun Tzu Xianjun is that he will do it first and then ask for fame. Xianmiao Zhenren was silent. He was wondering what the purpose of Tai Xianjun was. Could it be that Sun Tzu Xianjun and Tai Xianjun were both real, and they were fighting openly and secretly to win the hearts of the people? He felt that it was very likely, which made him despise both immortals. How is such behavior different from that of mortals? The immortals in his heart are high above, and should not have a trace of mortal nature. The skinny man stepped forward and said, the so-called innate human race is actually the slaves raised by Jinji God under Sun Tzu Immortal Lord. The reason why they are so crazy is to get a glimmer of hope. The world today is a sea of suffering. Whether it is us or the innate human race, we are struggling. We can only have a glimmer of hope if we believe that Tai Immortal Lord will come. Xianmiao Zhenren asked, since Tai Immortal Lord is in charge of this matter, what do you and I need to do? The way of heaven has its own rules. Tai Immortal Lord cannot come directly, unless someone in this world believes in him and pleads with the way of heaven with great ambitions, and then the way of heaven will let him come. Our ambition does not require the number of people, but the pious heart. My faith is not enough, maybe my Taoism is not enough, or I have not lived long enough. You have worshipped the mountain god for many years, and the ambition you can bring must surpass mine. As the skinny man spoke, his eyes looking at Xianmiao Zhenren became more and more scorching. Hearing this, Xianmiao lost interest and said, no matter whether what you said is true or false, I only believe in the mountain god. You can find someone else. Since the way of heaven does not allow Tai Xianjun to descend, there must be another reason. The mountain god has no such constraints. With this comparison, Sun Miao's admiration for Guan reached another level. The immortals seek fame and faith, while the mountain god asks for nothing. The skinny man frowned and looked unhappy. Xianmiao snorted, are you going to force me? He did not take the skinny man seriously at all. Can a Mahayana cultivator still threaten him? The skinny man stared at Xianmiao Zhenren and gritted his teeth and said, my cultivation is not as good as yours, but I can curse you. Your disrespect for Tai Xianjun will definitely bring you bad luck. Your relatives will die one by one in this catastrophe, and you will also be destroyed by your inner demons because you have no reverence. You will be trapped in the pain of purgatory for the rest of your life. As he spoke, his body's surface cracked and blood continued to ooze out. He quickly turned into a bloody man, and even the white bones were exposed at his joints. End of this chapter. Seeing the abnormality of the skinny man, Xianmiao Zhenren frowned even more tightly, and he immediately became alert. Although the skinny man's cultivation could not threaten him, he felt a chill inexplicably on his back when he heard the skinny man's curse. The skinny man who turned into a bloody man had a hideous face, and stared at Xianmiao Zhenren with eyes full of resentment. Soon, the skinny man turned into a pool of blood, and quickly turned into turbid air, leaving only a very shallow pit. Xianmiao Zhenren looked at the pit, frowning, his eyes full of confusion, and his heart was also surging with uneasiness. He was full of fear of the Tai Immortal Lord, and felt that Tai Immortal Lord was more terrifying than Sun Tzu Immortal Lord. Sun Tzu Immortal Lord was at most fooling the common people, while Tai Immortal Lord would not allow anyone to reject him, and he was even so cruel to his believers. Is it true what the mountain god said? The immortals have no obligation to be good to the common people. Shouldn't mortals consider the immortals from their own perspective? Xianmiao Zhenren frowned and thought. Thinking of the face of the skinny man before, he shuddered. Why did the Mahayana realm curse him, the immortal of heaven and earth? Just thinking of the mysterious Tai Immortal, he couldn't calm down. He could only focus on the herbs in the garden to divert his attention. The war in the distance continued for several days. In the end, the evil demons of the innate human race were expelled, and the Taixuan dynasty once again defended its own territory. For tens of thousands of years, without Guan's blessing, the Taixuan dynasty always turned danger into safety, and its foundation became deeper and deeper. Although the hardships of the Taixuan dynasty were over, Xianmiao Zhenren was suffering more and more. Since being cursed, he has become more and more impetuous when practicing, especially at night, when his magic power would run wild, and he would see many illusions, all of which were the tragic deaths of his relatives. He also has his own family and relatives. The royal family of the Taixuan dynasty, the Li family, is also of the same origin as him. He even saw the tragic death of Li Sundao and the chaos of the Taixuan dynasty, which made his panic worse. He can only wait for the arrival of the mountain god. In the past years, he could see the mountain god 2 or 3 times a month, which was also his confidence. He firmly believed that the mountain god was stronger than the so-called Tai Immortal Lord. On the 7th day of the curse, Guan finally came. Guan was still in the image of a masked villain. Over the years, he often instructed Xianmiao Zhenren to practice. Although Xianmiao Zhenren had guessed that he was the sword master of Fudao, he still liked to see Xianmiao Zhenren in this image. Seeing the mountain god jumping down from the eaves, Xianmiao Zhenren stood up excitedly and said directly, Senior mountain god, I am cursed. Guan replied casually, no hurry, wait for me to pick herbs. Seeing him say this, Xianmiao Zhenren was relieved. The mountain god must be able to see through his state and let him not be anxious, which means that the mountain god thinks it is not difficult to solve this matter. Half an hour later, when Xianmiao Zhenren had finished sowing the seeds, he came to Guan. Without waiting for him to speak, Guan waved his sleeves, and a breeze blew towards him. After the wind blew, he felt a refreshing feeling of relief. It was amazing that the oppressive feeling of these days disappeared at once. Xianmiao Zhenren immediately knelt down and thanked Guan for saving his life. No need to do this. You are targeted by others because you have been worshipping me for many years. In fact, you can leave. There is no need to stay here. I am not the immortal or god you think. If you stay here, there may be such troubles in the future. Guan stared at Xianmiao Zhenren and said softly. After shrinking, he had to look up to face the kneeling Xianmiao Zhenren. Xianmiao Zhenren looked at him and said seriously, I know that I was too narrow-minded in the past. I am willing to worship you all the time. You teach me to practice, and I can also help the suffering people passing by. Now my life is very enjoyable for me, he said sincerely. He felt that without Guan's teachings, he would not be able to reach his current state at all, and he would not even live for so many years. Following Guan, he saw the hope of immortality. He no longer expected Guan to become the immortal god he wanted, because Guan could give him the power to satisfy his ideal. Immortal gods really had no reason to help ordinary spirits, but he could, because he wanted to help. Guan jumped up, stepped on his head and jumped to the eaves, turned his back to him, and said, think carefully about the feeling of being cursed, maybe this is an opportunity. Xianmiao Zhenren was stunned, and before he could respond, Guan disappeared out of thin air. He did not ask whether the curse was completely removed. He meditated on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to recall his feelings in the past few days. Guan did not leave Taixuan continent, but came to the palace of Taixuan dynasty. Li Sundao was practicing in the imperial study. His imperial study had been renovated, with a vast internal space and a spiritual pool, which made it convenient for him to practice and review memorials at the same time. A sound of footsteps came into Li Sundao's ears. He opened his eyes and saw the person coming. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. Then he stood up, and his dragon robe rose with water splashes and quickly evaporated. Now that you are here, you have to drink well today. Li Sundao looked at Guan and said enthusiastically. Since tens of thousands of years ago, when Guan sent Yang Jian to support Li Sundao, the two have established a deeper relationship. Every few decades, Guan would come to Li Sundao to drink. He did not provide any substantial help, but just chatted with Li Sundao. Li Sundao did not ask for anything. In fact, he was very confident that he could still see Guan. As long as he thought of Guan, he had the confidence to be fearless. Guan smiled and nodded. After a while, a palace maid brought wine and food and placed them on the long table. They curiously peeked at Guan. In their lives, it was the first time they saw His Majesty entertaining people in the imperial study, and this person was still very young. While they were setting up, Li Sundao talked about Longtang's recent situation. He devoted all his efforts to cultivating Longtang, making Longtang a world-famous genius and the greatest pride of the Taixuan dynasty today. He had his own little thoughts. He guessed that Longtang was the descendant of Guan, because the Dharma image summoned by Longqing that day was too similar to Guan. Even if he guessed wrong, Longtang was still Guan's disciple. Although Guan understood his thoughts, he didn't mind. No matter what the starting point was, as long as the result was good and the process was pleasant, he would accept it. And he also had a good impression of Longtang. He felt that this kid was stronger than Longqing, and his righteousness was more outstanding than his other disciples. After the palace maids withdrew, Guan said, another immortal monarch will appear in this world. Hearing this, Li Sundao's smile disappeared and his brows frowned. Tens of thousands of years ago, he took the initiative to tell Guan about the Sun Tzu Immortal Lord's followers recruiting him, which also proved that he trusted Guan more. Sun Tzu Immortal Lord's followers gave him a lot of help, so he did not deliberately suppress them. He kept his promise and set up many statues of Sun Tzu Immortal Lord in the dynasty, but he was always afraid of Sun Tzu Immortal Lord. Now there is one more immortal monarch. He suddenly feels that the catastrophe in the world today is not that simple. Could it be that the emergence of the innate human race is not a coincidence? Guan told about the experience of Xianmiao Zhenren. Xianmiao Zhenren and Li Sundao are from the same clan. Over the long years, Li Sundao has visited Xianmiao Zhenren many times. Hearing that Xianmiao Zhenren was cursed, Li Sundao's face turned ugly. Guan told him these things, not because he wanted him to do anything, but just to treat him as a friend and share the strange things he encountered recently. Guan was not afraid that Tai Xianjun would find out. He could change Li Sundao's cause and effect and let Li Sundao remember these things, but others could not calculate from him that he knew these things. Gods want to compete for the hearts of the heavenly beings? Li Sundao asked with a frown. Guan poured himself a glass of wine and said, maybe. Facing the battle between the immortals and the gods, what do you think mortals should do? Li Sundao thought for a moment and said, go with the flow. There is a will of heaven in the dark. Just pretend that they don't exist. When he said this, he felt sad. Even though mortals can cultivate immortality, how far is it to truly become an immortal? Even though Li Sundao is the emperor of Taixuan and has all the resources in the world, he still can't see the hope of becoming an immortal. Guan, where are the immortals and the gods? What are they thinking? Li Sundao looked at Guan and couldn't help asking. Guan shook his head and said, I'm not an immortal. How can I know where they are and what they are thinking? Li Sundao looked at him, but felt that he was not inferior to the immortals and the gods. Did Guan choose to live in seclusion in this big world because this big world still hides unknown secrets? Otherwise, how could two immortals come? Guan heard his inner voice and did not deny it. In fact, he was also wondering why Taiai Xianjun also came. Was it because of a grudge with Sun Tzu Xianjun, or was it for some other reason? The treasure of the immortal palace stolen by Tianling Xianzun from Ziwei Xiandi was the Zushi de Daozu. This treasure followed in Hao's reincarnation and was hidden in the depths of Tian Hao's soul. Guan had felt this treasure and it was indeed very strong, but it was not enough to make the immortals crazy. Although Guan was curious, he did not care too much. At present, it was just the open and secret struggles between the two immortals, and it could not represent the heavenly court. Although the fate of heaven and earth would change with the intervention of extraterrestrial forces, the changes would also appear in his eyes, allowing him to respond in advance. After talking about Xianmiao Zhenren, Li Sundao talked about the world's Tianjiao figures again. He knew that Guan said these things not to remind him, but just wanted to talk to him, so there was no need to ask in the end. He was the sky in the Taixuan dynasty, but compared with the illusory immortals, he was no different from dust. As they talked, Li Sundao mentioned Tian Hao. Tian Hao was so dazzling that he reminded him of An Hao. Although from a realistic point of view, Tian Hao's growth rate was more exaggerated than An Hao's, he felt that if An Hao was still alive, he might not be inferior to Tian Hao. Both of them were named Hao, as if it was some kind of inheritance. Even if the innate human race disturbed the world, it did not steal Tian Hao's limelight, because Tian Hao was also fighting against the innate human race and maintained an undefeated record. Tian Hao was losing his status as a genius. Perhaps after this disaster, he would be a giant in the world. Guan and Li Sundao drank and talked happily. Gradually, Li Sundao also forgot those concerns. He only chatted with Guan, and he didn't have to be too cautious. He enjoyed this atmosphere. Thunder rolled in the sky, the sea of clouds rolled, and meteorites burning with flames fell from the sky and hit the earth. The earth was covered with a sea of fire, and the crisscrossing cracks in the ground were so shocking. There were figures with blood in the air. They were all from the Xiantian human race. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were immortals. They all looked in the same direction, with expressions of fear and despair on their faces. Following their gaze, there was a figure standing proudly in the sky under the thunderclouds. He had a head full of blood-red hair and a burly figure. He held a big knife in his hand. The knife light flowed along the blade and pierced through the sea of clouds. Countless meteorites passed by him and smashed into the earth, shaking the earth. It was the great sage of Blood Prison. This was a territory of the Xiantian human race. The prosperous city half an hour ago had turned to ashes. What kind of treasure is that? An old man stared at the sky-breaking Blood Prison knife in the hand of the great sage of Blood Prison, gritting his teeth and asking. His companions around him could not answer him, and those who were at a higher level than the free and easy immortal could not understand it. The Blood Prison saint looked at the endless sea of fire below. In a corner, the flame surged into a scorching whirlwind. In the center of the whirlwind, a safe zone was formed, in which thousands of figures stood. These people were all monks captured by the Xiantian human race. They looked at the Blood Prison saint with surprise. The Blood Prison saint raised the sky-breaking Blood Prison sword in one hand, showing a rebellious smile. He was very happy. After holding back for 80,000 years, the battle of killing and killing is the life he really yearns for. How can he not be happy to slaughter the Xiantian human race and become the savior admired by the people of the world? Even if you beg for mercy, this saint will not let you go. The Blood Prison saint laughed arrogantly, his voice like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth. Thousands of miles away, Chen Chuan, and Shengtian, and Zhangxi stood on the cliff, with green mountains behind them and dark sky and earth in front of them, filled with burnt smoke. After hearing the words of the Blood Prison saint, they looked at each other in surprise. Why do I feel that this guy is the evil demon who destroys the world? And Shengtian couldn't help muttering. Zhangxi shook his head and laughed. It makes sense for master to let him be a mount. At least there is one less scourge in the world. Chen Chuan didn't laugh. He frowned and said, don't you think the evil demons of the Xiantian human race can never be killed? We have been out for 1,000 years. How many have we killed? But do you think the offensive of the Xiantian human race has weakened? He doesn't like killing. The experience of 1,000 years makes him hate the Xiantian human race and want to drive them out as soon as possible. Maybe there is a place connected to the outside of the sky, and there are a steady stream of Xiantian human demons coming to support. Zhangxi guessed. And Shengtian raised his eyebrows and said, if we don't solve this place, this disaster will not end. Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, that's right, we can't run around like headless flies anymore. Although our cultivation is not strong, the 4 Taoist treasures will definitely end this catastrophe and spread my Wuxi holy name. After 1,000 years of travel, the name of Wuxi has spread among the world, but Chen Chuan feels that it is far from enough. Master has saved the world so many times, but the world has forgotten him. Now there are voices of belief in immortals and gods everywhere, which makes him very dissatisfied. He wants to let the people know who is holding up the Tianling world with one hand. After hearing what Chen Chuan said, An Shengtian was immediately moved, and his face showed expectation. You can go to Tianyao and the others. With 3 more Taoist treasures, you will be more confident. Zhangxi suggested. Chen Chuan nodded, his eyes burning, and said, Wuxi Dao disciples, with 7 Taoist treasures to save the world, such a story is more exciting. The three looked at each other, jumped forward to support the Blood Prison Great Sage, and prepared to quickly end the final battle. At the same time, Tianling God, who was far below the boundary gate, was watching them. Since Chen Chuan and the others were born, the power of the Taoist treasures has attracted the attention of Tianling God. Tianhao has 3 Taoist treasures. At that time, he was amazed in his heart that Guan's ability to refine magic weapons was not simple. Now seeing that Wuxi disciples have 1 in each hand, he is very curious about how high Guan's realm is. Sun Tzu Immortal Lord, Tai Immortal Lord, and him, in this chess game, Jinji God, you have no hope of survival, it's a pity that you don't even know it. Tianling God thought silently, and then he stood up and faced the boundary gate, as if ready to welcome the arrival of a certain existence. End of this chapter. Immortals of Jindong Tianlingshan stood in front of the boundary gate and waited quietly, his eyes calm, and I don't know what he was thinking. Time passed quickly. For a long time, the boundary gate burst out with a strong light, dazzling, and figures stepped out one after another. There were 72 figures, both men and women, dressed differently, but all of them were extraordinary and showed immortal light. Tianlingshan's face changed slightly, obviously not expecting the identity of the visitor. Walking in front was a man in a purple robe, wearing a divine crown, with exquisite patterns embroidered on the robe, attached with gorgeous crystals, and 2 dragon horns on the crown facing the sky. As he walked, wisps of blue flames surrounded his body. Tianlingshan immediately saluted them with a fist. The purple-robed man did not respond to Tianlingshan, but walked directly in front of him, and the others followed closely behind. Tianling God, you have been guarding here for so many years, you should bow to Ziwei Immortal Emperor. It's a pity for a genius like you to guard a backward world. A young man wearing golden chainmail held a spear and laughed at Tianling God. He walked in the crowd, and looking at him alone, his momentum was not weaker than Tianling God. Tianling God did not say anything, and the young man in golden armor was not angry, and continued to move forward. Looking at them flying into the depths of the universe, Tianling God sighed in his heart. Tai Immortal Lord actually sent the 72 Jindong Immortals to come. It seems that Jinji God must die. But, is Jinji God worthy of the 72 Jindong Immortals? Tianling God thought of Guan. Did Tai Immortal Lord know about Guan's existence? When he thought of Guan, his mood was very complicated. He died in Guan's hands, which could be regarded as hatred, but Guan did not really destroy him, and was very good to his son, which made him unable to tell what he thought of Guan. Anyway, it was none of his business anyway, he just needed to sit here and watch. Time flies. 5,000 years have passed since Guan helped Xian Miao Zhenren lift the curse. Even though the whole world is fighting against the Xiantian human race, it is still impossible to completely eliminate the Xiantian human race. Guan has also tried to quietly destroy an evil Xiantian human demon, but did not get a lifespan reminder. This Xiantian human race is entangled in a strange causal power, which is related to the Golden Extreme God. Perhaps their lifespan has long been controlled by the Golden Extreme God. Unable to seize life, Guan was too lazy to take action again, leaving it to the sentient beings of this world to solve it themselves. Although he did not take action, it does not mean that he is indifferent. His disciples took action under his arrangement and saved countless lives in 5,000 years. Wuxi's reputation has spread, and all sects in the world know of Wuxi's existence. Tian Yaoer, Chen Chuan, and others did not reveal Guan's name. The world only knows that they are from Wuxi, but not the Lord of Wuxi. On this day, the weather was clear. Guan is instructing an Xian to practice the Immortal Emperor pupil. Since she was stimulated by Tianhao's heavenly luck and entered the door, she has gained more and more insights into the Immortal Emperor pupil. Although she is far from Guan's attainments, she can already exert the power of the Immortal Emperor pupil. Her Immortal Emperor pupil magical power is not a causal magical power, but a devouring power that can devour everything and turn it into her own power in a short period of time. This is a very practical magical power in battle. Although the power obtained by devouring is temporary, it will turn the situation around in an evenly matched battle in an instant. She has just realized it. If she is strong enough to devour a large road to fight for herself, the scene is terrifying just to think about. After so many years, although an Xian's comprehension is awakening, her combat talent is not too high. Now that she has the Immortal Emperor pupil, she is truly qualified to compete with Tianhao. However, the Immortal Emperor's eye is related to the cause and effect of the Heavenly Court, so it cannot be used casually after leaving the Taoist temple. Guan looked at an Xian, thinking with a smile on his face. Unconsciously, an Xian has become the person who has been with him the longest. He also loves this filial and obedient disciple very much, and it is a blatant preference. He is not afraid of other disciples' envy, because he thinks that the diligent an Xian deserves such treatment. The master and disciple sat in the bamboo forest. An Xian closed his eyes, and a pair of purple eyes appeared on his eyelids, mysterious and evil. Pieces of bamboo leaves drifted away, and one of them fell on an Xian's head. An Xian suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Guan and said, "Master, I have a bad feeling. The more I comprehend this magical power, the stronger this feeling becomes. It seems that something terrible is approaching." Guan replied, "Believe in your feeling. It is true. In fact, what you are practicing is not the eyes of misfortune, but a powerful magical power called the Immortal Emperor's pupil. This pupil can even cause the fear of immortals and gods. The reason why an Xian had this feeling was that there were more and more immortals and gods in the Tianling world. More than 3,000 years ago, 72 immortals and gods who were not inferior to the Tianling god came through the boundary gate. One of them even reached the perfection of the taking golden immortal realm. Guan could calculate that they had 1,000 causal relationships with the Tai Immortal Lord, which means that these immortals and gods were probably transferred by the Tai Immortal Lord. They sneaked into the Tianling world without attracting anyone's attention. They hid their breath and identity and wandered in the world. At first, Guan thought they were going to learn from the Golden Extreme God and promote the immortal name of the Tai Immortal Lord, but that was not the case. They seemed to be looking for something. With the blessing of the destiny of heaven, Guan could not hear their voices. Now, Guan suddenly had a guess. Could it be that they were looking for the immortal emperor pupil? Once the immortal emperor pupil is cultivated, it will alarm the heavenly court, but an Xian has never used the power of the immortal emperor pupil outside, and Guan still has great trust in the Taoist temple. He suddenly thought of another person. Tianhao, an innate immortal god, such an existence cannot fail to be noticed by the immortal gods. Speaking of which, Tianhao is famous all over the world, but Jin Jishan has never looked for him. It may be a coincidence before, but until today, the two have not met, which is obviously unreasonable. Could it be that Tai Immortal Lord and Sun Tzu Immortal Lord do not have a grudge, but this big world hides something that they have to compete for? The fear of the immortal gods? Then can I still use it in the future? Will it cause trouble for you, Master? An Xian asked nervously. Guan smiled and said, so you have to continue practicing. Practice to the state of great success, and be able to control the immortal emperor pupil freely, so that you will not leak the aura of the immortal emperor pupil when you go out in the future. An Xian seemed to be thinking about something. She looked up at Guan and asked, Master, I am not the one who caused the innate human race that is causing chaos in the world now, am I? Guan said unhappily, do you think you have that ability? An Xian stuck out her tongue and her ears turned red after being scolded, but she was relieved and smiled. It's good that it's not her. Although she doesn't have the grand ambition to save the world, she doesn't want to cause a world-destroying catastrophe because of herself. But now there are dozens of immortals and gods in the world. Looking at the 3,000 worlds, the world with the most immortals and gods at the moment is our Tianling world. Guan's words aroused an Xian's interest, and she began to ask about the whereabouts of the immortals and gods. Guan shared his understanding of the Golden Extreme God and the 72 immortals of Jindong, including the immortal Lord Sun Tzu and the immortal Lord Tai. When an Xian initially mastered the immortal emperor pupil, Guan felt that she had truly grown up, and it was time for her to understand the higher world and increase her knowledge. An Xian was indeed shocked. Although the legends of immortals and gods have always been circulating in the world, she did not expect that there were so many immortals and gods wandering in the world. After waiting for Guan to finish, an Xian was silent for a moment, and she raised her eyes and asked, Master, is Tianhao the reincarnation of my senior brother? Guan did not hesitate, but nodded. An Xian asked, you let my senior brother become an immortal god, because his fate originally belonged to an immortal god. And Hao's talent in his previous life was also exaggerated, and he did not look like a mortal at all. Guan sighed, I can only say that it was a coincidence, and this was also the will and choice of Tianling Immortal Venerable. He told the past of Tianling Immortal Venerable, Tianling God, and an Hao, and an Xian's eyes flashed with a strange light. It turns out that there were so many grievances in the final battle at the end of the last era. It turns out that my senior brother is really the son of heaven and earth, and is favored by heaven and earth. An Xian continued to ask, Master, if Sun Tzu Immortal Lord and Tai Immortal Lord come, they want to enslave the people, or want to take my senior brother away, what will you do? Guan looked at her and asked with a smile, what do you want me to do? An Xian blinked and said, intellectually, I hope that Master will not be involved in karma again, but in my heart I want to see how you will be when you compete with the immortals and gods. So many immortals and gods came, which made an Xian very excited. She was not excited to see the immortals and gods, but the strength of the Master. In the face of so many potential threats from immortals and gods, the Master can still laugh at the world. How high is his Taoism? Guan looked at her and said, the immortals and gods are indeed powerful, and the Master will not take the initiative to provoke them. If the immortals and gods take the initiative to provoke you, will you beat them to death? An Xian wanted to ask this question, but she held back, not because she was afraid of offending, but because she wanted to leave some suspense and expectation. When Guan and an Xian were discussing immortals, the immortals wandering in the human world finally met. A large lake was surrounded by mountains, and the mountains and forests were dense and mist was rising in the forest. Jin Jishan stood by the lake, frowning. He looked around and held a spear in his hand. Jin Jishan, you are really dedicated. If I were Xian Ziyanjun, I would definitely be moved and support you vigorously. Humph, everyone knows that Xian Ziyanjun has a mad dog under his command, doing things that hurt the heavens and harm the world. If it weren't for Xian Ziyanjun's protection, he would have been severely punished by the heavens and turned to ashes. I heard that Xian Ziyanjun once came down to the earth to meet a mortal woman secretly. He was afraid of violating the rules of heaven, so he asked Jin Jishan to kill his mortal sons and grandsons. It's ridiculous that a dignified god doesn't guard one side and does dirty work everywhere. Indeed, those who don't know would think that he has not become an immortal. Why does he need the god to preach in person? Voices came from all directions, with a tone full of sarcasm. Looking carefully, there was a figure walking in the forest, and even on the lake, there was a figure looming. Jin Jishin was not angry, his face was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth and spat out 6 words, 72 immortals of Jindong. Despair flashed in his eyes, he could see that the other party had bad intentions. If it was just a provocation, why did the 72 immortals surround him personally? When he was silent, the 72 immortals of Jindong walked out of the fog, and all the immortals looked at him, making him feel uneasy. Jinji God tried to stay calm. He looked at the purple-robed man with the strongest momentum, raised his hand to salute, and said, Purple Dragon Star Lord, what is it that requires the 72 immortals of Jindong to go out together? Purple Dragon Star Lord is the leader of the 72 immortals of Jindong. He is one of the few immortals who did not mock Jinji God. The indifference on his face makes people feel a kind of contempt for everything. Facing Jinji God's question, Purple Dragon Star Lord did not answer. He walked step by step in front of Jinji God. When he stopped, the two were less than 3 steps away. Jinji God has a burly figure, but Purple Dragon Star Lord is a head taller than him. In front of Purple Dragon Star Lord, his momentum suddenly weakened. Purple Dragon Star Lord slightly raised his chin and looked down at Jinji God, making Jinji God dare not look at him. Do you really think that Sun Tzu Immortal Lord sent you here to preach? You are a god. Zilong Xingjun asked. Jinji God's eyes flickered, and he replied, I work for the Immortal Lord, so I dare not ask too much. The task I received is just to preach. Zilong Xingjun's expression was still indifferent, and he continued, back then, Tianling Immortal Lord stole more than just the Zushi Daozo in Ziwei Immortal Palace. Jinji God looked up at him, frowning, as if he really didn't know about this. Why do you think Tianling Immortal Venerable stole the Zushi Daidao pearl in front of Ziwei Immortal Emperor? That pearl hides a greater cause and effect, which is also the real purpose of Sun Tzu Immortal Lord. The 2 immortal lords felt the fate of the birth of that existence. Zilong Xingjun said softly, his eyes became sharp, and continued, only the 2 immortal lords know about this matter now, but it may not be the case in the future, so the fewer people know about it, the better. Jin Jishin's face changed drastically, and he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but a golden light covered him, making him unable to move. He looked up with difficulty and saw an open golden umbrella floating above his head. The other Jindong immortals continued to walk towards him, and the eyes of Zilong Xingjun in front of him became more and more dangerous. You want to kill the gods? Jin Jishin looked at Zilong Xingjun again and asked with gritted teeth. Purple Dragon Star Lord had a blank expression on his face, and said, under the glory of heaven, how can we violate the heavens' rules? But we need you to sleep for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped the chest of the Golden Extreme God, directly destroying the physical body of the Golden Extreme God and turning it into golden stars. He then withdrew his hand, and thousands of golden stars shrank into his palm and condensed into a golden bead. He threw it to the side, and a 3-headed golden cave immortal caught the golden bead and threw it into his mouth, then began to chew and swallow it. The golden cave immortals looked at this scene and smiled playfully. A female fairy looked at Purple Dragon Star Lord and said, Big brother, we have been here for so many years and still can't find him. In my opinion, why not smash this big world? If he is really there, he will show up. Her words were agreed by many golden cave immortals. No, this is the universe after all. Although destroying the universe is not a severe punishment for us, it will certainly attract more attention. If it were you, wouldn't you think too much about the universe that we gathered and destroyed? An old immortal said, his eyes fixed on the Purple Dragon Star Lord. The Purple Dragon Star Lord looked at the sky in the distance and said, the cause and effect of this universe has been changed, but fortunately there are still legends in the world. Next, let's look for the Sword Master Fudeo. This Sword Master Fudeo came to this world, perhaps for the same purpose as us, he should not have left. End of this chapter. When the 72 immortals of Jindong wanted to find Guan, Guan noticed the idea as soon as it was born. He didn't care. He had already erased his cause and effect in the world, even his disciples and old friends didn't have his cause and effect. Of course, if the 72 immortals of Jindong came to Qinkan Sect, they might be able to find him. But even if they found him, it wouldn't be a good thing. Guan looked at an Xian who started practicing again, and his thoughts fell on Tianhao. Now it seems that Tianling Immortal Venerable stole not only the Zushi Daozo from Ziwei Immortal Palace, but also Anhao. Or rather, it was mainly Anhao. Tianling God was reluctant to destroy the Tianling Great World, and the Heavenly Court did not urge him. Perhaps there was a deeper level of power blocking Tianling, and it also involved the Ziwei Immortal Emperor. There was a stronger force restraining the Heavenly Court from destroying the Tianling Great World. This did not make Guan feel lucky. Without these causes and effects, Guan would not have contacted the Heavenly Court too early. Of course, these can only be assumptions. He has established a fate with Anhao and the Tianling world. He will not escape unless he is really no match for them. With the arrival of the 72 Jindong Immortals, the fate of the Tianling world has changed again. Guan calculated that Sun Tzu Immortal Lord and Tai Immortal Lord will descend on this world. After their arrival, the world will come to an end. Because of the destiny of the Heavenly Way, there are many vague areas in the future, but the general trend and duration can be seen. Gods, Star Lords, Immortal Lords. Guan pondered the differentiation of the status of the heavenly court, and he didn't know how high a realm he needed to reach before he could be fearless of the threat of the heavenly court. He began to feel the destiny of the heavenly way. With the arrival of the 72 Jindong immortals, the destiny of the heavenly way between heaven and earth far exceeded that of the past. The heavenly way light layer covering the world condensed infinite golden light, illuminating the universe, dazzling and dazzling. Guan has always been very curious about the destiny of the heavenly way. At present, the destiny of the heavenly way is more difficult to comprehend than the great way, mainly because the great way has no will, while the heavenly way seems to have some kind of will, which has a strong rejection. After Jin Ji Shen was eaten by Jin Dong Xian, the Xiantian human race did not disappear, and still plagued the world, and could not be killed no matter how hard they tried. Although it was impossible to eradicate the Xiantian human race in a short period of time, those strong men who fought against the Xiantian human race continued to build their reputations. More and more Tianjiao rose up. From the perspective of ordinary spirits, this was the worst era, but for the great sects of cultivating immortals, this was the best era. They began to use the Xiantian human race to hone their disciples. Time flies, and another 1,000 years have passed. In the extreme north of the world, snow was flying all over the sky, and the mountains and rivers were covered with ice and snow. LV Xian, Blood Prison Great Sage, Chen Chuan, Tian Yaoer, Tian Qing, Tian Bai, and Sheng Tian, and Zhang Shi were walking on the ridge. The wind and snow fell on them, evaporated quickly, and turned into white mist and dispersed. I didn't expect you to come too. Blood Prison Great Sage looked at LV Xian who was walking in front and smiled. LV Xian snorted, nonsense, I am also a member of Wuxi, so naturally I have to unite with you. Over the years, he has fought alone and made a great name for himself. Although he is not as good as Tian Hao, he is also a world-class genius. Hearing that Wuxi was gathering to save the world, he rushed over. Dao treasures can sense each other and even communicate with each other, so it is not difficult for them to reunite. After hearing what LV Xian said, the others followed suit. Indeed, we should show the great cultivators of the world how powerful our Wuxi is. The Taixuan Sect dared to besiege me and the Blood Prison Great Sage. We must teach them a lesson. Our first goal is to solve the root of the Xiantian human race. We will settle accounts with those sects after this disaster is over. With the 8 Dao treasures working together, no one in this world can stop us. We just don't know what kind of existence is hidden behind the Xiantian human race. I hope we won't alarm the master. Everyone discussed, all full of confidence. This is the confidence brought to them by the Dao treasure. After thousands of years of fighting, they have grown a lot. Almost all of them have made progress. The lowest level of cultivation is already Xiaoao Yuan Xian, and the Blood Prison Great Sage and Tian Yaoer have even reached the realm of Miao Fuling Xian. Dao treasures contain different Dao meanings, which can help them realize the Dao at any time. In battle, the Dao meaning is the strongest, so every battle can bring them great insights. When the Wuxi people moved forward, there were figures passing by in the distance and disappeared in the snow and fog. They were moving in the same direction as the Wuxi people, but the Wuxi people did not look sideways. In the following time, people kept surpassing them and disappeared in the fog ahead, but they were still unhurried. In addition to talking about their own grievances, they also discussed the affairs of the world. For a long time, they passed through thick fog and came to the edge of the cliff. They stood side by side and looked forward. In front of them was a magnificent ice lake. This ice lake was located between the mountains. The lake surface was very high. If it overflowed over the mountain, it would bring a catastrophe to the world behind them. Looking around, there were countless figures standing on the cliffs around the ice lake, all gathered with power. There were also huge monsters churning in the sea of clouds above. The scene was shocking. Lucian looked down at the ice lake and asked, "Is this the source of the Xiantian human race? Why haven't evil demons come out of it these days?" Tian Yao replied, "I don't know, but this matter is widely spread in the world, and so many sects have come here, there must be a basis." Others probed their spiritual sense into the ice lake and soon found that there was a vast breath surging in the depths of the ice lake, blocking all the prying of spiritual sense. Feeling the unfathomable depth of this breath, the expressions of the Wuxi people became serious. Not only them, but also the monks who had just arrived from various sects were frightened. A figure descended from the sky and landed behind the Wuxi people. They turned their heads and smiled in surprise. The person who came was Tian Hao. Tian Hao smiled and said, "My fellow brothers and sisters, long time no see, you are here as expected." Everyone immediately surrounded him and talked about it. In the distance, the monks of Taixuan Sect looked at this scene, looking at each other, curious about the relationship between Tian Hao and the Wuxi people. Gu Qindao, the leader, looked at this scene without changing his expression. He led his disciples to fly to the unoccupied hilltop. All sects were discussing what was hidden under the ice lake. Wuxi people attracted a lot of attention because of Tian Hao. Soon, the news that Tian Hao came from Wuxi spread, which made all sects more afraid and curious about Wuxi. Wuxi Daobao is famous all over the world. No one has been able to defeat Wuxi Daobao so far, even if the realm is far higher than that of Wuxi disciples who control Daobao. Wuxi's performance in these years has been very eye-catching. Now hearing that Tian Hao came from Wuxi, all those who heard it have awe of Wuxi. Being able to teach the world's #1 prodigy, Wuxi is a force stronger than Dao Ting? A vast pressure descended, and then a voice resounded through the ice and snow. I am Fuchan, the elder of Dao Ting. I will open the barrier under the lake. Daoists who have reached the 9th level of the immortal way can follow me into the lake. Others will stay outside to prevent the innate human race from attacking. As the voice fell, the sea of clouds in the sky surged violently, forming a huge vortex. Wu Shi and his people also looked up and saw a huge sword appearing in the center of the vortex. It was bigger than a mountain. It was a broadsword with a sharp blade and a simple sword body, exuding an endless ancient atmosphere. As the sword landed, its hilt also appeared. Standing on the hilt was an old Taoist, with his right hand on his chest, casting a spell. That is the Broken King's sword, one of the 4 great swords of Dao Ting. Someone exclaimed, revealing the origin of the sword. Looking at the magnificent broken blue sword, the monks of various sects were shocked, and the people of Wuxi compared this sword with their Dao treasures. They found that although this sword was stronger, it did not have the same Dao meaning as the Dao treasure. The reason why their Dao treasures were not as strong as the broken blue sword was because they were not good enough. If they had the cultivation of Dao Court Elder Fuchan, the Dao treasures in their hands would definitely be more terrifying than the broken blue sword. Looking at the broken blue sword, they began to imagine how powerful their Dao treasures would be when they reached the strongest stage. Tianhao also sacrificed his 3 Dao treasures, Divine Punishment, Heavenly Punishment, and Immortal Punishment. The 3 Dao spears were suspended around him, showing their own brilliance. The great sage of Blood Prison glanced at him, his eyes full of envy. It is said that these 3 Dao treasures can also condense formations, and their offensive power is the strongest among Dao treasures. The great sage of Blood Prison could only envy in his heart. He knew that he was not as good as Tianhao, but he believed that he would surpass Tianhao sooner or later. Tianhao is already independent. Judging from this situation, he will rarely return to Wuxi Dao Kang in the future. Even though his relationship with Guan will not be broken, he will inevitably be estranged from Guan. The great sage of Blood Prison has seen this situation several times. Anhao, Yangjian, and Longqing are all self-important, but after leaving Guan, they either die or disappear in the mortal world. And he has always stayed by Guan's side. Now he is a wonderful magic fairy, holding his own unique Taoist treasure. He has inquired that those who can reach the level of a wonderful magic fairy within 1,000,000 years are considered to be extremely talented and have great luck. He has reached this level in less than 100,000 years. If there is no Tianhao in the world, he will have the top cultivation speed. Thinking of this, the great sage of Blood Prison smiled and no longer envied Tianhao. He even began to look forward to it. After billions of years, will Tianhao make the same choice as before? And by then, he will definitely regard the immortals and gods as grass. The more the great sage of Blood Prison thought about it, the more excited he became, and even forgot to pay attention to the ice lake. The broken blue sword was still falling, and a flame-like ice gas emerged from the surface of the ice lake, as if a huge palm was trying to block the broken blue sword. The eyes of Dao Court Elder Fuchan, who was standing on the hilt of the broken blue sword, turned cold, and a vast and boundless momentum burst out from his body, and the broken blue sword flashed with sword light. Boom! The broken blue sword trembled, then fell suddenly and hit the surface of the ice lake. The terrifying aftermath made the monks of various sects retreat together, and they immediately gathered their magic power to resist. The monks who could come here, the weakest of whom was the realm of heaven and earth flying immortals, had the ability to fly to the sky, but at this moment, facing the power of the broken blue sword, they all felt that they were as weak as insects and ants. After the broken blue sword paused for a moment, it suddenly broke through the ice lake. Tian Yaoer only felt that the world in front of her suddenly shattered. She blinked subconsciously, and when she opened her eyes again, the broken blue sword was gone. She saw countless Dao Court monks falling from the sky like a stream of carp crossing the river and flying into the ice lake. She looked down and saw that the surface of the ice lake had been broken, and a huge black hole appeared. There were blood-colored lightning flashing inside, like the entrance to hell. Just looking at it made people tremble with fear. The voice of the Blood Prison Great Sage came from the side. Let's go down too. It's not suitable for us Wuxi to guard the rear. As soon as the voice fell, he rushed down first, followed by Lucien, Chen Chuan, and An Shengtian. Tian Yaoer came to his senses and flew down with the others. Tian Hao looked at Qin Sect from a distance. Gu Chendao nodded slightly at him, and he immediately followed Wuxi and others to fly into the black hole of the ice lake. Passing through a dark area, Tian Yaoer only felt the world spinning, and she fell from the sky and came to a dark world. The earth was burnt red, and there was no trace of grass. One by one, the white bones dotted the earth like snowflakes. In the distance, there were huge mountains, spewing hot magma. There were rolling black clouds in the sky, which was extremely depressing, and the black hole above Tian Yaoer's head looked extremely terrifying, as if there was a big hole in the sky. Let's act together, something is wrong here, Zhang Shi said, and the others had no objection and gathered together. After thousands of years, Zhang Shi's strength was not considered top-notch among them, but his calmness and meticulousness made him the backbone of everyone's actions. Chen Chuan looked into the distance. He watched the Taoist monks flying into the distance like a long dragon, and his sword-like eyebrows frowned. For some reason, when he first entered this world, he felt an indescribable horror, and he couldn't control his emotions. Tianbei asked cautiously, "Do you feel like you are being watched?" And Shengtian glanced in all directions and replied, "Indeed, everyone be careful, and don't take the Taoist treasure lightly. I'll lead the way, you follow me. The Blood Prison Great Sage spoke, and then he flew in one direction. He did not follow the Deo court army. The others followed closely behind, each holding their own Deo treasures tightly. Not long after, they were still flying in the air, and an overwhelming and terrifying momentum suddenly erupted in the distance, shocking them to stop immediately. Ignorant mortal spirits, dare to go to hell, really looking for death. A cold voice resounded throughout the world, and then a bloody light swept across the sky, shaking the boundless sea of clouds. The Deo treasures in the hands of the Wuxi people almost instantly lit up a protective shield to isolate the impact. Even so, everyone was still shocked. Zhang Shi, Tianqing, and Tianbai had blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were full of fear. Lu Xian immediately raised his hand, and the 12 extreme heavenly world-suppressing beads flew above everyone, spreading rapidly, and each burst out with strong light, forming layers of Deo light, each layer of different colors, layer by layer, forming a giant tower phantom. Looking carefully, each layer of Deo light reflected the world. Tianqing lifted up the Qinghong Linglong Tower, Tianbei held the Beiling Linglong Tower with one hand and cast a spell on the tower with the other. 2 divine birds flew out of the twin towers, one blue and one white, circling each other and flying high into the sky. They spread their wings together, covering the shadow of the giant tower with their wings, forming a second layer of protection. Before they could start discussing, a thunderous roar came from afar, and the terrifying pressure of the battle swept over, causing their faces to change drastically. What realm is this? An Shengtian asked with his eyes wide open. He thought of the pressure brought to all living beings by the mysterious evil demons from outer space at the end of the last era. Just as unfathomable and invincible? Just. As Lu Xian was about to speak, a strong wind swept in from afar, and the strong light drowned everything between heaven and earth, making everything lose its color. At the same time, beside a big river, the 72 immortals of Jindong were moving forward. Zilong Xingjun walked in the front, and he looked at his right hand. A blood bead was suspended in the palm of his hand, showing a battle, in which Tianhao's figure was present. Tens of thousands of Deo court monks were besieging a peerless evil demon of the Xiantian human race. Most of them could only maintain the formation and could not join the battle. Tianhao's figure was reflected in the eyes of Purple Dragon Star Lord. The young man in golden armor came to his side, suspended in midair, and looked at the blood bead in his hand curiously. This Tianhao's fate is mediocre, but judging from his age, his cultivation is not simple. The young man in golden armor said, amazed. As an immortal god, he only needed to look at Tianhao to know Tianhao's origin. Purple Dragon Star Lord said expressionlessly, with such talent, his fate cannot be mediocre. Perhaps someone covered up his fate. Oh, could he be the person we are looking for? Could it be the work of Tianling Immortal Lord? The young man in golden armor asked. Purple Dragon Star Lord said, we will know soon. He raised his left hand, and flames ignited at his fingertips, quickly forming the soul body of the Golden Extreme God. The Golden Extreme God looked up at him, his eyes full of fear. Purple Dragon Star Lord said nothing more and threw his soul into the blood bead. The young man in golden armor said with a smile, why do we need the Golden Extreme God to take action? There is a Luotian Zi Xian hidden in that world, which is enough to force out the person behind the scenes. Purple Dragon Star Lord said softly, I am not going to force Tianling Xianzun or Fu Dao Jianzun, but Xiansu Xianjun. The young man in golden armor was stunned for a moment, then showed an excited smile. He turned his head to look at the Jindong Xians behind him and said excitedly, hey, we are going to fight Xiansu Xianjun. The Jindong Xians had different expressions. Some were as excited as the young man in golden armor, while others frowned and showed worry on their faces, but no one spoke to refute. They just looked at Purple Dragon Star Lord. End of this chapter. Phase the winds blew violently, and dust mixed with broken bones raged across the world, as if the world was furious and punishing the people who offended it. Tens of thousands of Deo court monks lined up in a formation, with a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Their vast magic power condensed into a large green formation, and the light of the formation went straight into the sky. In the light of the formation, green fish could be vaguely seen flying. In the formation, the green wind formed long streams and converged on the 7 monks. These 7 monks were all Xianyuan Zizai immortals, and their cultivation was profound. Their magic power made it difficult for the tens of thousands of monks who maintained the formation, and almost everyone was trembling. The 7 Xianyuan Zizai immortals were joining forces to besiege a 100-foot figure. No matter how they attacked, they could not shake this 100-foot figure. This 100-foot figure was naked from the waist up, similar to most of the evil demons of the Xiantian human race, with disheveled hair, holding a dark long sword in his hand, and surrounded by blood and energy, blocking spells and magical powers from all directions. No matter how powerful the Xianyuan Zizaixian of Daoting was, he couldn't get past the blood and energy around him. He closed his eyes, as if he was still asleep, and the attacks around him couldn't wake him up. At the same time, there were a steady stream of cultivators coming from afar to join the encirclement. The Wuxi people also came. And Shengtian widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and asked, what realm is that guy in? Every cultivator in the Daoting formation made him feel unfathomable, not to mention the 7 great cultivators in the formation. So many strong people gathered together, but they couldn't shake the evil demon of the Xiantian human race. Maybe solving him can end the chaos brought by the Xiantian human race. Lu Xian pondered. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. If Daoding can solve the Xiantian human race, how can they have the opportunity to show off? Suddenly, a grand momentum came from behind the Wuxi people, and they turned their heads to look in shock. Not only them, but other monks who were fighting also turned their heads to look, and saw rainbow light rushing over, like a sun flying by. In a blink of an eye, the rainbow light passed over the heads of Wuxi and went directly into the formation, and the formation did not cause any hindrance to it. The rainbow light stopped, the arrogance dissipated, and a Taoist in a white robe appeared. He had white hair and a childlike face, holding a whisk in his hand, long eyebrows, and a long beard, and the whole person looked like an immortal. He looked at the figure of Bai's Hang in front of him and said, "Senior Zhu, long time no see." He was the master of the Dao court, Yuan Songzi. Seeing Yuan Songzi appear, the great monks on the side of the Dao court breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The Dao court is a sect of alliance nature. It can gather various sects together and establish a new sect. Its Taoist master must have unparalleled skills. The great monks present were all high-ranking members of the Dao court, and had more or less seen Yuan Songzi's abilities. In their hearts, Yuan Songzi was the strongest being, and as long as he appeared, all difficulties would be resolved. Bai Zhang's figure opened his eyes, and he looked at Yuan Songzi, with no change on his fierce face. He said, "Your name is Yuan Songzi, right? It's not easy for you to come to this world and have such a strong destiny." Yuan Songzi smiled and said, "Since we parted, the world has changed a lot. It's fate that we can meet in this world now. I just don't know why you are in such a situation." Hearing that Yuan Songzi knew the evil demon of the Xiantian human race, the Dao court monks looked at each other. They did not take it lightly and still maintained the formation. Wuxi's people were also curious. Under the leadership of Zhang Shi, they flew to the back of Bai Zhang's figure. "If you offend someone you shouldn't provoke, this is the fate. You still have a chance to survive, so leave quickly." The figure of Bai's Hang, known as Senior Zhu, replied. Although his tone was indifferent, it was not strong. Yuan Songzi said helplessly, "I am already the head of a sect, and I am responsible for the lives of the people in the world. How can I escape? From what you said, you are also helpless. In this case, I can only offend you." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his left hand and swung it lightly. Silver light rose behind him, and a towering green mountain rose quickly. Flowers, plants, and trees grew on the mountain, taking root and sprouting quickly. Those trees grew extremely large, like a divine army standing on the mountain. This green mountain rushed into the sky at a very fast speed, and the mountain expanded. In less than 2 breaths, it occupied the space in the formation, which made the cultivators outside the formation dumbfounded. Even for the Dao court, most of the cultivators saw this mountain for the first time. As soon as this mountain appeared, the pressure of Senior Zhu was immediately weakened. Is it a magical power or a magic weapon? What a terrible suppression force. Even through the formation, I feel that my magic power is also imprisoned. It is said that the master of the Dao court is the #1 cultivator in the world. Whether it is the treasure in his hand or the magical power he possesses, they are all the best in the world. Now it seems that what he said is not false. Indeed, not to mention our master, he really deserves to be the #1 in the world. This should be some kind of power of the great Dao. Everyone in Wuxi was amazed at the power of Yuan Songzi. Facing the magical power displayed by Yuan Songzi, Senior Zhu's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he exclaimed, "I didn't expect that you have cultivated the Genshi fusion phase to such a level. It seems that it is not a waste to pass on this inheritance to you. But unfortunately, you have not stepped into the realm of Lushan. In front of me, you are still an ant." As soon as the voice fell, his face became ferocious, and he suddenly raised the long sword in his hand, and the sword light flashed. Boom! The great formation of the Dao court was instantly broken up, and the terrible air wave blew everyone away, including the 7 Xianyuan Zizai immortals who had previously besieged Senior Zhu. In the process of flying backwards, half of the great cultivators on the Dao court side were turned into ashes. Although the Wuxi people survived with the protection of the Dao treasure, they were all fascinated and looked at Senior Zhu in disbelief. Yuan Songzi, who was standing in front of the Genshi fusion phase, frowned. He was raising his hand to resist Senior Zhu's sword energy. The huge green mountain behind him was shaking, as if it would break at any time. Yuan Songzi's heart was filled with turbulent waves. Lushan Zizai immortal? He didn't expect that Senior Zhu had reached such a realm. He remembered that when they met before, Senior Zhu still lamented that he could not surpass the realm of Xianyuan in this life. In an instant, Yuan Songzi combined with Senior Zhu's current state and thought of many terrible things. If you are destroyed, the fate of the Tianling world will be destroyed by half. Yuan Songzi, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Your cultivation can't see through the cause and effect behind this. Senior Zhu's voice sounded again, and Yuan Songzi's face changed drastically. An unimaginable terrifying force came head-on, making him unable to resist. Boom! Yuan Songzi's robe was torn, like blood flowers blooming. He fell into the huge green mountain, and this Dharma image was broken. The sword energy swept across the earth, cut through the world-suppressing fusion phase, cut through the earth, and extended all the way to the end of the world, as if to cut the entire world apart. Although Wu Shi and his people did not face this sword energy directly, they were still swept to the horizon by the aftermath and could not resist it at all. Their Dao treasures could only protect their lives. As the knife slashed, Outside the world, in reality, all living beings looked up and saw a spectacular blood rainbow appear in the sky, splitting the sky in two. Even Shen Zhen in the Wuxi dojo saw it. Shen Zhen, who was sitting in front of the refining cauldron, turned her head to look at Guan, who was lying on a chair reading a book not far away, and asked, with such a commotion, "Are you going to take action?" She could feel the pressure from Senior Zhu, and although they were far apart, it made her tremble with fear. Such an existence is definitely not something that the world strong can resist. End of this chapter. Hearing Shen Zhen's words, Guan did not stand up or look at her, but just replied casually, "Don't worry, it's just the chess pieces that are showing off now, and the world can't be destroyed yet." Chess pieces? Shen Zhen was stunned. She stood up and walked to Guan. She came to Guan and squatted down, pretending to be pitiful, and asked, "Can I see this battle?" Guan had used his magical powers before to let them spy on the battle outside the sky in the dojo. She really wanted to know who was the one who enveloped the world with the terrible pressure, and what kind of existence would appear later. Guan waved his hand casually, and Shen Zhen turned his head to look, only to see green smoke condensing on the refining cauldron, showing the scene of the mysterious world inside. Senior Zhu, holding a long sword, was like a prehistoric demon god, standing in the vast dust waves, standing tall and domineering. Shen Zhen immediately sent a message to an Xian and Epiphyllum ghost mother, asking them to come and watch the battle. Yuan Songzi, who had reached the perfection of Xianyuan Zizai fairyland, was no match for Senior Zhu. Senior Zhu shattered the hope of Dao Court with one blow. Yuan Songzi, who was invincible in the hearts of Dao Court monks, could not even withstand a single move from Senior Zhu, and those who survived did not dare to step forward. The world was vast, and evil demons of the innate human race began to fly in from the black hole in the sky, which indicated that the defense outside the realm had been breached. "I wanted to slowly grind with you, but you insisted on coming to die. The catastrophe that the innate human race brought to this world is not a catastrophe of annihilation." Senior Zhu's voice rang out, deafening, stimulating the minds of every cultivator. After seeing how powerful he was, most people did regret it and felt that they should not have come. The Wuxi people rushed out of the rolling dust waves and gathered together again. They looked at the figure of Bei's Hang in the distance with fear in their eyes. The blood-hell great sage cursed in a low voice, "It's a bit difficult to deal with." Just the aftermath of a knife made them so embarrassed. It's hard to imagine what it would be like to face this evil demon directly. Others also felt embarrassed. If they left at this point, they would be unwilling. If this battle cannot end the Xiantian human race, then the world will be completely over, unless their master takes action. Lucian suddenly frowned, and his eyes locked on a figure in the distance. It was Tianhao. When everyone retreated in fear, Tianhao actually killed Senior Zhu alone. 3 Taoist spears burst out with powerful momentum, protecting Tianhao, and he quickly came to Senior Zhu. Senior Zhu, who was 100 feet tall, looked down at Tianhao and frowned slightly. The Xiantian human race descended on the Tianling world for thousands of years. Although he has not been born, he has been paying attention to the world. He knows Tianhao, the world's #1 prodigy. With his knowledge, he expected that Tianhao's fate was extraordinary, but he couldn't figure it out, which meant that there was a transcendent existence protecting Tianhao behind him. He didn't want to be involved with such a person. Although he is now a prisoner, he is not stupid. There are so many worlds, but Jinji Shen chose Tianling world and let their clan be chess pieces. Obviously, there is a great cause and effect hidden in this world. When he felt that the strongest person in Tianling world was only in Xianyuan Zizai fairyland, he became more afraid of Tianling world. Tianhao looked at Senior Zhu with no fear in his eyes. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he had to stand up and tell the world with his actions that they had no way to retreat and had to fight. Many eyes and thoughts fell on Tianhao, making him more courageous. He held the God Punishment Spear, pointed the gun at Senior Zhu, and said, "With your ability, the innate human race would have swept the world long ago. Who is supporting you behind the scenes? Is it the immortal god circulating in the world?" A figure appeared beside him out of thin air. It was the Lord of Dao Court, Yuan Songzi. Yuan Songzi looked fine, but his face was pale. He said in a deep voice, "Child, don't be brave. This man is called Zhu Guanggan. He was once the world's #1 prodigy in another world. His talent is no less than yours. Moreover, as early as 100 billion years ago, he was already in the Xianyuan Zizai fairyland. Now he has reached a higher level." He knew Tianhao. Although he was not a disciple of the Dao Court, he admired Tianhao very much and did not want Tianhao to fall here. Xianyuan Zizai fairyland? 100 billion years ago? Tianhao's face changed. The cultivators who can enter this world have very high cultivation. Even if they are far away, they can hear Yuan Songzi's words clearly. Everyone's face changed drastically, and a chill came out of their hearts. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence they were facing. Zhu Guanggan heard Yuan Songzi's words, but did not speak, just looked at them indifferently. Tianhao was aware of the gap no matter how crazy he was, and did not dare to act rashly. The world fell into a strange silence. Yuan Songzi noticed something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "Who are you waiting for?" More and more innate human demons appeared in the distance. They did not attack, but just stood in the distance. They were all very quiet, making this world more and more depressing. Not only Yuan Songzi, but other cultivators also noticed something was wrong. At this moment, blood appeared in the sea of clouds above Zhu Guanghan's head, surging at a very fast speed, attracting everyone's attention. What is that? Tianqing asked in a low voice with her beautiful eyes wide open. The always talkative blood prison great sage also fell silent at this moment, staring at the blood. He could feel that a more terrifying existence than Zhu Guanghan was about to come. And Zhu Guanghan did not look up. What does this mean? It means that the visitor is in the same group with Zhu Guanghan. Zhu Guanghan alone has made them unable to resist. Why would there be a stronger existence coming? What exactly are they here for? Soon, a golden light penetrated the blood and illuminated the world, and a figure with an invincible momentum descended. It was the Golden Extreme God. The Golden God was indeed a true God descending to the earth, looking down on everything, not at all embarrassed by being suppressed by the 72 Golden Cave Immortals. As soon as he appeared, everyone was in awe, and even had the urge to kneel down, including Yuan Songzi. The realm gap was too big. Even Tian Hao stared at the Golden God blankly, without the slightest intention of fighting in his eyes. In the golden light, the Golden God's eyes were locked on Tian Hao, as if he wanted to see through him. The Golden God did not speak. He raised his right hand, and pointed his index finger at Tian Hao. Tian Hao, who was locked, could not move, and a strong feeling of suffocation surged in his heart, causing Tian Hao's pupils to shrink. The Tianling God, who was far away under the boundary gate, opened his eyes, and in the strong light, his brows were slightly frowned. Sujin, who was practicing in the Qinkan sect, also opened her eyes. She covered her chest and felt uneasy. Could it be Hao? Sujin frowned and talked to herself. She wanted to get up, but she didn't know where to find Tian Hao, so she had to sit down again. Facing the index finger of the Golden Extreme God, Tian Hao could only hear his own heartbeat, which was stronger than ever before. For the first time, he felt that he would die. This feeling was terrible. Yuan Songzi wanted to make a move, but he found that he could not move. He could only watch Tian Hao standing beside him and dying. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Tian Hao. They were the people of Wuxi. They held Dao treasures and stood in a row. The 8 Dao treasures burst out Dao meaning, forming a colorful glow to block the front. Tian Hao breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. His 3 Dao spears burst out Dao meaning, and the Dao meaning of other Dao treasures gathered together to resist the Golden Extreme God. The Golden Extreme God looked at the people of Wuxi and frowned. He could see that these treasures were not simple. In fact, he had witnessed Lucien fighting before, and the Dao treasures left an impression on him, but he didn't expect that there were so many such Dao treasures. Speaking of which, his divine consciousness covered the world, and he could not detect the existence of the Dao treasures. Wuxi, who is behind you? Jinji Shen asked. He could only count the name of Wuxi. Wuxi was so mysterious in his deduction, but he was not afraid. There was someone behind him. Besides Xiansu Xianjun, there were also 72 Jin Dong Xian outside the realm spying. Wuxi and his people did not answer. They just tried their best to resist the momentum of Jinji Shen. Although Dao Bao was strong, the gap between their cultivation and Jinji Shen was too big. Even if Jinji Shen was not serious, they could not bear it. Tian Hao looked at the backs of Tian Yaoer, Shui Yu Dashan and others, and was very moved. These people have watched him grow up since he was a child. In his heart, they are like family members. Seeing his brothers and sisters protecting him, he felt excited. When he was a child, he fantasized about fighting side by side with his brothers and sisters. He almost forgot his childhood expectations. Seeing that they refused to answer, Jinji Shen snorted coldly. He immediately pushed forward and a terrifying momentum burst out, as if to crush Wuxi and his people. Yuan Songzi, who was closest, felt that his soul was about to fly away. Xianyuan Zizai fairyland was perfect, and he was left with only fear in his heart, unable to maintain his usual indifference. However, this terrifying feeling came and went quickly. He felt like he had fallen from the sky to the ground, but he was not injured. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe made him gasp for air. He looked up at Jinjishan with a confused look. However, he saw that Jinjishan frowned, and his eyes seemed to be looking at someone. He subconsciously followed Jinjishan's gaze. He saw a figure with dark purple demonic energy standing behind Tian Hao. Tian Hao, Lucien, and others turned their heads to look. Tian Hao turned around with a look of astonishment on his face, while Lucien, Tian Yaoer, and others breathed a sigh of relief. 80,000 years have passed. The world has long forgotten this demon shadow. Although the cultivators in this world know about Fudeo Jianzan, they came from other worlds before the reshaping of the world. When they saw this demon shadow, they were confused and curious, and no one knew the origin of this demon shadow. Master, Lucien said excitedly. He turned his head again to look at Jinji Shen, his eyes full of contempt, as if to say that you are dead. Master? Tian Hao widened his eyes and looked carefully. The figure of this demon shadow was indeed similar to his master. He did not expect that his master would show up. He had never seen Guan take action, and thought that Guan would live in seclusion in the Wuxi dojo and would ignore worldly affairs. Jinji Shen looked at Guan's demon shadow and asked, "Are you the Lord of Wuxi?" Guan did not answer. He walked past Tian Hao. Lucien, Tian Yaoer, and others made way, looking at him with eyes full of admiration and fanaticism. Yuan Songzi looked at Guan from a close distance, unable to see through him. The demonic energy on Guan was so hot that it made his mind feel burning. End of this chapter. Seeing Guan's demonic shadow coming towards him, Jinjishan frowned. Although he couldn't see through this demonic shadow, he was not afraid. He was a god, with the destiny of heaven. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he wouldn't die completely. Jin Jishan didn't ask about Guan's origins. There was no point in asking. But this guy dared to walk directly towards him. As a god, he would not sit and wait for death. He raised his right palm and faced Guan. His face was so cold. All the cultivators and innate human demons set their eyes on Guan's demonic shadow. Tianhao, Lucien, and others did the same. Tianhao's eyes were the most expectant and excited. Although he had sparred with his master, the gap in cultivation was huge. He didn't know how strong his master was. Moreover, he had never seen his master fight a life and death battle with the enemy. Instead, he heard his brothers and sisters talk about many past events, which made him fascinated and look forward to the strong side of his master. In front of the palm of the golden extreme god, a golden red light condensed, thunder and lightning intertwined, as if billions of demon birds were screaming, and the lightning flashed on the faces of every living being in the world, illuminating their expressions with light and dark changes. This world began to tremble, and the earth cracked, as if the world was about to collapse. There was a repressive and dangerous atmosphere between heaven and earth. Yuan Songzi, who was close, could feel the terrible power of the golden extreme god. He stared at Guan and had some guesses in his heart. Could it be that Fudeo Sword Master? He didn't leave. Although Yuan Songzi had never seen Fudeo Sword Master use his demon body, he had heard of the legend of Fudeo Sword Master and had felt the terrible momentum of Fudeo Sword Master fighting with Tianling God and Jimi God Emperor. He could only think of Fudeo Sword Master. Fudeo Sword Master didn't leave? As Guan got closer and closer to the golden extreme god, more and more cultivators thought of the legend of Fudeo Sword Master. The golden extreme god raised his right hand above his head, and the thunderclouds in the sky were pierced by golden lightning, which then intertwined in his palm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, forming a howling wind, and the earth and the sky trembled more violently. Zhu Guanggan stared at Guan, his heart full of curiosity. He quietly stepped back and did not interfere with the confrontation between Guan and the golden extreme god. In the eyes of Tianhao and others, Guan, who was walking towards the thunder, was so powerful, and his back had an unshakable momentum. The golden extreme god waved his hand at Guan, and endless golden lightning rushed towards Guan from all directions of heaven and earth, with a momentum to devour everything. Boom! The mighty golden lightning was dispelled at once, and the golden extreme god was reduced to ashes in an instant. Zhu Guanggan, who was 100 feet tall, widened his eyes and showed an unbelievable look on his face. He and his people were enslaved by the golden extreme god. He knew best how terrible the golden extreme god was. Even though he was already Luo Tianzi Zai Xian, he was no different from an ordinary spirit in front of the golden extreme god. It was such a powerful god that he was completely no match for this man. He didn't even see clearly how Guan made his move. But he was sure that the golden extreme god did not evade and disappear, but was destroyed in both body and soul. However, the gods can be resurrected by relying on the destiny of heaven, and it is difficult to kill them completely, so he didn't care about the golden extreme god, but just stared at Guan with fear in his eyes. Everything happened too fast. The previous golden extreme god made all the cultivators feel that he was going to destroy the world, but now, the whole world is tending to be calm. No one spoke, and most of the cultivators stared at the demonic shadow in astonishment. Guan stopped and tilted his head slightly, as if he was squinting at Zhu Guanggan, but Zhu Guanggan had a gloomy face and did not turn around and run away. He had already been a prisoner with nowhere to escape, not to mention that he knew he couldn't escape, he could only wait for his own end. At the same time, in the courtyard of Wuxi Daokang, Shenzhen, an Xian and Epiphyllum ghost mother looked at the illusion above the refining cauldron. The three women all widened their eyes, and they turned their heads to look to the side. Guan was still lying on the chair reading a book, which made them look back and forth. They were sure that the demon shadow in the battlefield was exactly the same as Guan's figure. Is that a clone? An Xian couldn't help asking Guan. Guan turned the page and said, well, why do I need to do it myself to deal with these guys? I'm very busy. Whether it was the immortal gods or the innate human race, they could not bring him longevity, so he was naturally too lazy to do it himself. Shenzhen looked at the illusion on the refining cauldron curiously, and she found that she could not perceive the cause and effect of the demon shadow. You know, even the Tianling god can be spied on by her cause and effect, and Guan's clone made her unable to see through. How high is Guan's true cultivation? Although they have been together day and night for more than 80,000 years, no one still knows Guan's true cultivation. Epiphyllum Ghost Mother was also curious about this matter. She was filled with emotion. It was a great opportunity to meet Guan. She was more and more grateful to Guan. What she did could be replaced by anyone. On the contrary, Guan gave her an opportunity that no living being could get. On the broken bloody land, both the monks and the innate human race stared at Guan in a daze. The stronger the momentum of the golden extreme god, the greater the shock Guan brought to them. The innate human race was even more desperate. In their eyes, the golden extreme god was the most powerful existence, the omnipotent immortal god, and the terrifying existence that brought them eternal despair. Such an existence was actually destroyed in an instant, without any resistance. They were finished. The innate human race who rushed to this world were almost the backbone of the clan, and they knew the consequences of this trip better. There were also many innate human demons who showed a look of relief. Compared with living in agony, if they could be instantly wiped out like the golden extreme god, wouldn't this be a kind of relief? And there was no pain? Zhu Guanggan thought the same, so he had no intention of resisting. He quietly waited for death to come, his eyes fixed on Guan's demonic shadow. So powerful, are you the sword master of Fudeo? A playful laugh resounded through the world, the voice was childish, reminiscent of a teenager. One after another, figures appeared around Guan out of thin air, all shining with brilliant fairy light, illuminating the entire dark world. Tianhao, Yuan Songzi, and others were awakened by the sudden arrival of the 72 Jindong Immortals. When they saw the 72 Jindong Immortals for the first time, they instinctively felt the same awe as they did for the Golden Extreme God. They even felt that most of these people were stronger than the Golden Extreme God. Especially that person. Tianhao, Yuan Songzi, Wu Shi, and others couldn't help but lock their eyes on Zilong Xingzhen. Zilong Xingzhen's figure was obviously taller than other Jindong Immortals, and his momentum was even more overwhelming. Looking at Zilong Xingzhen, their imagination of the invincible person was realized at this moment. Do you know where he came from? Purple Dragon Star Lord asked expressionlessly. Looking at Guan, who was surrounded by demonic energy, his eyes did not change at all, and remained indifferent, as if he did not take Guan seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Jindong Immortals suddenly burst out with their own momentum, and the entire world shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. All living beings only felt that everything in front of them suddenly disappeared. They appeared out of thin air in the void of the universe, and the immortal light of the 72 Jindong Immortals attracted their attention, making them unable to move away and unable to think of anything else. End of this chapter. Facing the siege of the 72 Jindong Immortals, Guan's demon shadow behaved calmly, as if he had already known about the arrival of the 72 Jindong Immortals. He did not answer Zilong Xingzhen. He felt that Zilong Xingzhen was not qualified to talk to him, and there was no misunderstanding at this point. The target of the 72 Jindong Immortals was Tianhao. As a master, Guan naturally had to stand up. Moreover, the battle between immortals and gods would also affect the common people. Although Guan did not want to be a diligent savior, if he encountered a disaster that the common people could never solve, he would not deliberately ignore it if he could easily solve it. Just think of it as his reward for living in seclusion in this world and taking away so many lifespans. Guan turned and faced Zilong Xingzhen. The immortal lights of the other 71 Jindong Immortals gathered together to form a formation beyond the mortal world, mobilizing the rules of the avenue, and suppressing Guan invisibly. Purple Dragon Star Lord is a taking Golden Immortal, while the other Jindong Immortals are all Hengtian Golden Immortals. The formation they formed has exceeded the limit that taking Golden Immortals can bear. Although it is not enough to suppress the Kaishan Deluo Immortal, it is enough to sweep away all beings below the Deluo Daokuo realm. This formation is the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation. It is impossible for anyone who is not a Deluo Immortal to escape. A Jindong Immortal said with a proud tone. How could a Deluo Immortal come to this world? If their goal is the same as theirs, why do they need to stay in the Tianling world? They could have taken away the people they want to find long ago. The cultivators and the innate human demons watching the battle from afar were all nervous and did not dare to move. Tianhao, Yuan Songzi, Lu Xian, Tian Yaoer, and others were curious about what a Deluo Immortal was. Wu Shi and his people had heard of this name from the books written by Guan. They secretly said that as expected, the books written by the master were not completely fabricated, but real myths. Zhu Guanggan looked at the 72 Jindong Immortals. He seemed to think of something, and his face changed drastically. He became extremely uneasy and wanted to escape from here. When the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation was launched, those outside the formation could only feel the magnificent momentum, but could not personally feel the suppression force. However, just by looking at the immortal light of the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation, they felt their own insignificance, as if they would be wiped out as soon as they touched the immortal light. Guan's demon shadow still did not speak. He was waiting for Sun Tzu Immortal Lord or Tai Immortal Lord. From the perspective of cause and effect, the two immortals should not take action, at least not in a short time. Guan looked at the 72 Jindong Immortals and thought about how to deal with them. Killing them is definitely impossible to kill them completely. Even if they are destroyed, they can be resurrected through the way of heaven. It can be sealed up like dealing with the Tianling god, so that they cannot be resurrected and endure the torment. Seeing that Guan refused to speak, the Jindong Immortals were furious. Immediately, a burly Jindong Immortal said, "Big brother, kill him? Since the person we are looking for is right in front of us, why worry so much? We are immortals." As immortals, they have absolute confidence. Becoming an immortal means immortality, and they are only afraid of other immortals. They will not be afraid of non-immortals who are higher than themselves. The heavenly court is the biggest backer. Over the long years, they have experienced countless hardships and encountered all kinds of situations. Zilong Xingzhen took a deep look at Guan and nodded slightly. Seeing this, the 71 Jindong Immortals immediately took action and displayed their magical powers together. The immortal light on their bodies expanded rapidly, and wind, fire, thunder and rain suddenly broke out, drowning Guan's demonic shadow in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar erupted from the Jindong Juexian formation, and strange lights flashed, dazzling people. They could not see the specific situation in the formation, but they truly felt the terrifying aura of the Jindong Juexian formation. Yuan Songzi, Tianhao, and others retreated subconsciously. This was an instinct that could not be suppressed by reason, including Zhu Guanggan from Lushan Zizai Fairyland. They stared with their eyes wide open, reflecting the immortal light of the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation in their eyes, and their pupils trembled. They could no longer see Guan's figure, but the aura emitted by the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation was enough to make everything look fragile. They couldn't imagine what kind of damage such a terrifying aura would cause when it descended on the Tianling world. The spectators were all great monks. They felt that such an aura could turn the Tianling world into ashes, because they themselves could not bear it at all. If it was like this outside the formation, what was the situation inside the formation? When such thoughts came to everyone's mind, the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation was suddenly shattered, and Guan's figure appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and the 72 Jindong Immortals turned into 72 golden lights and flew into his hands, quickly shrinking and disappearing. Guan followed with a handshake, and 2 purple lights appeared on his face covered by the demonic energy. The surrounding void suddenly changed, and the red world reappeared, making everyone feel as if they were in another world. When they came to their senses, Guan had disappeared. The world was silent, and the sound brought by the Jindong Juexian formation gradually disappeared. Even Lucien, Tian Yaoer, and others were stunned. They thought there would be a thrilling battle, but they didn't expect it to end so quickly. Zhu Guanggan was suspended in the air, and the whole person fell into a trance. He suddenly didn't know what to do. The Taoist monks set their eyes on him, and they also didn't know what to do, because they couldn't beat Zhu Guanggan at all. The blue sky is vast, the sea of clouds is white, and a rainbow hangs in the sky. Under the rainbow, there is a small pavilion, standing above the clouds. There are 2 Taoists playing chess in the pavilion. The chessboard is like Go, but the chess pieces are not black and white. One of the white-haired men has a handsome face, a silver silk cloth belt covering his eyes, and a golden pattern on his forehead. He wears a flawless white Taoist robe, and a scroll is suspended behind him, with flowing light. The painting is a floating mountain and river. He is Tai Xianjun. Tai Xianjun's right hand holds the chess piece with 2 fingers, but he didn't drop it, as if thinking about something. Sitting opposite him was a Taoist in yellow robe, with an old face, black and white hair, majestic eyebrows and eyes, and golden and red rays of light floating around his body, like several slender long scarves. Behind his head was a shadow floating, like 2 mysterious and majestic beasts entangled. The Taoist in yellow robe asked, "Do you really want to interfere in the affairs of the throne? There are so many emperors, why do you care so much about an exiled emperor? You even sent the 72 immortals of Jindong." Tai Immortal replied, "There are indeed many emperors, and there are also many exiled emperors, but he is different. He was once deeply loved, but now he has fallen into reincarnation. In my opinion, he is not being exiled, but experiencing, really exiled. There is no need to cover up the secret." The Taoist in yellow robe shook his head and laughed. Tai Immortal Lord followed suit and said, "There are many emperors who can go to the Lingxiao Palace, but he is the only one who can go there right after he is born. I will never forget the scene of thousands of immortals surrounding him at that time." The yellow-robed Taoist laughed jokingly. "For this, you want to compete with Sun Tzu Immortal Lord? You should know that Sun Tzu Immortal Lord has a backer behind him. As long as it does not violate the rules of heaven, no matter how big the backer is, it doesn't matter." Tai Immortal Lord asked back. Suddenly, his brows frowned, and the golden pattern on his forehead glowed. The yellow-robed Taoist picked up a chess piece and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Tai Immortal Lord was silent for a moment, and said, "The 72 immortals of Jindong failed. The person who made the move had an unfathomable cultivation level. They did not test the depth of the other party. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the other party does not have the luck of the heavenly court." The yellow-robed Taoist became interested and laughed. "It's rare to see someone who dares to go against the heavenly court. It is indeed rare, but such existence is often very troublesome." Tai Immortal Lord continued. His eyes were covered, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. The yellow-robed Taoist asked, "Have the 72 immortals of Jindong been captured? If they were just defeated and killed, it would be nothing. For the immortals and gods, the most painful thing is to be sealed and unable to die by themselves. They will suffer a long time and then can only wait for the heaven to rescue them. Of course, this is just a difficult process. The heaven can always rescue them. This is the strength of the immortals and gods." Tai Immortal Lord replied, "Well, it is impossible to capture their luck, and even the cause and effect are isolated." He was not worried either, just thinking about how to deal with the man next. The yellow-robed Taoist asked with a smile, "What are you going to do? Do you want to do it yourself? So many immortals and gods descending on a world is not in accordance with the rules of heaven." Tai Immortal Lord did not answer. He picked up a chess piece and tapped the edge of the chessboard gently. The yellow-robed Taoist did not speak again, not to disturb Tai Immortal Lord's thoughts. He looked at the chessboard, and a strange light flashed in his eyes when one of the chess pieces looked like a child. In the Wuxi dojo, Shenzhen, an Xian and Epiphyllum ghost mother saw the magic shadow in the illusion disappear, and the 3 women woke up from their shock. Is the magical power to rewrite the world done by the immortal emperor pupil? An Xian thought curiously in her heart. Before the void turned back into the world, she saw the divine light of the immortal emperor pupil appear on Guan's face. Although it flashed by, she would not be wrong. Shenzhen turned her head to look at Guan, only to see that he was still holding the Green Hero's travel notes, with a lazy posture. The more so, the more she admired Guan. After so many years, she was still shocked to see Guan take action again. At this moment, Guan's magic shadow appeared out of thin air beside the original body, and then dissipated into smoke, leaving 72 small groups of golden light suspended in the air. Guan sat up, put the green hero's travel notes in his arms, and then raised his right hand. The 72 groups of golden light followed and scattered, and small wooden signs fell into his palm. These wooden signs were only 5 or 6 centimeters long, as thin as leaves, and seemed to be carved by craftsmen. The front images were different, all of which were images of Jindong immortals. Guan grabbed the wooden signs in his hand, then took out a red string, passed through the foreheads of all the wooden signs, strung them together, and then hung them on his belt. An Xin, Shenzhen, and Epiphyllum Ghost Mother saw this scene, their eyes widened, and their cognition was strongly impacted. It was bizarre to turn living beings into such small wooden signs, not to mention that the original bodies of these small wooden signs were so powerful. Even through the illusion, they could feel the power of the 72 Jindong immortals. The terrifying power of the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation enveloped the entire Tianling world, making all the living beings inside and outside the world feel panic. After Guan did all this, he fiddled with the wooden signs on his waist with his hands, and a smile appeared on his face. Shenzhen and the other 2 women felt absurd and incredible. Guan's method overturned their understanding of cultivating immortals. Why are you looking at me? Continue to watch the fun. Guan looked at the 3 women and reminded them. Hearing this, the 3 women woke up and turned their heads to look. They saw that in the illusion on the refining cauldron, the Taoist monks surrounded Zhu Guanggan again. Guan, why did you ignore him? Shenzhen stared at the illusion and asked in surprise. Zhu Guanggan had proved his strength before. Even the great monks in the world could not stop him. Guan did not answer. He twisted his waist and walked out of the courtyard. Before he reached the gate of the courtyard, Zhu Guanghan's voice came from the illusion. I have lost. I wish to recall the innate human race and stop causing trouble in the Tianling world. These words made the Dao court monks feel relieved, but some people still asked indignantly, how many lives have you killed, and you just let it go? Zhu Guanggan remained calm and said, we rely on luck that you can't imagine. We can be resurrected even if we die. If you want to kill us completely, you have to destroy that luck. These words choked the questioner. Yuan Songzi looked at Zhu Guanggan with a complicated look. He took a deep breath and said, everyone retreat and don't fight with the Xiantian human race again. Zhu Guanggan looked at Yuan Songzi and said faintly, the road to immortality is far beyond your imagination. If you want to govern this world, you have to be mentally prepared. While speaking, he glanced at Tianhao, and his eyes made Tianhao's heart tremble. Tianhao thought of the previous 72 Jindong immortals and Jinji God. For some reason, he felt that these powerful beings were coming for him. But he couldn't be sure, fearing that he overestimated himself. Lucien patted his shoulder and signaled that he should go. The Blood Prison Great Sage was unhappy. There was no room for him to perform in this battle. He was very depressed and felt that he had come for nothing. The other Wuxi disciples were very excited and were still recalling Guan's previous moves. On the other side, deep in the universe, under the gate of the world, the heavenly spirit god looked into the distance and could not calm down for a long time. The momentum of the golden extreme god frightened him. He felt that the golden extreme god had surpassed himself. If he fought to the death, it would be difficult for him to defeat the golden extreme god. Of course, the golden extreme god was only slightly stronger than him, and he expected that he would lose to Guan. But the 72 Jindong immortals were different. The Purple Dragon Star Lord was an existence he had looked up to, and the other Jindong immortals were not simple either. These 72 immortals came from the same immortal sect, and each of them was a top talent before becoming an immortal. They were not from the same era, but the strongest disciples of the immortal sects in different eras. Their Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation was an extremely terrifying legend, and it was also very deterrent in the heavenly court. His master once said that even a Deluo immortal would lose a layer of skin if he fell into the Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation. He didn't know how strong the Deluo immortal was, but it was definitely a realm he couldn't imagine. Such a terrifying Jindong Absolute Immortal Formation was fragile in front of Guan, and the 72 Jindong immortals were defeated at once. You didn't choose Sunsu Immortal Lord, nor did you choose Tai Immortal Lord. You actually did this for him. Who are you? Tianling God murmured to himself. At this point, he also saw the problem. Tianhao is not only his son, nor is he just the fate of the Tianling world. Tianhao has other deeper backgrounds. He was shaken in his heart. Could it be that the treasure stolen by Tianling Immortal Venerable was not only the Zushi Daozi, but also Tianhao's predecessor? He had questioned countless times why Ziwei Immortal Emperor didn't force him to destroy the Tianling world. Now think about it. Tianling Immortal Venerable was able to successfully steal the treasure. I'm afraid it was tacitly approved by Ziwei Immortal Emperor. He thought of the scene in the Immortal Palace at that time, and the expressions of those righteous gods were so weird. Tianling God sighed. He realized that he was involved in an unimaginable cause and effect, and it came from within the heavenly court. Such a cause and effect might cause him to lose his position as a heavenly Dao immortal and turn into ashes. When he was an immortal god, he was eternal. But if he was stripped of his position as an immortal god, death would be a matter of time. Tianling God's eyes flickered, and he felt that he had to make a choice. He stood up and walked towards the direction of the Tianling Great World. His back was determined. End of this chapter. As the sun sets, the main city of the Qinkan sect is as lively as usual. In an inn, Guan and the Tianling god, who has transformed into Baisheng, sit by the window on the third floor and drink. The third floor is vast and divided into small rooms by the window. Even if the guest rooms are full, there is no noise. Tianling god looks at Guan and recalls the experience of traveling with Guan and fighting bandits in the past. At that time, Sujin had not yet transformed. Although that experience was short, it was still quite interesting to think about it now. He couldn't figure out Guan. He entered the reincarnation and had no memory. It was understandable that he did such things, but why did Guan accompany him on his journey? In his eyes, Guan was very strange. Guan was the most terrifying existence he had ever encountered. He was just a god in the heavenly palace, and his understanding of the heavenly palace was also very one-sided, so he could not make a comparison. Such a powerful Guan likes to play with the world and likes to drink and chat with mortals. He is completely different in battle and in normal times, making it difficult to connect the two states of him together. Guan looked at the heavenly spirit god and smiled. It's rare that you took the initiative to find me. How about it? Is drinking here more interesting than sitting in front of the gate? The heavenly spirit god did not answer this question. He stared at Guan and said, "You don't kill me. In addition to being afraid of the heavenly court, you should also want to subdue me, right?" Guan asked back, "You are a fairy god in the heavenly court. How can you be subdued? That's just my identity. I can work for whoever my heart belongs to." Since ancient times, there have been many fairies in the heavenly court who have their hearts turned to the outside world. Otherwise, there would not be so many fairy sects and fairy gates. The heavenly court is indeed powerful and unshakable, but the fairy heart is just like the human heart, and it is equally complicated. There are also places where it is difficult to distinguish between black and white under the heavenly rules. The heavenly spirit god answered calmly, and Guan was silent. It seems that no matter where you are, as long as there is interest, there is room for buffering anything. Guan thought for a moment and said, "Tell me about the heavenly court first." Tianling god's eyes became full of meaning, and he said, "I am a heavenly god. Heavenly gods are qualified to guard the universe, but in heavenly court, I am only at the bottom. I am not qualified to step into the real heavenly court. Since I became an immortal, I have either been with my master, Ziwei Immortal Emperor, or stayed in the Tianling world. I don't know more about the heavenly court than you do. What I can tell you is that above the heavenly god is the Star Lord, and the lowest level of cultivation must be taking Jingxian. Above that is the Immortal Lord, which is a level I cannot touch. Before I betrayed my master was at this level. Now, I am not sure. Heavenly God, Star Lord, Immortal Lord. In this way, most of the Immortal Lords should be in the Kaishan de Luo Fairyland. Guan, who is in the perfect Miaozhen de Luo Fairyland, is not afraid. Of course, you can't be careless in everything, and you have to overestimate your opponent as much as possible. There are countless gods in the heavenly court. I once went to a heavenly army to practice. Do you know that there are hundreds of millions of gods there? When I stepped into their trial realm, I realized that my talent was just so-so. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials in the heavenly court, I was no different from an ant. When the heavenly spirit god talked about this, his expression was complicated. In the universe, he was invincible, but in the heavenly court, he was so small. This gap was unimaginable for ordinary spirits. Guan narrowed his eyes and asked, "How many such heavenly armies are there in the heavenly court?" There are hundreds of millions of Xiantian golden immortals and Hengtian golden immortals in one heavenly army. The suppression power of the heavenly court is indeed terrible. The golden immortals of the 3,000 worlds combined are far less than this number, which means that the control range of the heavenly court is far beyond the range that Guan can spy on. The heavenly spirit god said faintly, "There are many branches. I don't know the number. No one knows how terrible the foundation of the heavenly court is. Even the immortals and gods in it, only the supreme emperor of heaven knows." Emperor of heaven? Guan didn't want to inquire further after hearing this, fearing that it would cause taboos. The tip of the iceberg of heaven was already so terrifying, and the realm of Emperor of Heaven was definitely beyond his imagination. Guan asked, "Since you want to surrender to me, do you know what you will face next?" Seeing that he didn't continue to ask about heaven and Emperor of Heaven, Tian Lingshen was relieved. If he continued to talk, he was afraid that he would be noticed by heaven. "I know, Xian Su Xianjun and Tai Yi Xianjun. I thought the former came for faith before, but I was wrong. They should be targeting Tian Hao. Tianling Xianzun created him, and there must be some kind of mission. Behind this, there may be calculations of my master Ziwei Xiande. I don't know what he is calculating, nor do I know the true origin of Tian Hao, but he can attract the attention of the two immortals. Even if you solve them, there will be greater troubles in the future." Tian Lingshen said calmly. When he mentioned Xian Su Xianjun and Tai Yi Xianjun, he was not afraid or worried. He felt that Guan could deal with these two immortals. "In that case, are you still willing to help me? Is it for Tian Hao's sake?" Guan stared at him and asked. The protection of the destiny of the heavens prevented Guan from hearing his inner voice, but from what Guan knew about him, he was not a liar. The eyes of the heavenly spirit god were turbulent, and he said, "If I say that I don't care about him at all, that's a lie, but more importantly, I also need a backer. I have no chance of rising in the heavenly court, and the more twists and turns there are in the Tianling world in the future, the greater my guilt will be. I want to know now, is your care for Tianhao based on fate, or is it like the immortal lord, you have some plan?" He called Guan Yu, which shows that his mentality has changed. Guan asked, if it's based on fate, do you have a countermeasure? The heavenly spirit god smiled. He had guessed before coming that if Guan had some plan, he could have taken action long ago, and there was no need to wait for the immortal lord to come. Moreover, in these years, he saw that Tianhao lived very freely, and Guan showed no signs of dominating Tianhao. The heavenly spirit god said, in fact, it is not difficult to solve this matter. With Tianhao's talent and fate, he can be sent to the hands of a stronger immortal than the immortal king. Moreover, the immortal king has no reason to deal with the world. With Tianhao's departure, they can only suffer a loss. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh, and he didn't know who he was sighing for. Do you have an immortal worth and trusting? Guan asked hesitantly. The heavenly spirit god at the bottom of the heavenly court has been desperate. Can he still help Tianhao find a way out? The heavenly spirit god shook his head and said, I don't know such a transcendent immortal, but I can recommend Tianhao to go to the Piamiao Immortal Court. Piamiao Immortal Court has produced many immortals, and it is considered an orthodox immortal sect recognized by the heavenly court. Behind Piamiao Immortal Court stands a stronger existence than the immortal king. With Tianhao's qualifications, he will definitely be able to enter the Piamiao Immortal Court. The two immortal kings dare not invade the Piamiao Immortal Court. After that, we only need to resist their revenge once. Once they fail, we can only temporarily expose this cause and effect. Piamiao Immortal Court? Guan thought of the memory of the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor was born in a fairy house in Piamiao Xianting and left Piamiao Xianting very early. Later, he went back once. From his memory, Piamiao Xianting was indeed unfathomable. The Eternal Emperor was his reincarnation. In a sense, he could be considered a disciple of Piamiao Xianting. If his disciple Tianhao was sent to Piamiao Xianting, it could also be considered a reincarnation of cause and effect. However, could Piamiao Xianting really accept Tianhao? If Tianhao went there, would he definitely be protected? Tianling God did not have a deep understanding of the heavenly court, and Guan's understanding of Piamiao Xianting was not the same. End of this chapter. Seeing Guan's silence, the heavenly spirit god did not interrupt. After all, the solution he proposed was not absolutely without problems. If Guan refused, he would not be anxious. Before coming, he had considered various situations. Since he decided to work for Guan, he had to stand firm and think about the problem from Guan's perspective. After a while, Guan asked, how confident are you in sending Tianhao to the Piamiao Immortal Court? The heavenly spirit god replied, I have a close friend who came from the Piamiao Immortal Court. Although his status is not high, it is not difficult to help Tianhao enter the court. The rest depends on Tianhao's luck. There is only so much we can do. Personal luck depends on our own efforts. Guan thought for a while and said, then it depends on how he chooses. The heavenly spirit god raised his eyebrows and asked, do you want to tell him all this? He is now grown up and has the right to choose his own destiny. If he is at the mercy of you and me, then what is the difference between us and the immortal king? Guan's answer gave the heavenly spirit god a deeper understanding of him. It seems that Guan has no greed for benefits from Tianhao. Being able to do whatever he wants without fear of the threats from the immortal lords also shows that Guan is very confident in his cultivation. Well, what do you need me to do? Tian Lingshan nodded and asked. Guan smiled and said, whatever you did before, you will do in the future. After hearing this, Tian Lingshan frowned and asked hesitantly, do you think I am not qualified to help you? When he thought about how he was defeated by Guan, his expression became unnatural. Of course not, you are a god, your duty is to protect the common people, and I don't need you to do anything for me for the time being. I have received your intentions, and we will get along very happily in the future. As for the two immortals, if they come, you don't have to stand up for me, I have my own way to deal with them. Guan explained, and these words made Tian Lingshan feel ashamed. Although Guan said that he hoped to let him feel what the mortals thought and let him have compassion, he didn't agree in his heart. He always felt that Guan was using this to suppress him and wanted him to surrender. Now it seems that Guan really cares about the common people. What kind of mind is this? Tian Lingshan couldn't imagine it. He had seen many immortals, but it seemed that no immortal could do what Guan did. Immortals were more likely to flaunt their justice and kindness, and treat the common people with an attitude of respect for fate and the rules of heaven and earth. Okay, after talking about these things, it's time to drink well. Recently, Taixuan Sect has introduced a kind of opera that presents mythological stories. The main thing is that the emotions are prominent in the dialogues of the characters. It sounds very interesting. Let's go and see it together later. Guan said with a smile, and then poured wine for Tian Lingshan. Tian Lingshan was confused. With their cultivation, how could the opera in the mortal world be interesting, and they needed to go there in person, and they could hear it sitting here. However, in the face of Guan's invitation, he did not refuse. In his opinion, Guan did this, first, to release goodwill, and second, there might be other deep meanings. Next, the two only talked about human affairs, and Tian Lingshan gradually let go, and his thoughts drifted to a woman in Taixuan Sect. Back then, the three of them traveled the world together, and now they are in the same sect. Even as a god, Tian Lingshan has a very strange feeling. The news of the Xiantian human race's defeat swept the world like a storm, and the Dao court vigorously promoted this matter. A legendary name once again broke into the ears of the world. Fudao Jianzun? After the battle, the Dao court discussed and combined with the legends of the world, and speculated that the mysterious existence that saved them was the legendary Fudao Jianzun. Fudao Jianzun is very old for the common people, but not very long ago for the great monks. At that time, the world did not reunite. Although they were not in the Tianling world, they had felt the vast momentum of Fudao Jianzun. They knew that Fudao Jianzun was real. Not only that, the relationship between Wuxi and Fudao Jianzun also began to spread, but because many sects said that they had a connection with Fudao Jianzun, the relationship between Wuxi and Fudao Jianzun did not cause much waves. Time passed quickly. The new year arrived. Tian Hao returned to Qinkan Sect. He was called away by Guan before he stepped into the Wuxi Dao Kang. He followed the sound to a cliff and found that there was another person next to Guan, also with his back to him. Looking at the back of this person, he couldn't help but be stunned, and his expression became strange. This person was the Tianling god. The first time Tian Hao saw the back of Tianlingshan, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Guan and Tianlingshan turned around together. Under the sunlight, both of them had a transcendent temperament that blended with the world, which made Tian Hao inexplicably dazed. He came back to his senses, stepped forward quickly, and saluted Guan. I called you here today to tell you something. From now on, you just need to listen, don't ask, and wait until we finish. Guan said, which made Tian Hao confused. Afterwards, Guan took the lead in introducing Tian Hao's life experience in this life. When he learned that the mysterious man next to Guan was his biological father, he was shocked and wanted to ask, but was suppressed by Guan's eyes. After Guan introduced Tian Hao's life experience in the mortal world, Tianlingshan began to talk about Tian Hao's cause and effect in the heaven. Ziwei Immortal Emperor, Tianling Immortal Venerable, Sun Tzu Immortal Lord, Tai Immortal Lord, Jinji God, Jindong 72 Immortals, etc. Tian Hao felt a little dizzy when he heard these names. He didn't expect that he had so many complicated and terrible causes and effects. When he heard that he was also the master's apprentice in his previous life, he was very moved. How can the relationship between master and apprentice across reincarnation not be moving? Moreover, he has always been the one being taken care of. Even though he knew that Tianlingshan was his biological father, Tian Hao still regarded Guan as the most important and respected person. An hour later, Guan and Tianlingshan looked at Tian Hao, waiting for his decision. Tian Hao clenched his fists, his face changing from cloudy to bright. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, I choose to go to Piamiao Xianting. My troubles should be solved by myself, instead of relying on you all the time. I will prove my value in Piamiao Xianting. I will also become an immortal. I want to be above these immortals. No matter what their purpose is, I want them to regret it. He looked up at Guan with a firm look. There was another sentence he didn't say, but Guan could hear his voice. Guan smiled and said, then I will start looking forward to the day when you surpass me. I hope you can be my backer in the future. Tian Hao widened his eyes and smiled awkwardly. The master guessed what he was thinking again. Tianlingshan looked at Tian Hao's face towards Guan, and he felt a little envious. Before confessing to Tian Hao, he had to admit that he was looking forward to Tian Hao's reaction. He thought Tian Hao would be surprised and angry, but he didn't think Tian Hao would be so calm to him, as if he didn't care who his father was. End of this chapter. Upon hearing Tian Hao's choice, Guan showed a relieved smile on his face, and said with emotion, my little disciple has indeed grown up and knows that he should take on his own responsibilities. After that, he stepped forward and passed by Tian Hao. Tian Hao turned around and followed Guan's gaze. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Guan's words, I will hand you over to your father. Hearing this, Tian Hao stopped, turned his head to look at Tianlingshan, and frowned. He was very resistant to this biological father. From childhood to adulthood, he has never lacked fatherly love, because in his heart, the master is equivalent to his father, and he has always been very happy and does not need any more inexplicable family affection. Tianling God saw through his thoughts and said expressionlessly, I will not continue my family relationship with you. I just want to go to Piamiao Xianting. You'd better become stronger. I will teach you my magical powers. Before you leave, you can say goodbye to your old friends and go see your mother. Tian Hao was surprised and asked, my mother, where is she? In Qinkan Sect. What? Tian Hao was shocked and suddenly at a loss. Tianling God raised his right hand, and a dazzling light enveloped Tian Hao's face. In his eyes, Tianling God seemed to have become different. The terrifying cloud that had enveloped the Tianling world for thousands of years finally dissipated, and the innate human evil demons in various parts of the world quickly disappeared. All over the world were celebrating this victory. Under the joint promotion of Dao Court and other major sects, Fudao Jianzun became a well-known existence in the world of cultivation in just a few decades, and even mortals had heard of his legend. His reputation quickly surpassed Sun Tzu Zianjun. Sun Tzu Zianjun's followers had been operating for tens of thousands of years, but they were no match for Fudao Jianzun's one move. The common people are not stupid. They have truly felt the harm of the Xiantian human race, so they will feel a strong gratitude to Fudao Jianzun. Sun Tzu Zianjun has never protected them. How can the two be compared? There are even remarks that the Xiantian human race was sent by the immortals headed by Sun Tzu Zianjun. Only when they are in suffering and despair will they expect the help of the immortals. Such remarks are very inflammatory and spread quickly. Years passed in this context. Neither Sun Tzu Zianjun nor Tai Zianjun sent immortals to come again. As time went by, the influence brought by Fudeojianzun's salvation began to weaken. There are always influential figures in the world that attract people's curiosity. 300 years later, in the Wuxi Daokang, the sun was shining brightly on this day, the mountains and rivers were beautiful, and even the breeze was mixed with a hint of coolness. In the courtyard, Guan was instructing Shenzhen to refine the weapon. Shenzhen used his refining tripod. Now he no longer refines Dao treasures, but because he has refined many Dao treasures, this refining tripod is essentially the same as Dao treasures, and its refining ability is very impressive. Looking at the entire Tianling world, no other cauldron can compare to Guan's refining cauldron. An Xian appeared behind Guan out of thin air and asked, "Master, Tianhao is going to Tianwei. He said you have agreed. Is that true?" Her tone was a little anxious. Although Tianhao has grown up, Tianwei is so dangerous that Tianhao has not yet reached the level of ignoring the threats of Tianwei. And from what Tianhao said, this trip is probably a farewell, and it will be difficult for him to come back in the future. An Xian has not been very enthusiastic about Tianhao since she was a child, mainly because she feels awkward. When she sees Tianhao, she always thinks of Anhao. Now that she knows that Tianhao is the reincarnation of Anhao, her feelings for Tianhao have naturally changed. Her senior brother is always like this, and she has seen him off more than once. If it weren't for the master, she felt that Anhao would have died countless times. She couldn't understand and wanted to stop him. Guan turned his back to an Xian and said, "This time he is not leaving for himself." "What do you mean?" An Xian asked, and just as she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Could it be that the Xiantian human race came because of Tianhao? She then thought of Anhao in her previous life, who died to save this world. It seemed that Anhao never lived for himself, and his birth was always accompanied by a mission. Perhaps for the An family, he was an irresponsible ancestor, but he did not owe the common people, and even had the merit of saving the world. Guan did not answer an Xian, and continued to instruct Shenzhen in refining weapons. Although Shenzhen was curious about why Tianhao left, she did not ask. Since following Guan, she has seen many people come to Guan, and has also seen many people leave. In Shenzhen's eyes, only an Xian and Tianyao in the Wuxi dojo can always accompany Guan like her. Others more or less yearn for the outside world, and it can even be said that they only endure here to become stronger. An Xian stood there and soon figured it out. The master saw it more thoroughly than her, and Tianhao's fate was not what she could imagine. She and Anhao have never been people on the same path, but were just born in the same place as children. For a long time, when an Xian was completely relieved, she was about to turn around and leave, but Guan suddenly called her. An Xian, come with me later. An Xian couldn't help but ask in confusion, where are we going? Looking for the fairy island. Guan looked at her and smiled, let's go to the place Hauer wants to go. An Xian's eyes widened when she heard it, and her face showed surprise. After hearing this, Shenzhen immediately turned her head to look at Guan and wanted to speak, but he pressed his left index finger on her mouth and couldn't speak. She could only open her eyes and look at him resentfully. Okay, an Xian said hurriedly, and she disappeared from the spot. Guan walked towards his room. Shenzhen asked, you told her in advance, aren't you afraid that she will tell Tianhao? Guan said without turning his head, she won't do that. Why? Because she is the most like me. Shenzhen was stunned, and carefully pondered the similarities between an Xian and Guan. Under the night sky, on top of a towering peak, there is a stone temple without a roof. A figure is sitting on a high platform in the temple. It is Zhongbuku. Zhongbuku's aura is completely different from before, and his figure is even more burly. He is wearing a black robe embroidered with a yellow dragon, and his long hair is slightly fluttering. Even when he is sitting with his eyes closed, he exudes an extremely dangerous aura. A figure appeared in the temple out of thin air. This is a ragged man. It is Suyu who once went through hardships with Zhongbuku. Even though he has gained great power by following Zhongbuku, Suyu still maintains a beggar-like makeup, making it impossible for people to see through his true cultivation. My demon emperor, are you still here studying magical powers? Have you forgotten what we agreed on? Suyu asked with a sarcastic smile. Zhongbuku opened his eyes, looked at him, and asked, so soon? It just so happens that there is a transcendent being who is recruiting soldiers and horses. Although it is the lowest level of the Heavenly Dao Immortal position, there is great hope, which is easier than the test in the Heavenly Dao Immortal Stone. Suyu said with a smile. Zhongbuku hesitated and asked, if I go, how long will it take to come back? What should we do with our country? First, stand firm when you go. That transcendent being wants to deal with someone who offends him. This time, it is estimated that he will have to subdue a large world. It is hard to say when. As for this demon clan dynasty, you don't have to worry. There will be no tribulations in the next 10,000 years. You must have confidence. You and I have a strong deterrent power. Suyu replied, and his tone was a little dissatisfied at the end. Zhongbuku always makes him find fault. He has seen demon emperors and demon kings in other worlds, and even witnessed the emperor who stood at the end of the cause and effect of the demon clan. He felt that Zhongbuku was still far from being a demon emperor. End of this chapter. Although Suyu's words were sarcastic, Zhongbuku was already used to it. Suyu had made an indisputable contribution to his success. At critical moments, Suyu was always so reliable, and he had saved him from desperate situations many times. The two of them had long been friends worth entrusting their lives to. Then go and fight for the position of an immortal. Zhang Buku looked at Su Yu and said seriously. He was thinking about the other two people in his heart. If he could become an immortal, he should be able to find Master Gu and Li Ya. At that time, what would their expressions be when they saw him becoming an immortal? Thinking of this, his fighting spirit was ignited all of a sudden, and his eyes were like torches. Su Yu saw that he suddenly became excited, and secretly sighed, what a guy that was hard to figure out. At the end of the year, Guan stood on the cliff, with the snow all over the sky, watching the figures of Tianlingshan and Tianhao disappear in the boundary gate. Guan could see that their trip was very smooth, but the cause and effect after arriving at the Misty Immortal Court could not be deduced, which showed that the Misty Immortal Court was hiding a powerful existence that could not be underestimated. This is a good thing. Now he needs Pia Miao Xianting to be strong enough. Moreover, Guan felt that even if Tianhao was targeted, he would not die. Whether it was Sun Se Xianjun or Tai Xianjun, they did not seem to send people to kill Tianhao, but wanted to capture Tianhao. Just like the 72 immortals of Jindong, after they found Tianhao, they did not kill Tianhao with thunder and lightning. They were even in the mood to talk. However, what is your origin? Guan's eyes became deep, and he thought more deeply. Who sent An Hao to Ziwei Xiangong? Why did he send An Hao to escape from the control of the heavenly court? Even though he had already achieved the perfect cultivation of Miaozhen de Luo Xianjing, he still had things he could not see through. He was not troubled by this, because he had a way to solve the current confusion. That was a breakthrough. As long as he was strong enough, he could see through the current fog. Guan looked for a while, turned around, and walked down the mountain. The heavy snow soon covered his figure, and the footprints he left behind quickly disappeared without leaving any trace. Time is like this heavy snow, it will erase all the marks of the world. As long as time is long enough, even the most powerful and spectacular things will be erased. 10 years later, an Xian followed Guan on the ridge, the setting sun stretched their shadows. Master, don't lie to me, we are still on the Juling continent, how can we get to where Tianhao wants to go? You are not referring to it, right? Do you want to tell me the meaning of life through this matter? An Xian couldn't help asking, her face full of suspicion. If that's the case, then she will. Forget it? Who made him the master? She could only bear it. Guan smiled and said, why are you so anxious? Use your immortal emperor pupil to feel it. Hearing this, an Xian immediately activated the immortal emperor pupil, and her pupil turned purple, and the world in her eyes changed. She found that the surroundings were not the mountains and forests of the Juling continent, but a mysterious universe void. A grey airflow came from the front. She felt it carefully, and it turned out to be the breath of the Tao. She was shocked and began to seriously feel the breath of the Tao along the way. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Or did she really come to another place? An Xian looked at Guan's back, her heart full of curiosity. Guan was still walking forward, as if there were mountains under his feet, and his steps did not seem like he was walking on flat ground. In addition, an Xian felt a strong sense of the same kind from Guan. She didn't need to guess, she knew that it was the feeling that Guan's immortal emperor pupil brought her. The master taught her the immortal emperor pupil, and the master must have been able to practice this kind of unparalleled magical power. She secretly compared it and found that her immortal emperor pupil was far inferior to the master's immortal emperor pupil. This gap is greater than any description in the world. She felt that if she faced the master's immortal emperor pupil, she would not even have the courage to resist. This was an extremely vast aura that made her feel so small. I have many disciples, and they have received different inheritances from me, but I will only pass on the immortal emperor pupil to you. Not only is this magical power difficult to practice, but it is also because I am most optimistic about you. In fact, I think you are my most proud disciple, and you will surprise everyone. Guan's voice came from the front, with a casual tone, but the content of the words surprised an Xian. Although she has followed Guan for more than 88,000 years, it is the first time she has heard her master evaluate her like this. Whether it is in Hao, Yangjian, or the current Tianyao, Blood Prison Great Sage, Lucian, and Chen Chuan, too many geniuses have appeared under the master, and she never dared to imagine that she would be the master's most optimistic disciple. Unprecedented surprises and touches poured into her heart, gathering into a wonderful power, causing her immortal emperor pupil to change. A trace of purple air escaped from the purple pupil of the immortal emperor pupil, lingering in her eye sockets, and then imprinted into a series of evil purple Dao patterns. Although Guan, who was walking in front, did not look back, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. An Xian's immortal emperor pupil has transformed? The reason for the transformation was not just Guan's words. The words were just the introduction. The main reason was the Dao meaning around them. At this moment, they were walking on the road of the Great Dao, surrounded by the Dao meaning. The road of the Great Dao was vast and boundless. It was not an ordinary form of heaven and earth. He used the Weidao Tian Luo to walk on the edge of nothingness on the road of the Great Dao. Here, no one could detect them. But this road was very dangerous. If you were not careful, you would be wiped out. An Xian didn't know the fortune she was in. She could feel the changes in herself, which made her more grateful to her master. Time seemed to be still, and an Xian gradually fell into a state of ecstasy. Her immortal emperor pupils allowed her to see many very impactful pictures. A big explosion appeared in the absolute darkness, and then the universe was born. Countless rubble flew and turned into pieces of heaven and earth, and these heavens and earth gave birth to all things. She saw the origin and destruction of living beings, the collision of the great Dao, and the creation of the rules of heaven and earth. She even saw a terrible figure with his back to the common people at the place of the big explosion. There were too many pictures for her to take in, and she also absorbed some power in the process. This power comes from the great Dao. Absorbing the power of the great Dao from such an illusion made an Xian herself feel incredible. She realized that she didn't know enough about the immortal emperor pupil. Perhaps the master said that she was the most proud disciple mainly because she had mastered the immortal emperor pupil. Master once said that different people's immortal emperor pupils contain different magical powers, and they are very mysterious magical powers. My immortal emperor pupil may not only absorb power for myself. An Xian thought so, and she continued to feel the current fortune. I don't know how long it has been, maybe 1 or 2 days, or maybe thousands of years. Suddenly, an Xian woke up suddenly, staggered, and almost bumped into Guan. Unfortunately, Guan put his right index finger on her forehead to stabilize her body. We're here. Guan smiled at an Xian, and an Xian came back to her senses and subconsciously looked around. They stood in the bright starry sky, looking in all directions. There were countless stars, and huge nebulae of different shapes. Everything was beautiful enough not to be real. An Xian was still immersed in the creation of the immortal emperor's pupil. At this moment, she felt a sense of loss. She subconsciously asked, "Where is this place?" Guan looked in one direction and said, "Pia Miao Xianting, your senior brother will practice there in the future, and maybe he will become an immortal there." An Xian was completely awake when she heard it. She asked curiously, "Do immortals live here?" Guan replied, "No, it's just that immortals were born here." As soon as the voice fell, a rainbow light flew from the depths of the starry sky in front. It was a cultivator who looked like an immortal. He had an extraordinary temperament and was surrounded by several treasures. He was moving very fast. He suddenly stopped, not far from Guan and the others. He stood still, his eyes widened, and his body trembled slightly. This scene confused an Xian. She was about to ask, but her eyes widened. A figure burning with black flames appeared out of thin air behind the cultivator. The figure was 100 feet tall and looked like a mountain behind the cultivator. The black flame figure was raising his right hand diagonally, with his index finger resting on the cultivator's head. End of this chapter. Looking at the black flame figure, an Xian was frightened and dared not speak, for fear of disturbing the other party. This figure appeared without any sign, and an Xian was unaware of it. Now, just looking at him, she felt a chill. Even though her immortal emperor pupil had improved again, she felt frightened when looking at this figure. This was an instinctive reaction to facing deadly danger, allowing her to judge at first glance that she was no match for the other party. But soon, an Xian found that the other party seemed to be unable to see them. She turned her head to look at her master and found that her master's face was calm, quietly looking at the black flame figure and the immortal cultivator. Even the immortal cultivator suppressed by the black flame figure made an Xian feel unfathomable. "Master, what is the cultivation level of the cultivator who is caught up?" An Xian asked, her tone full of curiosity. Guan replied, "Luotian Zai Xian, located above Xianyuan Zai Xian." Luotian? An Xian was frightened. She knew that above Zaizaxian was Daokuo realm, and she also knew that Xianyuan Zaizaxian was the strongest realm in the Tianling world, and the Lord of Daoting was at such a realm. An existence stronger than the Lord of Daoting was suppressed by an unknown existence, and there was no way to show the power of Lucian Zaizaxian. An Xian asked, "What realm is the existence behind him?" Guan replied, "Xiantian Jingxian realm, located above Lucian Zaizaxian, belongs to the first realm of Jingxian Daokuo." Xiantian Jingxian? An Xian was amazed. The higher the cultivation, the lower the possibility of fighting across realms. In the future, when you encounter an existence of a higher realm, it is best to take a detour and don't be stubborn. Guan said earnestly. It was not a coincidence to encounter such a battle. Guan calculated that there was such a battle near Pia Miao Xianting, and brought an Xian to take a look, so that an Xian would know how terrible it is outside the world. The universe where Pia Miao Xianting is located is not the world, it is more vast than the world, and the rules of the avenue here are more intense. After calculation, Guan knew that such a universe was called the Great Dao Universe, which was higher than the universe. "Don't worry, Master, I won't go out alone. I will always practice with you." An Xian smiled. She didn't think it would be boring to practice beside Guan. She enjoyed the feeling of getting stronger. Moreover, she could sit and watch the ebb and flow of the world. If she wanted to go out and play, Cultivate Sect was a good place to go. In Cultivate Sect, she could feel the changes in the world. Every year, there were new things in her eyes. At this moment, the hand of the black flame figure rushed out, and as soon as it touched the head of Luotian Zaizaxian, this Luotian Zaizaxian was annihilated and no longer existed. This made an Xian feel very emotional. No matter how high the cultivation level is, there will always be an existence that she cannot defeat. She couldn't help thinking that this black flame figure was a congenital golden immortal, but she couldn't see her and the master. How high was the master's realm? It must be higher than the congenital golden immortal realm? Guan's mouth corners slightly raised. Above the congenital golden immortal is the Hengtian golden immortal, and then the Taking golden immortal. Above them are Kaishan Delaxian and Miaozhan Delaxian. The gap between him and the black flame figure is far beyond Angsan's imagination and cognition, but he will not reveal his true cultivation. After destroying Lucian's Isaaxian, the black flame figure disappeared out of thin air. In the Dao universe, beings of any realm must be careful. Guan sighed. Angzan admired Guan even more. With the master's cultivation, he should be able to easily destroy the black flame figure, but the master never bullies the weak. Compared with those powerful beings who act recklessly, she admires people like the master who can restrain their desires more. Although the master likes to read some improper books, in Angzan's eyes, the master is the most suitable person for the immortal. Knowing the secular world, but not the secular world, being an immortal, but without the arrogance of an immortal, she will always remember what her master told her. True strength is not invincibility, but the ability to tolerate those weaker than oneself. Guan continued to move forward, and an Xian hurried to catch up. Along the way, an Xian was observing the universe of the Great Dao. Every star and every nebula seemed to contain some kind of Dao meaning, allowing her immortal emperor pupil to continue to gain insights. She was obviously walking very slowly, but the scene around her was moving very fast. She knew that this was the master's method. About half an hour passed. Guan stopped, and an Xian came to his side and looked forward. Her beautiful eyes widened and her eyes were full of brilliance. In front of her was a starry sky emitting dazzling light, and towering immortal palaces were suspended. They stood above the nebula, as numerous as stars, stacked layer by layer, presenting a state of the great Dao that shocked the soul. Looking at the magnificent scene of the ethereal fairy court, an Xian's immortal emperor pupil shrank slightly, as if to deeply imprint this scene in her eyes. Will senior brother cultivate in such a holy place? An Xian whispered to herself, with anticipation on her face, expecting Tianhao to show his peerless demeanor in such a place. Guan said, there are countless worlds, and the same is true for the Great Dao universe. Even as a master, I don't know where the end of the Great Dao is, and how many Great Dao universes there are. Pursuing the Great Dao is the most wonderful world, and in the process of pursuing it, you are living forever. Xiner, your immortal emperor pupils should not only devour power, but also see the Great Dao. The more scenery you see, the higher your Taoism will be. Beginningless means no beginning, just like the infinite Great Dao. An Xian listened to Guan's words, and her mentality was also changing. Pursuing the Great Dao? Is this the reason why Master looks at the common people with a smile and can face all disasters with ease? An Xian also wants to have such a mentality, so she watched very seriously. Just standing next to Master and seeing the same scene, she still couldn't imagine what everything in Master's eyes looked like. Master, has Tianhao entered? An Xian asked. Guan responded, well, he is sparring with others. This will be his first battle in Piamiao Xianting. He will get through it smoothly. An Xian smiled. After hearing what her master said, she was completely relieved. If the master said it would go smoothly, then it must go smoothly. The master and the apprentice stood in the starry sky and looked at Piamiao Xianting. An Xian was immersed in the grand momentum of Piamiao Xianting, while Guan was feeling the luck of Piamiao Xianting. Piamiao Xianting must have hidden Kaishan de Luo Xian, but there is no Miao Zhan de Luo Xian. However, this does not rule out the cause and effect that Piamiao Xianting does not have Miao Zhan de Luo Xian. Guan inexplicably thought of the master of the Yongsheng Emperor, Tianfo. Where is Lingshan? He suddenly thought of Lingshan to take a look. He began to deduce the cause and effect of Piamiao Xianting. Piamiao Xianting has a close relationship with Lingshan. If he deduces, he will definitely find traces. Sure enough, he found it. Lingshan is in another avenue universe. Compared with the memory of the Yongsheng Emperor, Lingshan is more vast in Guan's eyes. There are actually several great universes suppressed under the sacred mountain. There are also many great worlds in the sacred mountain, all hidden in the bodies of powerful Buddhists or in some treasures. The sacred Bodhi tree where the eternal emperor stayed before hides thousands of worlds. Although these worlds are not great worlds, they also breed immortal civilizations. End of this chapter. Guan brought an Xian to Piamiao Xianting just to let an Xian gain more knowledge. After Tianhao left, he needed to train another absolute genius for Wuxi. There was no special meaning in doing so, but he just wanted to do it. While an Xian was feeling Piamiao Xianting, Guan felt Lingshan. Following the endless cause and effect of Lingshan, he explored a wider world and plains, and he even saw the long river of the road. When he saw the long river of the road, Guan couldn't help but think of his son in a certain life. Lu Kaiuxian, Lu Han's son, born as the primordial cause and effect body, Lu Han resurrected Lu Kaiuxian before his death, but for some reason, Lu Kaiuxian was tied to the long river of fate and could not get rid of it, but he also gained eternal life. Over the long years, Guan occasionally looked at Lu Kaiuxian. After merging with the long river of fate, Lu Kaiuxian was like the guardian of the long river of fate. His cultivation was far inferior to that of Guan at the moment, but with the long river of fate, no one could completely destroy him. Lu Kaiuxian has been looking for his parents in the long river of fate. Guan saw it, but he was powerless. Guan has studied the great Dao of fate very deeply. He can feel Lu Kaiuxian's obsession. If he sees his father, the obsession will dissipate, and Lu Kaiuxian will dissipate and will not enter the reincarnation. So Guan wants to wait until he is strong enough to rescue Lu Kaiuxian before taking action. The reincarnation of life can enhance Guan's perception of the great Dao and even his life experience, but it also leaves many regrets. Lu Kaiuxian is looking for Lu Han. The Black Xian Emperor is looking for the White String Fairy. The Eternal Emperor wants to rescue the Yaoxian Fairy. The other reincarnation bodies also have their own regrets, but there is no emotional regret. It's just that before he died, he felt regret for the powerful realm he had never reached. Guan's eyes quickly found Lu Kaixian. Lu Kaixian was meditating in the long river of fate. He was not practicing, but looking for the traces of his parents in the endless fate. His cultivation will become stronger with the passage of time. In terms of aura, it is comparable to Luo Tianzi's Asian realm. Guan suddenly wanted to know what kind of state of mind Lu Kaixian had in the long years. His pupils suddenly changed and became the pupils of the immortal emperor. Lu Kaixian, who was meditating, opened his eyes and frowned and looked around. Guan stopped exploring and was a little surprised. Luo Tianzi's Asian can feel the spying of me, the wonderful realm de Luoxian. He felt relieved. Lu Kaixian was also a peerless figure. If he was still alive, his cultivation would definitely be higher than it is now. Guan was about to retract his gaze, but his brows suddenly frowned. Among the countless causes and effects of Lu Kaixian, he saw a figure walking towards Lu Kaixian. This figure was very blurry and carried a monstrous murderous intent. Guan could not see through this figure. He could only see the other party walking towards Lu Kaixian, and he could not even calculate when he would walk behind Lu Kaixian. This was not a conventional approach, but a causal approach. The other party was killing Lu Kaixian in a certain causal way. Guan couldn't remind Lu Kaixian, and it was useless to remind him. With the help of the long river of fate, Lu Kaixian couldn't resist the approach of the other party, and knowing it in advance would only increase his worries. For a long time, an Xian retracted her gaze. She turned her head to look at Guan, and saw that her master was frowning, but when she followed her master's gaze, she couldn't see anything. This made her nervous. What on earth could cause her master to frown? In her eyes, nothing could stump her master. Even if they were deceased, her master could find them back from reincarnation. Guan's brows relaxed. He turned his head to look at an Xian, and asked with a smile, "Do you want to go back?" An Xian nodded and said, "It's time to go back. I just want to practice well now. Although I haven't been out for a long time, I seem to have more ideas about the immortal emperor's pupil." Guan looked at the purple Dao pattern still imprinted on the edge of her eyes, nodded slightly, and then turned and walked in the direction she came from. An Xian followed Guan, closing her eyes as she walked. With every step she took, she left behind a figure that looked exactly like her, like a clone. 10 steps left behind 10 figures. 100 steps left behind 100 figures. Although Guan did not look back, he knew what was happening behind him. He had felt that an Xian's immortal emperor pupil was not that simple. It seemed powerful to devour external forces and turn them into her own power in a short period of time, but it was far inferior to his immortal emperor pupil. His immortal emperor pupil could reverse reality and illusion, reshape what happened in the past, and make the future disappear. An Xian's immortal emperor pupil also had the effect of penetrating the past and the future, but it was different from Guan's ability to reverse reality and illusion. As they continued to move forward, the figure left by an Xian began to change. First, her clothes changed, and then her aura became different, as if she was in different periods. An Xian slowly opened her eyes, and she subconsciously wanted to look back. "Don't look back, keep the feeling now." Guan's voice came from the front, making an Xian stop her head. She looked at her master's back, and the distracting thoughts in her heart disappeared immediately. Still walking on the boundless edge of the road, without encountering any setbacks along the way, an Xian seemed to have had another dream, and when she woke up, she had returned to the Wuxi dojo. She turned her head and saw Lucian and Chen Chuan standing in front of the master arguing about something, and the master picked up a book again. She didn't think that everything before was a dream. She smiled meaningfully, then turned and left. She was going back to the house to practice in seclusion. Shenzhen, who was meditating in front of the refining cauldron, looked at an Xian's departing back and frowned slightly. In the past, she could see an Xian's cause and effect, and through cause and effect, she could imagine an Xian's past or future scenes, but now, she couldn't do it. After going out for a trip, I have made such great progress. Shenzhen thought curiously, and her eyes turned to Guan, with expectation in her eyes. Guan listened to the dispute between Lucian and Chen Chuan, but didn't care, nor did he look at an Xian. He was immersed in the book. Turning a page is an era in the human world. 10,000 years later. Guan closed the book, stood up, stretched his body, the sun shone on him, his figure was so lazy. The small wooden sign on his waist shook slightly. No one would have thought that these small wooden signs were transformed by immortals. Tianqing and Tianbei walked quickly from outside the courtyard. They came to Guan and chattered non-stop, talking about the legends they had heard of the world. 10,000 years have passed, and many influential figures and peerless geniuses have emerged in the world. After Tianhao disappeared, now there is another eternal genius who is the best in the world, from the Dao court. The two women compared the record of this eternal genius with Tianhao, arguing about who has stronger talent. Guan had already noticed that the eternal genius could indeed compete with Tianhao, because this person was the reincarnation of an immortal god. That's right, it's the immortal god of the heavenly court. This is the method of Tai Immortal Lord. This immortal lord is approaching, and he is ready to personally descend to the Tianling world for the 72 immortals of Jindong. Guan stretched his muscles and looked down. Where should Tai Xianjun be hung? End of this chapter. Master, do you think that Emperor Tianhong of the Dao court can compare to Tianhao? Tianqing turned her head to look at Guan and asked seriously. She could not be more stubborn than Tianbei, who always believed that no one could compare to Tianhao. But Emperor Tianhong's cultivation speed was not inferior to Tianhao at all, and his record was even more powerful. He often won across realms, and even had a record of fighting against many enemies across realms, which was unprecedented in history. Coupled with the hype of the Dao court, the world has forgotten Tianhao and only praised Emperor Tianhong. Tianqing compared the records and felt that Emperor Tianhong was really not inferior to Tianhao. Tianbei just subconsciously despised the geniuses from the outside world. Guan replied, in the Tianling world, no one's talent can compare to Tianhao, and he has a stronger destiny that has not been released. These words made Tianbei couldn't help but straighten his chest. Guan then said, but after leaving the Tianling world, the two are indeed almost the same, and they will definitely leave the Tianling world to venture into a higher world. Tianqing smiled when he heard this, and stared at Tianbai unwillingly. Instead of caring about these things, you might as well think about your own cultivation. Your innate qualifications are indeed mediocre, but after practicing with me for so many years, you are actually qualified to compete with any Tianjiao in the world. Guan shook his head and said, making the two women smile awkwardly. They are lively by nature and it is difficult for them to practice quietly for a long time. What Guan said was not a lie. Even the Tianhong Emperor, who was the reincarnation of an immortal god, did not have the Miaozhen de Luo immortal to release the Tao at any time in his previous life. Tianbei hugged Guan's arm and said coquettishly, there are so many disciples in the dojo, there will always be someone who is the first. We just need to keep up. That's right, that's right. Recently, the Blood Prison Great Sage has been promoted very quickly. He is already our recognized #1 disciple of Wuxi. I feel that Emperor Tianhong is not his opponent. Tianqing hugged Guan's other arm and said with approval. Facing Guan's harsh criticism, she stood on the same front with Tianbei. Guan said earnestly, in fact, in my eyes, you are not worse than the Blood Prison Great Sage. In some aspects, I even think you are the most powerful, because you have each other, just like the Taoist treasures I refined for you, which also have the meaning of matching. These words made Tianqing and Tianbei's eyes light up, and they began to ask which aspect. Guan suddenly had a headache. He just praised them habitually and guided them to practice actively. They could be excited, but could they not rub against him when they were excited? After playing with them for a while, Guan sent them back to practice. Afterwards, an Xian, who had received his voice transmission, appeared in front of him out of thin air and asked curiously, Master, what's the matter? Since going to Pia Miao Xianting 10,000 years ago, an Xian has put aside all her affairs and let Tianqing and Tianbei connect with Qinkan Sect. She has been practicing in seclusion for many years and delving into the immortal emperor pupil, which has also made the Blood Prison Great Sage the undisputed strongest disciple of the Taoist temple in 10,000 years. Now an Xian is going to war with the Blood Prison Great Sage, and the Blood Prison Great Sage will be defeated miserably. This is the result of Guan's deduction. With the magical power of the immortal emperor pupil, an Xian is more than a little stronger than the Blood Prison Great Sage. In the same realm, Guan even thinks that an Xian's suppression power will surpass Tianhao. After going to Pia Miao Xianting, an Xian's immortal emperor pupil is completely awakened, and its magical power is too suitable for fighting. Guan and an Xian have not seen each other for 10,000 years, but for an Xian, she has not felt the impact of time on herself. At least her attitude towards Guan has not changed at all. Master is about to fight, do you want to go and see? Guan asked with a smile. Hearing this, an Xian's eyes lit up and nodded immediately. An Xian was about to ask when the surrounding scene suddenly changed, and they suddenly appeared under the boundary gate. Although it was not the first time that she felt Guan's magical power, an Xian was still shocked. In the past 10,000 years, she could feel her own progress, which made her self-confidence unprecedentedly improved, but facing her master, she still felt like a frog in the well. An Xian did not immerse herself in this emotion. She turned around and looked, her eyes fell on the towering boundary gate. What is this? An Xian asked curiously. She could feel that this gate contained an incomparably vast power of the avenue. She had never seen such a creation. Sure enough, following the master out, you can always gain knowledge. Guan did not hide it and began to introduce the boundary gate. Hearing that this is the gate of heaven leading to the outside of the universe, and living beings can only leave the Tianling world through this gate, this made an Xian even more curious. The master did not pass through the boundary gate when he went to Pia Miao Xianting before. Guan told her the news that Tai Xianjun was coming. She had talked to Guan about the cause and effect of Tianhao before, and thus knew the origin of the Xianjun. Tai Immortal Lord is not an ordinary immortal god, but an existence higher than the gods and star gods. Her master is going to fight such an existence, which makes her look forward to it. Will Tai Immortal Lord come out of the boundary gate? An Xian asked, looking at the boundary gate. The boundary gate that has not been activated looks dark and mysterious. The inner gate is transparent, and what can be seen is the universe behind it, which is vast and magnificent. Guan reached out to touch the wooden sign on his waist, fiddled with it gently, and said, well, you will be able to see the immortal face soon. At the same time, in a mysterious dark space, the 72 immortals of Jindong appeared one after another. They opened their eyes and found that they could not move their steps. They could only turn around and turn their heads. They soon all faced one direction. Looking in this direction, a huge light curtain was suspended in the darkness in front of them, allowing them to see the scene of Guan and the others and the boundary gate. Where is this place? It seems that we have been sealed by that guy. He seems to want us to see something. Listen carefully to their conversation. Is the Immortal Lord coming? This guy is so arrogant. He is indeed very strong, but how dare he challenge the Immortal Lord? Big brother, what should we do? We can't just sit there and wait for death. The Jindong immortals were excited and cursed Guan. Finally, they looked at Zilong Xingjian. Zilong Xingjian had no expression on his face. When they were sealed into wooden signs before, they all fell into a coma, so they felt like they had just been captured. But Zilong Xingjian keenly discovered that it was probably a long time since the Tianling world. If this was true, what did Guan do to them during this period of time? Thinking of Guan's means of capturing them, Zilong Xingjian found it difficult to speak to appease everyone. He felt that Guan might not have no power to compete with the Immortal Lord. He was the only Taking Jinxian, and he was also a perfect cultivator in the Taking Jinxian realm. He saw it more thoroughly. In his eyes, Guan must be a Deluo realm existence. Such an existence, which did not belong to heaven, really made him uneasy. But Purple Dragon Star Lord could do nothing now and could only wait quietly. In reality, Guan continued to chat with an Xian. He deliberately let the will of the 72 Jindong immortals fall into his Daokuo universe, allowing them to spy on the battle. The reason for doing so was that Guan did not intend to let the 72 Jindong immortals leave. Although immortals cannot be killed, they can be sealed. Even if they will eventually be found by the Heavenly Court, at least it will buy time for Guan. For the Heavenly Court, tens of millions of years may be just a moment. From the fact that the Heavenly Court did not urge the Tianling God to quickly destroy the Tianling world, it can be seen that the time scale of the Heavenly Court is far beyond the imagination of mortals. He is ready to seal up all the immortals who come to trouble him. If he lets them go directly, he will definitely cause great trouble. Time passed by every second. Guan and an Xian stopped talking until the boundary gate trembled. An Xian turned to face the boundary gate, and the boundary gate burst out with strong light, gathering inside the gate. This is the light of the Heavenly Dao, and the surface of the Tianling world is covered by such a light of the Heavenly Dao. Feeling the strong light of the Heavenly Dao up close, an Xian could feel the power and unfathomable depth of the Heavenly Court. What kind of great power could create such a force of order? As the boundary gate was completely stimulated, a vast and endless breath gushed out from the boundary gate, forming a majestic fairy mist that spread out, shocking and incomparable. In the Daokuo universe, the 72 Jindong immortals became excited. The Immortal Lord is here, he is here to save us. A female fairy said excitedly, her face full of admiration. The other Jindong immortals were also surprised. Although they heard Guan and the others say that Tai Immortal Lord would come, they were still excited when they really saw Tai Immortal Lord's fairy spirit appear, and even had the impulse to devote themselves to the cause and die for it. On the other side, a figure gradually appeared in the strong light below the boundary gate. He seemed to come from the end of time, and seemed to come from the origin of everything. The indescribable sacred momentum impacted an Xian's eyes. An Xian's eyes instantly turned into the pupils of the Immortal Emperor, and purple Taoist patterns appeared around her eye sockets. The figure of Tai Xianjun was reflected in her pupils. While waiting, an Xian had been imagining what Tai Xianjun would look like, but when she really saw Tai Xianjun, she still felt ashamed of herself. This is a gap in the essence of life. Whether in terms of cultivation, soul, or cognition, an Xian instinctively felt that she was inferior to the other party. You who disobey the heaven, you dare to wait for my arrival here. Do you know what you are facing? Tai Xianjun's voice came from the boundary gate and echoed in the starry sky of the universe. In an instant, with the boundary gate as the center, the universe in all directions showed colorful rainbow light, making this universe look bizarre, psychedelic, and mysterious. Listening to Tai Xianjun's words, an Xian actually had the urge to kneel down and bow her head. She was shocked and couldn't imagine how high Tai Xianjun's Taoism was. Guan took a step forward, and an Xian's strong discomfort suddenly disappeared. She subconsciously looked at Guan. In her eyes, Guan's image quickly rose, and could even be compared with the Tai Immortal Lord who was still walking in the boundary gate. In the Daokuo universe, the 72 immortals of Jindong also stared at Guan's back. In their eyes, the figure of Tai Immortal Lord walking towards them was about to overlap with Guan's figure. Even if they hated Guan, from this angle, they had to admit that Guan's momentum was not weaker than Tai Immortal Lord. To fool the people, isn't it against the way of heaven? Guan's voice sounded, and his tone was calm. Tai Immortal Lord was still walking towards the door. He walked slowly, but every step showed an unstoppable strength. Finally, he was at the edge of the boundary gate. He was still bathed in the strong light of the way of heaven, but even an Xian could feel that he only needed to take one more step to reveal his true appearance. An Xian saw that behind Tai Xianjun there seemed to be a scroll floating, surging like a river. There was a golden pattern on his forehead. When his facial features were not visible, the golden pattern looked like a vertical eye, making him look more sacred and majestic, inviolable. You are also qualified to talk about the way of heaven? What do you want to do by plotting against the emperor? Tai Xianjun's voice came out again, this time with a stronger tone, like thunderous anger, deafening. Guan asked back, I don't know who the Emperor is, what the Emperor represents, I only know that you want to capture my disciple, now the cause and effect, how do you think you should end it as an immortal? Tai Xianjun was silent, as if he didn't expect Guan to not know Tianhao's origins. But it didn't matter anymore, Guan hindered his plan and captured his subordinates. Release the 72 Jindong immortals and hand over the Emperor. This matter will be over. You continue to hide in this world to practice, and I will pretend that I have never met you, Tai Immortal Lord said. He also believed that Guan was the Deluo Immortal of Kaishan. With such a cultivation level hiding in the Tianling world, he obviously carried an unimaginable cause and effect for the common people. Guan should not dare to face the heavenly court. Across the strong light of the heavenly Dao, Guan could not detect the lifespan of Tai Immortal Lord, but he could feel that Tai Immortal Lord was only the Deluo Immortal of Kaishan. Such a cultivation level is not to be feared. You can only choose one, either the whereabouts of the Emperor you mentioned, or the freedom of the 72 Jindong Immortals. I need one of them to restrain you and avoid your revenge, Guan said calmly. Tai Immortal Lord did not feel the breath of the 72 Jindong Immortals, but saw the wooden signs on Guan's waist, but no matter how he looked at it, those wooden signs were ordinary, made of ordinary wood, without any mystery. However, Guan's inquiry made him feel contemptuous. A poor plan to sow discord. Do you think you can really trap the 72 Immortals of Jindong? Since you insist on making conditions, then feel the power of the Immortals. Tai Immortal Lord snorted coldly, and he followed and stepped out. White hair fluttered out from the strong light of the heavenly Dao, followed by the real body of Tai Immortal Lord. The silver silk fairy belt covered his eyes, and the pure white Taoist robe was like a feathered robe. The scroll hanging behind him was slowly unfolding, and a magnificent world appeared. A terrifying aura far beyond the taking golden immortal completely erupted, solidifying the avenue rules of the entire Tianling world. At this moment, time stopped, and everything stopped. However, the disciples in the Wuxi Dao Kang were not affected, but they did not notice the situation outside the Dao Kang. An Xian stood behind Guan and felt it more deeply. When she really faced the aura of Tai Immortal Lord, she couldn't help but sweat for her master. She felt that even Pia Miao Xianting would be destroyed in the face of such a terrifying existence. Standing in front of the boundary gate, Tai Immortal Lord slightly raised his chin, and even though his eyes were covered, his arrogant attitude was revealed. An Xian felt that the immortals were extremely arrogant, but she also felt that it was reasonable. This was the influence of Tai Immortal Lord's Taoism on her. You don't seem to be as calm and conceited as you look. Have you ever thought about what it would look like if you kneeled down in front of a mortal spirit? Guan's voice sounded so cold. End of this chapter. Guan's words were like the coldest sword in the world, piercing through the desperate atmosphere created by Tai Immortal Lord, and the influence on an Xian disappeared at once. The 72 Jindong immortals in the Daokuo universe felt that Guan was even more arrogant than Tai Immortal Lord, and this arrogance made them unable to curse him anymore. For some reason, when Guan's voice fell, the 72 Jindong immortals all had the absurd idea that Tai Immortal Lord was going to lose. Tai Immortal Lord standing in front of Guan seemed to be stunned. Even though his eyes were covered by the silver silk immortal belt, there was still a look of surprise on his face. Kneel down to the mortal spirit, Tai Immortal Lord asked coldly, and the golden Dao pattern on his forehead burned with flames, as if the anger in his heart was ignited and burned fiercely. Boom! The entire universe shattered in an instant. Space fragments appeared like glass and pierced into an Xian's vision. Her immortal emperor pupils widened and her purple pupils trembled. She could feel the rules of the avenue around her quickly dispersing, like a frightened bird, and the endless stars were pulling away in the space debris. Then, everything suddenly stopped. An Xian turned her head subconsciously, and no matter where she looked, she saw all the suspended space fragments, overlapping layer by layer, which made her dizzy and frightened. The Tianling world was destroyed. The breath of the common people disappeared, and it happened in an instant. She looked at Tai Xianjun in front of her. The boundary gate was still there, and Tai Xianjun, who showed absolute power, showed his immortal god posture. Can the world be shattered by momentum alone? An Xian's mind was blank, and she could only stare at Tai Xianjun blankly. The broken universe fell into silence, and the strong light of the heavenly way in the boundary gate had disappeared, appearing cautious and dark. At this moment, she saw a pair of purple eyes appearing in the boundary gate behind Tai Xianjun. That is, an Xian widened her eyes, and she recognized it as the immortal emperor's pupil at a glance. Master's immortal emperor's pupil. She stood behind Guan and could not see Guan's front. Under the suppression of Tai Immortal Lord's momentum, her consciousness could not be detected, which made her extremely curious about the style of the master who used the immortal emperor pupil. What she was curious about was what Tai Immortal Lord was afraid of. Tai Immortal Lord looked at the purple light in Guan's eyes and gritted his teeth and said, Immortal Emperor Pupil. No wonder you have the confidence to compete with the heavenly court. He stayed where he was, not because he was dumbfounded, but because he was suppressed by Guan's Immortal Emperor Pupil. Guan's Immortal Emperor Pupil is not only about reversing the past and rewriting the reality, but also has great power. In addition, his realm is higher than Tai Immortal Lord, so it is easy to suppress Tai Immortal Lord. The reason why he let Tai Immortal Lord show his strength is to let an Xian feel the power of the immortals and gods and his own weakness. Since guiding an Xian to practice the immortal emperor pupil, Guan really wants to train an Xian to be his strongest disciple. No matter how powerful Tianhao and Anhao are, they are also blessed by the heavenly court. Although an Xian's comprehension is getting stronger, she has no special fate and cause and effect. Guan can already see Tianhao's fate, so he can be sure that the ordinary an Xian is indeed not a big shot. Guan looked down at Tai Xianjun indifferently. This guy destroyed the Tianling world with one move. It was obvious that he was afraid that he could not take Guan down, so he wanted to make some noise to attract the attention of the heavenly court. How could such an act of treating the lives of all living beings as nothing be considered extremely evil? Unfortunately, Tai Xianjun miscalculated. The reason why Guan talked nonsense with Tai Xianjun before was not because of luck, but because he covered the entire Tianling world with his own cause and effect power to cut off contact with the outside world. He dared to do so because he was sure that this Tai Immortal Lord was not a clone. This is also the power of the law of cause and effect. For the clone, the original body is the cause. Guan did not answer Tai Immortal Lord. His immortal emperor pupils kept appearing in the broken void in all directions. They were of different sizes, densely packed, and full of oppression. An Xian looked up and couldn't count how many pairs of immortal emperor pupils there were. At this moment, she felt that her immortal emperor pupils were so weak. She didn't know if she could reach the level of her master in this life. In the Daokuo universe, the 72 immortals of Jindong did not see the immortal emperor pupils. In their vision, the universe was just in a broken state, and their Lord Tai Immortal Lord fell into a strange stillness. They were immortals, so they could naturally see that Tai Immortal Lord was competing with Guan in some way. After breaking the Tianling world, Tai Immortal Lord could not stop. In other words, Tai Immortal Lord was likely to be suppressed. Looking at the cosmic fragments around the battlefield, the 72 immortals of Jindong couldn't help feeling cold. Purple Dragon Star Lord frowned. He was surprised and even angry at Tai Immortal Lord's act of destroying the Tianling Great World. How could the immortal gods wantonly destroy the world? After the Great World was rebuilt, the Heavenly Court had clearly cancelled the Order of Destruction. Even if the Order of Destruction was still there, it should be ended by the God of Destruction. Even if the existence of a higher immortal rank could not act recklessly. For the so-called Son of Heaven, the Immortal King would go to such an extent? Purple Dragon Star Lord was confused. He was loyal to Tai Immortal Lord, but in his heart, the Heavenly Court was higher than Tai Immortal Lord. He supported Tai Immortal Lord to stand on the side of a Son of Heaven, but Tai Immortal Lord's actions made him feel that there were other calculations behind this. The Son of Heaven was reincarnated in the Tianling Great World. Even if Tai Immortal Lord succeeded, how would the Son of Heaven, who had formed a relationship with the Tianling Great World, look at Tai Immortal Lord? He didn't believe that Tai Immortal Lord had not considered this. If so, there was only one possibility. Are you targeting the bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven? The eyes of Purple Dragon Star Lord showed a look of horror, and an uncontrollable anger surged from his heart. Then, his eyes changed again. Anger turned into disbelief. What did he see? Not only Purple Dragon Star Lord, but other Jindong immortals also changed their faces, and some were even stunned, but no Jindong immortal broke the silence, and all looked at the light curtain in front of them in shock. In the light curtain, Tai Immortal Lord trembled all over, and his legs began to bend, as if he was going to kneel down to Guan. Guan ignored Tai Immortal Lord and continued to increase the pressure of the Immortal Emperor's pupil. He could make Tai Immortal Lord kneel down at once, but he didn't do so. This slowly advancing despair and humiliation made Tai Immortal Lord feel more regretful and fearful. Even if he couldn't completely kill Tai Immortal Lord, Guan would leave an indelible fear in Tai Immortal Lord. You. Tai Immortal Lord gritted his teeth and spit out a word. He tried his best, but he couldn't resist the pressure on his body. He was about to forget the feeling of being powerless to resist. He was the Celestial Lord, but he had to kneel before a mortal spirit. Tai felt it was absurd, and his extreme anger and hatred made him almost crazy, but madness could not save him. As time went by, the hatred in Tai's heart was gradually replaced by despair. End of this chapter. An Xian watched Tai Xianjun slowly kneel down, and there was an inexplicable feeling in her heart. There was a sigh of relief, amazement, and admiration for the master. At the same time, there was more absurd emotions brought about by the collapse of the image of the immortal god. Is this the immortal god? This is the existence that represents the way of heaven and that all living beings have been pursuing all their lives? When Tai Xianjun's knees fell completely, the pride of the immortal god was completely torn apart, and he lost his previous spirit. Even though his eyes were covered, as he lowered his head, the whole person exuded a decadent and weak atmosphere from the inside out. The eyes of the 72 Jindong immortals were also completely dim. They dared not and could not curse Guan anymore. Tai Xianjun was not only their lord, but also their pride. He knelt down without any resistance. They could not accept such a fact. At this moment, the broken universe in the light curtain began to change, and countless space fragments fell back in the direction they flew from. This scene attracted the attention of the 72 Jindong immortals. Under their gaze, the Tianling world quickly returned to its original state, which shocked them. What kind of method is this? Purple Dragon Star Lord was shocked by Guan's magical power, and he had a wonderful feeling in his heart. The immortal king who represented the divine power of the heaven was destroying the world, and Guan, who was regarded as a rebel against heaven, was saving the people. They watched Guan raise his hand, and Taixuan Immortal Lord shrank and fell into his palm. Taixuan Immortal Lord was also subdued. Afterwards, they witnessed Guan turning Taixuan Immortal Lord into a wooden sign and hanging it on his belt, and there were other wooden signs hanging on the belt, which looked the same as them. They finally knew their fate. The light curtain in front began to shrink, and the consciousness of the 72 Jindong immortals began to feel drowsy. Just like the light curtain in front, they were being swallowed by darkness. Purple Dragon Star Lord did not worry about his fate. He was still thinking about the scene of Taixuan Immortal Lord kneeling down. Not only him, but other Jindong immortals were the same. Until everything returned to darkness. In front of the boundary gate, an Xian looked up and saw that the Tianling world had returned to its original state. Feeling the vitality in the distance, she showed a look of surprise. She stepped forward and walked around to Guan. Her eyes fell on Guan's eyes. Guan did not hide his immortal emperor pupil, allowing her to observe. Previously, only she and Taixuan Immortal Lord saw the immortal emperor pupil. Although the 72 immortals of Jindong heard the conversation between Guan and an Xian, they did not see the immortal emperor pupil, nor did they hear Taixuan Immortal Lord's question before he knelt down. As for Taixuan Immortal Lord, Guan had a way to make him forget the immortal emperor pupil. In addition to the great Dao of power, Guan was best at the great Dao of cause and effect. It was not difficult to erase memories with the great Dao of cause and effect. Master, wasn't it an illusion before? I saw him destroy the world. An Xian asked, trying to suppress her excitement. Guan smiled and said, your feelings are all real. Can your immortal emperor pupil restore everything? Or turn back time? An Xian used the word you, which showed her mood. Although she would not be impolite at ordinary times, she would not call Guan you because she was too familiar with him. This was also the reason why other disciples clearly felt that she was favored. Guan did not hide anything and answered, my immortal emperor pupil can make the disappeared reappear and the existing become nothingness. He was not afraid that an Xian would reveal the secret of his immortal emperor pupil in the future. He never relied on the immortal emperor pupil, he just liked to use it at the current stage. Moreover, he could enhance his immortal emperor pupil through life evolution. The immortal emperor pupil had entered his attribute panel. As long as he could see the entry, he could improve it infinitely. An Xian widened her eyes and exclaimed, it sounds so domineering. Isn't this the absolute power to control life and death? Her immortal emperor pupil has infinite uses. It can devour power and borrow power from the past and the future, but in essence, it is all borrowing. Compared with her master's immortal emperor pupil magical power, it just looks fancy and not that powerful. Master, compared with your immortal emperor pupil, my immortal emperor pupil is too weak. After an Xian was excited, she felt a little depressed and felt that she had insulted the immortal emperor pupil. Guan raised his hand, rubbed her head, and smiled. How strong the immortal emperor pupil is depends on your cultivation. One day, you will surpass the strength of the immortal emperor pupil that I just showed. An Xian was comforted, and she was thinking in her heart that her master was really confident and believed that she could become stronger. The master stood so high and was still actively getting stronger, how could she complain about herself? Guan couldn't help but feel satisfied when he heard what she was thinking. As expected of his most promising disciple, he really knew how to think about the master's words. Guan turned around, waved his right hand along his belt, and a ball of light emerged from the wooden sign transformed by Taixuan Xianjun, and quickly flew into the depths of the universe. What is that? An Xian asked curiously. Guan replied, the immortals and gods cannot be completely destroyed, they can only be suppressed, but I can let him experience the suffering of reincarnation and let him experience the feeling of having his identity reversed. From the moment Taixuan Xianjun destroyed the Tianling world, Guan overturned the possibility that Taixuan Xianjun would be good to Tianhao. Destroying the Tianling world may be a backup plan to attract the attention of the heavenly court, but there is another possibility, that is, to erase the cause and effect so that other beings cannot trace where Tianhao went. Different positions can lead to different actions, but Taixuan Xianjun did not have the necessary reason to destroy the Tianling world, but he still did it, which made Guan very dissatisfied. Although Sun Tzu Immortal Lord is sanctimonious, the Jinji God and his followers sent by Sun Tzu Immortal Lord have indeed given many opportunities in the world. As for arranging the innate human race to create disasters, this is similar to the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Although Guan doesn't like it, he can't deny it completely. Why can't the immortal gods be eliminated? An Xian asked in confusion, with a tone full of unwillingness. How can such an existence become an immortal god? Guan smiled and said, why are there so many whys? There must be a stronger force than us supporting them. If we work hard to become stronger, we can change the things that cannot be changed at present. An Xian smiled and nodded heavily. Then, Guan took her to the Tianling world. There should be a long period of peace next. Guan was thinking about whether he should improve his Taoism first to make his combat strength stronger before going through the catastrophe when he breaks through next time. He has reached the second level of the Deluo Dao fruit realm. According to the previous level, the next level will be the last level of the Deluo Dao fruit, which will definitely be difficult to break through. While thinking, Guan answered an Xian's many curiosities about the previous battle. Although an Xian was shocked, she couldn't understand the previous battle at all. She didn't know how Taixuan Xianjun shattered the Tianling world, nor did she know how Guan forced Taixuan Xianjun to kneel. What? she was most curious about was Guan's ability to turn people into small wooden signs. That was not a simple transformation. She used her spiritual sense to explore and found that those wooden signs seemed to be made of ordinary wood, and there was no clue inside. In the vast world, endless silver-armored heavenly soldiers are besieging a terrifying figure that is larger than any mountain in the world. This figure is like a turtle, and the whole body is surrounded by terrifying demonic energy. There are also dozens of dragons wreaking havoc in it. Looking closely, those dragons are all the tails of this mysterious demon turtle. This demon turtle is so huge that the figures besieging it are as small as dust. Its random movement can cause a disaster that shakes the sky and the earth. In the distance, Jongbuku, wearing silver armor, stood side by side with Suyu. Suyu also wore silver armor, but he looked awkward and did not look as impressive as Jongbuku. Jongbuku looked at the battle in the distance, his eyes full of fear. The silver-armored heavenly soldiers participating in the battle in front of them have higher cultivation than the two of them, and their number exceeds tens of millions. They come from different worlds. So many powerful people gathered together, but they could not shake the demon turtle. This is the chaos demon. It is not the strongest. It is said that there are countless such demons in the chaos. If we can subdue it, our heavenly army will have a chance to be established. Suyu said, his tone full of emotion. Jongbuku turned his head to look at him and asked in surprise, with so many reserve heavenly soldiers, can we really become heavenly gods? Suyu rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, it is not that easy to be a heavenly god. We can only have a chance if we can stand firm. If we are lucky and meet a peerless genius, we can still ride the wind. This is better than you accepting the test of heaven alone. After listening to this, Jongbuku turned his eyes back to the chaos demon in the distance. He took a deep breath, jumped up, and threw himself into the battle. Suyu did not stay for long and followed closely. Looking around, there were still endless figures in all directions of the world killing the chaos demon, and people were falling at any time, and the vast land was covered with blood and flesh. All those who participated in this battle were top-notch geniuses or peerless masters from all sides of the world, but they seemed as small as insects in front of the chaos demon. Their magic and magical powers could not even dispel the evil spirit around the chaos demon. At the same time, above the layers of clouds, there was a burly figure overlooking everything. He was also wearing the silver armor of the heavenly court, but his armor was more oppressive. Behind him stood two immortal gods in long robes, also indifferent to the battle below. As immortal gods, they have seen such battles countless times. They do not sympathize with the fallen, because everyone who can come is determined and has no regrets even if they die. Tianzhen God slowly said, this batch of heavenly soldiers does not have many talents. Even if they can survive this level, it is difficult for them to have great talents. The two immortal gods behind him nodded silently. They each held a piece of jade in their hands, and the other hand was waving quickly, as if writing something. The news that Tai's Xianjun was suppressed by Guan did not spread. At least in the Tianling world, except for Guan and an Xian, no one knew that Tai's Xianjun had been here. After Tai's Xianjun's soul was sent into reincarnation, there was no major change in the Tianling world. He waited until Tianling Shen stepped out of the boundary gate. He stood in front of the boundary gate and vaguely felt something. He looked at the Tianling world with shock. He could feel a trace of breath left by Tai's Xianjun. Tai's Xianjun had been here, but nothing happened to the Tianling world. What does this mean? He was more in awe of Guan. He guessed that Guan had the ability to compete with Tai's Xianjun, but he didn't expect that this battle would end quietly. What does this mean? There may be a huge gap between Tai's Xianjun and Guan. Tianling Shen took a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face, and felt that everything was going in a good direction. He returned to the place where he had been meditating before and sat down to continue practicing. Sending Tianhao to Pia Miao Xianting, he also had a lot of feelings. After not seeing each other for many years, Pia Miao Xianting was still unfathomable, and his best friend had surpassed him, which made him full of fighting spirit. You know, his talent was recognized by the heavenly court. Before becoming a Tianling god, his life was only applause and praise. As Tianling god closed his eyes, the gears of time in the world began to speed up. 1 year was like a day. In a blink of an eye, another 10,000 years passed. The world had changed drastically, and the countless living beings had changed one after another, but the faces that dominated the world had not changed much. In late spring of this year, Guan stood on the top of the mountain, facing the wind. Half an hour ago, he used the life projection function to enhance his power. For him now, consuming 100 billion years of life is not too painful. After consuming it, he still has more than 1.4 trillion years of life. As the projection ended, the prompt appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but close his eyes and began to feel the experience of the power. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth suddenly stagnated, and the rules of the avenue began to change, making the creatures on this land feel depressed. This time, Guan did not pass on the avenue perception in the dojo. He deliberately chose a continent with a relatively backward cultivation atmosphere to pass it on. As Guan realized the Tao, the power of the avenue began to surge to this continent. Countless cultivators felt uneasy because of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but not long after, they felt an inexplicable feeling, which made them subconsciously review the skills they mastered. Soon, this continent fell into silence, and the influence of Guan's enlightenment was still expanding, extending towards the ocean and other continents. For a long time, Guan finished his enlightenment, opened his eyes, and then disappeared from the spot. After he left, a series of figures passed by in the sky. These people had immortal spirits and seemed to be Taoist masters. They observed the mountains and rivers along the way, as if they were looking for something. Guan stepped into a city in the human world. This was a mortal city with only a few immortal cultivators, and their cultivation was hidden, so no one knew. He walked into a bookstore and began to browse the books in this store. His thoughts drifted to Zhongbuku in the Tai's world. Zhongbuku suddenly disappeared for thousands of years, and even Guan could not calculate his cause and effect. Guan guessed that it was related to the heavenly court. Fortunately, Zhongbuku later returned to the Tai's world intact, so Guan did not think much about it. Whenever Zhongbuku talked about the heavenly court with Suyu, Guan could not hear it, nor could he deduce it. This may be the reason why the heavenly court is so mysterious. Even if one's realm reaches the Deluo Daokuo realm, it is impossible to peek into the cause and effect of the heavenly court. Although Zhongbuku has returned, his will has obviously become depressed. Guan is hesitating whether to give him some advice. Guan can probably guess that Zhongbuku may have been frustrated in his trip to the heavenly palace. 9 out of 10 times, he failed to compete with other Tianjiao for the position of heavenly Dao immortal, or he saw no hope and was hit hard. But Suyu was not affected. After returning to the Tai's world, he began to play around in the world and did not practice. Guan thought about it and was soon attracted by the books in his hand. When it comes to writing books, books written by mortals are still interesting. Those books written by immortals are too utilitarian and do not ponder the feelings between people. My guest, if you like this The Smokehouse Thief of Incense, why not buy it? If you buy the whole set, I will also give you the character illustrations drawn by the original author. The shopkeeper of the bookstore came over and said enthusiastically. Guan closed the book in his hand, put the book back on the bookshelf, and turned to leave. Seeing this, the shopkeeper looked dissatisfied. This person looks like a decent person, why does he only read without spending money? How stingy? Shopkeeper, take out all the paintings you mentioned. I'll buy them. Guan's words swept away the gloom on the shopkeeper's face, and he smiled. Okay, please wait a moment. End of this chapter. The sun sets in the Wuxi dojo. Guan hums a little tune while walking on the mountain path. He is in a good mood and touches the flowers and plants along the way from time to time. After half a day of thinking, he decides not to help Zhongbuku, but let Zhongbuku solve the dilemma by himself. What he wants to do is to save Zhongbuku's life. He also wants to see how Suyu will help Zhongbuku become a heavenly god. All the way to the courtyard on the top of the mountain, Guan just entered the courtyard and Tianqing and Tianbei, who had been waiting for a long time, came over. Apart from them, only Shenzhen and Bai Lingshu were in the courtyard. Master, Tianhong Emperor wants to worship in Wuxi dojo, what do you think? Tianqing asked first. Tianbei also looked at Guan expectantly. Tianhong Emperor of Daoding came to Qinkan Sect early this morning, causing an uproar. He threatened to worship Wuxi, alarming the top leaders of Qinkan Sect to call Tianqing and Tianbei. 20,000 years ago, Wuxi's disciples were born to save the common people. Although it was Fu Dao Jianzun who turned the tide in the end, Wuxi's disciples also made a great name for themselves. Wuxi's disciples, who were not considered the top in the world, held mysterious Dao treasures and never lost, leaving a deep impression on the major sects of the world. It is easy to guess the location of Wuxi, so it is not surprising that the disciples of Dao Ting found Qiankan Sect. However, Emperor Tianhong was the most glorious figure after the catastrophe of the Xiantian human race. He actually wanted to worship Wuxi, which shocked the whole Qiankan Sect. Qiankan Sect itself was founded with the support of Wuxi. They have a good impression of Wuxi and think that if a figure like Emperor Tianhong switched to Wuxi, it would be a good thing for them. Perhaps Emperor Tianhong would become their network in the future. Guan replied casually, no, by the way, tell the world that Wuxi does not recruit disciples, and those who are destined will join Wuxi. Even if Emperor Tianhong was not a pawn of Taiyi Xianjun, he would not accept him. He only looked at his appearance when accepting disciples, and as for talent, it was secondary. The world is vast, and there are countless geniuses. Although the great sage of Blood Prison is currently the undisputed first disciple in the Taoist temple, there are many people with higher talents than him. In the new era, every once in a while, a genius with the luck of heaven and earth will be born. There are mortals with a maximum lifespan of 9,999 years in various places in the world. Guan occasionally goes out to travel and can see such a maximum lifespan. He just takes a few more glances and will not think of accepting a disciple. Master, this Tianhong Emperor is very famous. After Tianhao left, no one in the world can compare with him. If you accept him, it will surely increase the reputation of our Wuxi. If you don't want to teach him personally, you can let us do it. Tianqing continued. Since she received Qinkunjiao for Angzan, she and Tianbei have also been exposed to more and more fame and fortune, which has also changed their minds. They want Wuxi to be famous all over the world and become the #1 holy place in the world. They think that Wuxi with Guan is definitely not comparable to Daoding. Guan walked around them and walked towards his house. As he walked, he said, I don't need fame. If you want to pursue false fame, you can go out and establish a sect in the future. Hearing this, Tianqing and Tianbei looked at each other. They didn't dare to persuade Guan anymore. Shen Zhen in front of the refining cauldron glanced at them, shook his head slightly, but said nothing. Even the disciples in the Wuxi Daokang began to pursue fame and fortune. I'm afraid that there will be disputes in the world again. Shen Zhen thought so. She has been comprehending the cause and effect for many years, and her understanding of the fate of heaven and earth has become deeper and deeper. It has been nearly 100,000 years since the reshaping of heaven and earth. Except for the previous innate human race that caused trouble in the world has always been in a peaceful background, but people's hearts are impetuous and will eventually cause disputes. But even if the world is in chaos, what does it have to do with her? Shen Zhen restrained his thoughts and continued to comprehend the Dao. Tianqing and Tianbei stayed there for a while and then went to Qinkan Sect, ready to reject Emperor Tianhong. Wait until night falls. The two women returned and walked in the woods. They stopped in front of a small river. Tianqing tilted her head and looked behind her with the corner of her eyes. She said, "Please go back. If you go any further, you will be trespassing." A figure came from the depths of the woods. It was a handsome man in blue clothes. He had an extraordinary demeanor and could not hide his pride. He was the current #1 prodigy in Dao Court, Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong looked at the two women and said, "I will not force my way into Wuxi. I just want to prove my determination to Fudao Jianzun." Tianqing and Tianbei crossed the stream, then turned to look at Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong came to the stream, rolled up his clothes, and knelt on the spot. Seeing this, the two women's eyes flashed with joy. Although they rejected Emperor Tianhong, they still hoped that Wuxi could have a peerless genius like Emperor Tianhong, so that Wuxi's name would spread more widely. They did not dare to disobey Guan, and could only hope that Emperor Tianhong could impress Guan with his own efforts. Tianbei reminded, "If you cross this river without permission, not only will your hope of entering Wuxi be ruined, but you may also be doomed." Emperor Tianhong, who was kneeling in front of the river, raised his head with a firm face. Although he did not answer, he had already revealed his determination. Tianqing and Tianbei turned and left, disappearing into the night. Under the night, the forest was quiet, with occasional insects chirping, which made Emperor Tianhong feel very calm. Even though he was already the world's #1 prodigy, Emperor Tianhong did not feel any humiliation now, because this was his own choice. He recalled his experience thousands of years ago. He traveled around the world and went to a place called Taixuan continent. He heard that Taixuan had been favored by immortals, so he went to have a look. Until he stepped onto the Buletin Tian terrace and held the axe. After a brief shock, he was determined to have an idea. He must get this inheritance. He couldn't lift the broken sky axe, so he could only pursue the swordmaster of Fu Dao. He returned to the Dao court, mobilized the power of the Dao court, and finally found out that the swordmaster of Fu Dao was hiding in the Juling continent. In order to leave the Dao court, he did not rush to the Juling continent immediately, but frantically carried out the tasks of the Dao court for thousands of years to report to the Dao court. His will also alarmed the lord of the Dao court, Yuan Songzi, who met him alone. After understanding his determination, Yuan Songzi also expressed his support. Yuan Songzi knew more about the power of Fudao Jianzun than Emperor Tianhong. In Yuan Songzi's opinion, by practicing with Fudao Jianzun, Emperor Tianhong could show stronger talent and truly surpass Tianhao. With the support of his master, Emperor Tianhong felt more relaxed on this trip. He had guessed that he would hit a wall, so he was not in a hurry. Waiting was happiness for him now, and he had infinite expectations. Emperor Tianhong was very happy all night. Days passed. Tianqing, Tianbei, and Bai Lingshe passed by him from time to time, but he remained unmoved and knelt in front of the river. He knelt for 10 years without any ripples in his mood. But when he knelt for hundreds of years and still hadn't seen Fudao Jianzun, he finally felt a sense of panic in his heart. He unloaded everything and came with determination. If he couldn't become a disciple of Fudao Jianzun, how could he face Daoting and how could he gain a foothold in this world? Many distracting thoughts began to appear in Emperor Tianhong's mind. He grabbed his knees with both hands and exerted a little force. End of this chapter. Emperor Tianhong was in a state of confusion. Although everything in his eyes had not changed with the passage of 100 years, he could sense great malice. He could not imagine his situation after failing to become a disciple and returning to the Dao court. Not to mention the Dao court, when he came to the Qinkan Sect, so many disciples of the Qinkan Sect were staring at him. The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, and he even felt angry. He could not even tell who he was angry at. Hate Fudao Jianzun? But Fudao Jianzun had no reason or affection to accept him. The real blame should be his lack of talent. Fudao Jianzun was able to adopt Tianhao, and Tianhao was the #1 prodigy in the world before him. Tianhao disappeared before he was born, so some people have always believed that he was not the strongest prodigy since ancient times because he had never defeated Tianhao. After the catastrophe of the innate human race, everyone in the world knew that Tianhao was the apprentice of Fudao Jianzun, which made Tianhao more legendary. When Tianhao disappeared, people liked to use him to suppress the genius of the time. In fact, when Tianhao was alive, he also experienced the same doubts as Emperor Tianhong. But no matter what, without defeating Tianhao, for Emperor Tianhong, he was indeed not the #1 prodigy in ancient and modern times. Emperor Tianhong kept thinking wildly. Even if reason told him that 100 years was nothing, he still couldn't help thinking. Kneeling in front of the stream, looking at his reflection on the river, Emperor Tianhong suddenly felt that he was very fragile and indeed unworthy of the title of the world's #1 prodigy. Just then, he saw a figure walking in the depths of the opposite woods. When he saw the other person's face clearly, his face showed confusion. It was not Tianxing, nor was it Tianbei. He had never seen this woman. The person who came was Angzan. Angzan, wearing a green dress, had beautiful makeup, cold eyebrows, and eyes, like a fairy living in seclusion in the mountains and forests, exuding a temperament that was not stained by the mundane world, which changed Emperor Tianhong's eyes. Angzan saw Emperor Tianhong, her eyes were still cold. She walked to the stream and stopped, her eyes fell on Emperor Tianhong, without any ripples in her eyes. I heard that you are the first genius in the Dao court and the most talented person in the world today. You and I are both immortals of magic. Why don't we have a fight? An Xian asked, with a tone that could not be refused. Emperor Tianhong frowned and asked, may I ask if you are a disciple of Wuxi? An Xian replied, I am considered the eldest disciple of Wuxi. If you defeat me, you will be qualified to enter Wuxi. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Tianhong's eyes burst into a fierce light. He had been kneeling and waiting for 100 years, and his mood was already impetuous. Now that an Xian bumped into him, it was something he had been looking forward to. He wanted to let Jianzun see his talent. Emperor Tianhong stood up, and dirt and grass fell down his legs. His whole momentum suddenly changed, and a whistling wind came, shaking the surrounding trees violently. Where are we going to fight? Emperor Tianhong asked. His eyes were scorching, and he was domineering, and his long hair was dancing like flames. An Xian's eyes flashed with purple light, and she replied in a cold tone, no, it's right here, and it will be over soon. Emperor Tianhong felt humiliated, his robes began to flutter, and a terrible aura emerged from his body. At the same time, in an inn of Qinkan Sect, Guan was drinking with his drinking buddies, and they suddenly felt a terrible momentum coming from afar. This drinking buddy named Chuzhou was surprised and asked, is there someone causing trouble in the sect? Although the current Qinkan Sect is far inferior to the Dao court, in the eyes of the lower-level disciples, the Qinkan Sect is the world's authentic and dominant sect in a region. Anyone who dares to make trouble in the Qinkan Sect is simply looking for death. Guan smiled and said, since it is in the sect, why should we worry? Keep drinking and continue talking about Yi Lang. Yi Lang, the offspring of the leader Yi Qingshan, although his talent is not outstanding in the Yi family, he is unrestrained, and always does things that make people talk about him. Xu Zhou felt that Guan's words made sense, so he continued to talk about Yi Lang's romantic affairs. The terrible momentum appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. The whole process took less than 10 breaths, causing the disciples of the Qinkan Sect in various cities to talk about it. In the woods, Emperor Tianhong half knelt in front of the river, one of his hands supported his knees, and the other hand drooped naturally. He looked up with difficulty, and saw that his face was covered with cold sweat and his eyes were full of bloodshot. An Xian stood across the river, a foot away from her, and her purple eyes gradually converged. Compared to the frightened look on Emperor Tianhong's face, Angzan's expression remained indifferent. How is it possible? What kind of magical power was that just now? Emperor Tianhong asked with gritted teeth. He could not accept his own miserable defeat, and he was defeated at the same realm. Angzan said, this is the magical power that my master taught me. You don't have to be sad. Although you and I are at the same realm, you were not born when I reached this realm. Your talent is still higher than mine, but it is not that easy to worship Wuxi. After that, she stepped up and flashed to the side of Emperor Tianhong, brushed past him, and walked towards Qinkan Sect. Emperor Tianhong lowered his head and gritted his teeth and asked, did Jianzun ask you to come? He doesn't have the leisure to do this, but I feel that your Tao heart is wavering. It's only been 100 years, and you can't hold on. It disappoints those who are looking forward to you in the dojo, but it's okay to retreat. There are many roads in this world, and you don't have to worship Wuxi. Angzan didn't stop, and her figure gradually walked away. After hearing this, Emperor Tianhong's pupils dilated, and a look of shame emerged in his heart. Yes, it's only been 100 years. What is 100 years for a cultivator? Emperor Tianhong recalled the previous battle scene in his mind, and his eyes became fiery. The disciples of Wuxi were so powerful, which was enough to prove Wuxi's foundation? Even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, he must worship Wuxi. Emperor Tianhong straightened his back and knelt again. This time, he swept away his previous impetuousness and his eyes returned to the firmness when he first came. The breeze blew over him, blowing up the hair beside his ears. In the sound of the wind, he seemed to hear Fudao Jianzun calling him. It was still the word disciple. The corners of Emperor Tianhong's mouth rose, because of Angzan's strength. He looked forward to Wuxi more. Year after year passed quickly. 10,000 years passed again, but the forest where Emperor Tianhong was located did not change, as if it was isolated from the world and not affected by the rules of heaven and earth. Emperor Tianhong's clothes did not change at all, but his hair became longer and his beard reached the ground. He closed his eyes, and the whole person exuded a mysterious aura. On a tree branch not far away, Guan and an Xian stood side by side, observing Emperor Tianhong. An Xian asked, Master, if you really don't want to accept him, how about I drive him away? Emperor Tianhong knelt for 10,000 years, and not only moved her, but also other disciples of the dojo who knew about his determination. As the world's #1 prodigy, he could kneel here patiently for 10,000 years. It is hard to imagine how strong his determination is. End of this chapter. No, I didn't say I would not accept him. Guan looked down at Emperor Tianhong and answered softly. The reason why he didn't accept Emperor Tianhong was that he didn't have a good impression of him, and secondly, Emperor Tianhong was the reincarnation of an immortal god, and there was the cause and effect of Tai Immortal Lord behind him. However, reincarnation will form a new personality. Judging from the voice of Emperor Tianhong, he really wanted to worship Guan as his master. The reason why Guan dragged it out was that he wanted to wait until he broke through before accepting him, and to hone Emperor Tianhong. By the way, an Xian sighed, if Tianhao were to kneel, it would be good if he could kneel for 100 years. Putting aside the qualifications, she felt that even she couldn't kneel for 10,000 years. Guan's eyes did not change. He looked at Emperor Tianhong and spied on his future. The two stood near Emperor Tianhong, and Emperor Tianhong still didn't notice. After kneeling for 10,000 years, Emperor Tianhong's heart had entered a state of selflessness. He was feeling the nature of heaven and earth, and thus forgot the torment of time. By the way, Master, how is Tianhao doing now? An Xian turned her head to look at Guan and asked curiously. She believed that the master could see the situation of Pai Miao Xianting. Guan smiled and said, there are blessings and disasters, but you won't die anyway. Hearing this, an Xian was completely relieved, and then she talked about world affairs again. Over the years, she occasionally took over Tianqing and Tianbei to negotiate with Qinkan Sect. After all, she couldn't let the two women be busy all the time, and she also needed time to relax. Nowadays, the world has been the same for thousands of years, and heroes have emerged. The ruling power of the Dao court is getting weaker and weaker, mainly because more and more forces are rising. The Dao court, which adheres to morality, can only watch other forces become stronger. With more and more powerful forces, there will naturally be more disputes in the world. However, compared with the catastrophe brought by the outside world, the disputes in the world are nothing. An Xian talked about a prodigy who rose in the Dao court in the past 10,000 years. It must be said that the Dao court has a strong foundation. Tianhong Emperor has just left for 10,000 years, and another world's #1 prodigy has emerged. Now the world uses Tianhong Emperor to suppress this prodigy. Without actively starting a war, it seems that only by creating momentum can the Dao court maintain its absolute dominance. An Xian said in a joking tone. Guan did not comment on the Dao court. He knew more about the Dao court than an Xian, because he often stayed in the Dao court to accompany Xiaolan. Xiaolan was talented, and with Guan's Dao Yi, she had always been the top prodigy of the Dao court. It was just because she didn't like to show up, so the title of the first prodigy never fell on her. Recently, the Dao court was preparing to launch the Tianwei plan and wanted to find other worlds. Without the motivation to suppress the sects in the world, they thought about pursuing stronger power and more resources. This idea made most of the senior officials proud, and they felt that they had a higher pattern than the sects in the world. This was the pride of the world's common master. Guan thought that the idea of the Dao court was quite good, and he was going to ask the Tianling god to help him release it. He was born in the Tianling world, and he also wanted to see the Tianling world develop differently from the past. If every era is going to be destroyed, then Guan's saving of the people will lose its meaning. Doing so does not mean letting the Dao court grow, but he thinks that cultivators should keep climbing higher and chasing the Great Way. The existence of the boundary gate is more like curbing the development of cultivators. No matter how you look at it, the boundary gate does not seem to be a natural product. Guan is now thinking about whether to let the disciples of the Dao court go out. He asked the disciples to retreat all year round in order to accumulate their strength, not to restrict their freedom. What he is most worried about is Chen Chuan. Back then, when Xiao Chuan was reincarnated as Chen Chuan, he encountered a mysterious causal curse that almost killed his parents. When the innate human race was in chaos, Chen Chuan went out to train and did not suffer from the curse again. This is why Guan considered letting him go. After thinking about it, Guan decided to give the choice to Chen Chuan. Let's go out for a walk. Guan said this and jumped down, followed by an Xian. The two walked past Emperor Tianhong, and Guan patted him on the shoulder gently. Emperor Tianhong seemed to feel something and opened his eyes, but he could not see anything. He thought it was a gust of wind. Perhaps because he had been kneeling for too long, he was not in a hurry to enter the wuxi. He felt that the current state would help him to realize the Tao, the great Dao of power. Strange, how could I comprehend such a strong and fierce Tao? Emperor Tianhong murmured to himself. He did not think that he was too talented. He had never felt this way in the Dao court before. He had some understanding in his heart. Although Fu Dao Jianzun had not shown up, an Xian had tried to test him, so Fu Dao Jianzun could not have been unaware of him. Perhaps his current understanding was a gift from Fu Dao Jianzun. Emperor Tianhong was not surprised, because even without such a gift, he would have persisted. The biggest benefit of kneeling for 10,000 years for him was that he had relieved the pressure brought by the so-called first prodigy. False reputation is ultimately just a passing cloud. He is the Emperor Tianhong, and he wants to find the true meaning of his existence. Above the boundless sea of clouds, a huge golden furnace is suspended. The surface of the golden furnace is engraved with various mythical beasts and magnificent landscapes of mountains and rivers, and on the top of the furnace are inlaid giant mountains, which are magnificent. The yellow-robed Taoist who played chess with Tai Xianjun before stood on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the world inside the furnace below. Looking around, the furnace is a world of its own, with mountains and water, and even fierce beasts fighting. The majestic aura of the avenue surges up like the wind from time to time. The yellow-robed Taoist frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, a golden halo appeared next to him, quickly opened, and a figure stepped out of it. The person who came was Tianzinshan. The leader of the heavenly army that Zhang Buku and Su Yu served was Tianzinshan. Tianzhen God raised his hand and saluted, saying, "Immortal Lord, chaos anomalies appeared in the 3,000 worlds and are rapidly dispersing to various worlds. One of the anomalies even came to my command for trial. This is not a good thing." The yellow-robed Taoist known as Huangfeng Immortal Lord tilted his head to look at him and asked, "Chaos anomaly? Which anomaly?" Tianzhen God replied, "It should be Chaos Yuan Luo. I have captured a great resentment from the depths of the soul of that lurker. If we let it spread rapidly, it will cause a disaster." Yuan Luo. Huangfeng Immortal Lord's eyes flickered and he fell into thought. Tianzhen God did not speak again, waiting for Huangfeng Immortal Lord's order. For a long time, Huangfeng Xianjun said, "Don't act rashly. Perhaps there is a bigger cause and effect behind the resentment." Tianzhen Shen frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, "If we let it go, many lives will die. If we don't get rid of the evil behind it, more lives will die." Huangfeng Xianjun's words made Tianzhen Shen frown even tighter. He looked at Huangfeng Xianjun deeply and did not refute. Huangfeng Xianjun still stared at the world in the golden furnace and said, "By the way, since you are here, you go for me to find Xiansu Xianjun and give this thing to him." After that, he raised his right hand, and a piece of golden jade with purple energy surging in it appeared on his palm and quickly flew to Tianzhen Shen. End of this chapter. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. Daoting, Xiao Ian's cave. Guan and Xiao Lan were sitting in a small pavilion drinking and chatting. Xiao Lan was telling about the Tianyi project she had just learned about. She also wanted to go to Tianyi to make a living. Guan listened carefully, but his mind was on his own lifespan. His lifespan has accumulated to more than 2 trillion years, and now his annual lifespan income is about 50 million years, and this is when he has not expanded the Medicine Valley. "Brother Gu, do you think I should participate in the Tianyi project?" Xiao Lan asked hesitantly. She herself wanted to participate, so that she could see a wider world and have the opportunity to get greater opportunities, but she couldn't bring Guan with her, and she didn't know how many years it would take to come back. Guan smiled and said, "Go if you want to. If you are worried about me, there is no need to worry. Think about it carefully. You have been in seclusion for many years, but I am still alive and well. I also have many friends in Dao Court, so I am not alone. Go ahead and make your way. I will wait for you in Dao Court." Xiao Lan smiled after hearing this. Brother Gu always supports her like this. If you think about it carefully, Guan has been in Dao Court for tens of thousands of years without any incident, which is enough to prove his ability to deal with people. She does not have such a big face in Dao Court. Even the peerless genius and the great power will occasionally get into trouble. Xiao Lan continued, "My master also wants me to move forward and strive to get the treatment of the #1 prodigy in Dao Court." After Emperor Tianhong left, Dao Court brought out another #1 prodigy, but there was a clear gap between them and Emperor Tianhong. Master said that I have a chance to win the title of #1 prodigy, and she will mobilize all her connections to build momentum for me. Guan listened carefully. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, not to mention a big force like Dao Court. The internal power struggle is extremely fierce. Behind every prodigy, there are a large number of cultivators trying to help. There are countless cultivators in Dao Court, most of whom are unknown geniuses or strong men. The reason why they are unknown is because no one builds momentum for them. Talking about Emperor Tianhong, Xiao Lan said with emotion, "I have met Emperor Tianhong. He is indeed full of vigor and vitality. People feel that he can be famous all over the world at the first sight. Daoting is also very good to him and gives him the best resources. As a result, he actually wants to worship Fudao Jianzan as his teacher. I heard that Fudao Jianzan has saved the world many times and he is indeed a true immortal in the world. But how can Wu Shi compare with Daoting?" Guan smiled and said, "Maybe he is pursuing a stronger Taoism. Practice is up to the individual. Although Wu Shi's disciples are famous for their actions, their cultivation is not far beyond the geniuses of the world. They mainly rely on the Wu Shi Taoist treasures in their hands to fight. This shows that the practice resources that Wu Shi can provide are not first class in the world. After all, they live in seclusion in a small corner of the world." Xiao Lan shook her head. She didn't know much about Fudao Jianzan, but in her opinion, Daoting was the strongest sect. After all, she belonged to Daoting. Guan found it very interesting to hear her questioning Wu Shi. He then said, "Anyway, this is also your chance. The road to immortal cultivation is so long. Everyone has their own choices. You have done something that people around you don't understand, that is, you always take me with you." Xiao Lan blinked and said, "That's different." As she spoke, she moved to Guan's side and hugged his arm tightly. "If something happens to Brother Gu one day and I need to give up my cultivation, I will never hesitate. Pfft, isn't this a curse on me? Oh, I'm showing my sincerity, why aren't you moved? I don't want that day to come, and I won't let you fall into such a choice." Guan raised his hand and put his arm around Xiao Yan's waist, saying softly, Xiao Lan has lived a happy life in this life, and now she has no worries in her heart. This is what Guan wants to see, and he will help her maintain it as much as possible. Unlike facing other old friends, when it comes to his junior sister, Guan will pamper her as much as possible and will not let her suffer a little. As they chatted, Xiao Lan began to make moves. She said that after she left, she didn't know how many years it would take for her to come back. So she had to seize the time. In this way, Guan was entangled by her for a whole month. Because she was his junior sister, Guan used his real body to accompany her, and it didn't matter if the mature herbs were delayed for a month. After Xiao Lan left the cave, Guan went to other medicine valleys and started picking herbs. Xiao Lan began to pursue a higher world of the Great Dao. Guan felt that he had to work harder to increase the lifespan and income of each medicine valley. Xiao Lan followed the Dao court and flew in the void for several years before arriving at the legendary boundary gate. There were hundreds of people on this trip. There were a total of 20 Tianjiao like her. The others were great cultivators of the Dao court. Their cultivation was above the free fairy land. The leader was Yuan Songzi, the master of the Dao court. Yuan Songzi performed the cloud spinning spell and carried everyone to fly together. Above the clouds, Xiao Lan looked at the boundary gate from afar and was shocked by it. Even though she was a Miaofa Lingxian, she was instinctively shocked. The majestic breath of the great Dao made her breathe rapidly. Not only her, but other cultivators were the same. Except for Yuan Songzi, everyone else saw the boundary gate for the first time. They quickly landed on the square in front of the boundary gate. Yuan Songzi walked forward quickly and bowed in front of the Tianling god. Everyone else's eyes fell on the Tianling god. The Tianling god was in the light of the heavenly Dao, making it impossible to peek into his true appearance. Is this the real immortal god? Xiao Lan was secretly surprised, and she felt a little regretful. Such a magnificent gate of heaven, such a powerful immortal god, it is really a great regret in life that Brother Gu could not see it. 99% of the immortals in the world will never see the immortal figure in their entire lives. The heavenly spirit god did not speak, but the boundary gate behind him began to tremble, and the strong light of the heavenly Dao burst out from it. Everyone, please salute in turn when passing by the heavenly god, and follow me into the door. Yuan Songzi turned around and said, and then stepped towards the strong light in the boundary gate. The others followed closely behind, and everyone who came to the heavenly spirit god would have an impact. When it was Xiao Yan's turn, she also bowed, but she didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that the heavenly spirit god's figure had changed, but she didn't dare to look closely and walked away quickly. After everyone in the Dao court disappeared in the boundary gate, the heavenly spirit god opened his eyes, and the heavenly Dao immortal light dissipated. He frowned and muttered to himself, strange, why did that girl make me feel palpitations just now? Could it be? The heavenly spirit god suddenly guessed a possibility, and his expression became strange. He looked up at the Tianling world, his eyes fell on the Qinqin sect. He could not spy on Wuxi, but he could see the kneeling figure of Emperor Tianhong. He could also feel that Emperor Tianhong was the reincarnation of an immortal god, so he was very curious about how Guan would treat Emperor Tianhong. His eyes followed to the human world, but unfortunately, no matter how he looked, he could not find the reincarnation of Tai Immortal Lord. He did not know where Tai Immortal Lord was suffering. Speaking of which, this was already the second immortal god to suffer in the human world. Will there be more immortal gods who will be reincarnated and suffer in the Tianling world because of offending Guan? End of this chapter. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, shining on the river surface, and a golden phosphorescence appeared. Emperor Tianhong was still kneeling by the river, his beard reaching the ground, his knees deeply sunken in the mud, his eyes closed, his black hair loose. He seemed to blend with the woods, his breath natural. 10,000 years had passed since Xiao Lan left, and Emperor Tianhong had been kneeling for more than 21,000 years again. A sound of footsteps came from behind, and a man in black came over. He had a handsome face, black hair tied under his crown, a sword, and a gourd on his waist. He was like a sword about to be unsheathed. His edge was hard to suppress. The legendary Tianhong Emperor, the first pride in the world, the great Dao Emperor that Dao Court wanted to cultivate, has been kneeling here for a long time. It seems that Fudao Jianzun doesn't like you. Do you regret it? The man in black stopped and looked at Emperor Tianhong's back and said coldly. Emperor Tianhong didn't open his eyes, and asked softly, who are you? His voice was a little hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Zhao Russian, I am also known as the world's #1 prodigy. The man in black replied coldly. Emperor Tianhong was silent. Zhao Russian continued, you may not know me, but I have seen you. At that time, I first entered the Dao court and my talent was not obvious. I saw you return after slaying the demon, and the disciples in the whole city shouted your name. You are me, and the person all the disciples want to be. Listening to his words, Emperor Tianhong still did not say a word. You left the Dao court and made me successful. I received the full support of the Dao court, and I became the new #1 prodigy. I swept all the geniuses of the same realm. I spent 1,000 years fighting all over the world without rest, but many people compared you with me, saying that I have not defeated you and cannot be considered the world's #1. When Zhao Russian said this, he stopped and his eyes became sharp. So you are here to challenge me. Emperor Tianhong did not stand up, not worried about Zhao Russian's sneak attack at all. In fact, In my heart, I also feel that I am not as good as you, Zhao Rushan said calmly. He took a step forward and continued, now I have also embarked on the road of pursuing the great Dao Emperor. This is the inheritance left by the court master before he left. It says that you and I are both qualified to become the great Dao Emperor and can lead the Dao court to an unprecedented peak. Come back. Since Wu Shi looks down on you, why do you have to suffer humiliation here? Do you know that your deeds have spread all over the world? Everyone in the world knows that the peerless Tian Xiao cultivated by the Dao court kneeled in front of Wu Shi. Do you know how much criticism the court has received because of this? Emperor Tianhong slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still full of spirit, and were not affected by the years at all. I am no longer a disciple of the Dao court, you can go back. Emperor Tianhong replied in a low voice. He raised his eyes and looked across the river, his eyes moving left and right, not knowing what he was looking for. Zhao Rushan frowned, his right hand resting on the scabbard at his waist. Youngster, this is not a place for you to mess around. A cold voice came from the front, startling Zhao Rushan to look up, only to see two figures walking in the deep woods across the river. It was an Xian and Chen Chuan. Seeing an Xian, Emperor Tianhong's eyes were a little complicated. He could not forget that tragic defeat. He still wondered what kind of eyes those were. Chen Chuan followed an Xian and looked at Zhao Rushan with curiosity. He felt a sword energy from Zhao Rushan, a sword energy that made him uneasy. Zhao Rushan looked at an Xian and was also frightened. An Xian gave him a feeling of being unfathomable, especially when he met an Xian's eyes. He couldn't help but tremble with fear. He had never felt this way before, even when facing the existence above the free fairy land. He would not have such emotions. Do not provoke. This is what Zhao Rushan felt at the moment. May I ask your name, senior? Zhao Rushan raised his hand to salute and asked politely. An Xian said calmly, Wushi, an Xian, please go back. Zhao Rushan raised his eyebrows and was about to speak, but suddenly felt a chill on his back, which startled him. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to salute and leave. Although he didn't know why an Xian was hostile to him, he was also afraid of dying here. Zhao Rushan's breath quickly disappeared, and an Xian and Chen Chuan came to the river and looked at Emperor Tianhong across the river. Emperor Tianhong looked at an Xian, but didn't say anything. His eyes were still calm. An Xian said, he wants to kill you. Really? Emperor Tianhong asked in surprise. In his opinion, Zhao Rushan seemed to want to use provocation to force him back. An Xian continued, and he can do it. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Tianhong frowned immediately. He could feel that Zhao Rushan had already become a magical immortal and had caught up with his realm of cultivation, but this was also because he had been kneeling for 20,000 years. Even at the same realm, he didn't think he would lose to the second person except an Xian. Chen Chuan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Rushan to be so powerful. An Xian looked at Chen Chuan and said, you go first. Chen Chuan nodded, and then disappeared out of thin air. Emperor Tianhong was not very curious about Chen Chuan. He noticed that an Xian had something to say to him, which made ripples in his heart. An Xian stared at Emperor Tianhong and said, the man just now will be your nemesis. In the future, you will all become the emperor of the great Dao and will set off a shocking struggle in the world. Didn't you just say that he could kill me? If I wasn't here, wouldn't I have died in his hands? How did we become nemesis? Emperor Tianhong asked curiously. You will die, but you will rise again in the cycle of reincarnation and fight him for generations. An Xian's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, which made Emperor Tianhong silent. He couldn't help asking, can you see my fate? Not me. An Xian's answer made Emperor Tianhong's expression change for the first time, and his long calm heart began to fluctuate. Sword Master. An Xian continued, keep kneeling. Master can't accept you for the time being. As for the reason, I don't know. Maybe this is a practice. Over the years, you should be able to feel your Taoism growing. Emperor Tianhong smiled and said, indeed, although my cultivation has not increased, my understanding of the Tao is growing rapidly. This must be the gift of Sword Master. This is also the reason why he has been kneeling for more than 20,000 years and still doesn't feel tired. He has seen hope, and he won't feel bitter if he kneels for another 100,000 years. An Xian stopped talking, flashed to the side of Emperor Tianhong, and continued to move forward. Emperor Tianhong turned his head to look at her and asked, sister, where are you going? I have my own business. An Xian answered casually. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she felt that Emperor Tianhong was very sensible. Emperor Tianhong asked, will Zhao Rushan bring good results to Dao Court, or bad? Fate is always changing. Knowing the future in advance will become an obstacle for you. Before the voice fell, an Xian had disappeared into the depths of the woods. Emperor Tianhong turned his head and looked at the river, thinking, the great Dao Emperor? He had heard Yuan Songzi mention it before, and the Tianjiao of the 3,000 worlds were chasing the great Dao Emperor, but the Tianling Great World did not have the opportunity to become the great Dao Emperor for the time being, and Yuan Songzi asked him to prepare well. According to the future revealed by an Xian, the great Dao Emperor seemed to be the future world struggle, so Yuan Songzi would succeed. If you want to become the great Dao Emperor, you have to let the Tianling Great World open up the passage to the great Dao Road. Emperor Tianhong took a deep breath and put aside his distracting thoughts. He didn't know how powerful the Great Dao Emperor was, but the Great Dao of power he had comprehended was really strong. Even though his cultivation had not increased, he could feel that his own magical power was changing. Compared to before he knelt, he was already several times stronger. But how could such a person be killed by Zhao Rushan? Emperor Tianhong wrote down Zhao Rushan's name and looked forward to fighting him in the future. End of this chapter. Zhao Rushan's search for Emperor Tianhong is just a small matter for Guan. Since Zhao Rushan came to the world, Emperor Tianhong's cause and effect have changed. Although Emperor Tianhong will eventually defeat Zhao Rushan, there will be many more ups and downs. He needs many lives to defeat Zhao Rushan. Guan, who was sitting by the lake and playing the piano, followed Zhao Rushan's cause and effect. Zhao Rushan is not the reincarnation of an immortal god, but his fate is very strong. He will eventually reach the top of the Tianling world and even bring disaster to the world. The Tianhong emperor who defeated him will also become an immortal. It is unknown whether Zhao Rushan was born from heaven and earth or calculated by immortals. If it is the latter, it should have nothing to do with Tai Immortal Lord. Even if Guan cannot understand Tai Immortal Lord's cause and effect through the calculation of the heavenly way, he can still feel his existence. Perhaps there are other immortal gods eyeing the Tianling world. Fortunately, the other party has no intention of coming in person. While playing the piano, Guan focused his attention on Xiaolan. Daoting has been carrying disciples to the Great Dao for 10,000 years. This process has gone through countless ups and downs. The number of people is less than 30% of the original. If it weren't for Guan's repeated actions, they would have died out just 100 years after entering the Great Dao. There is no absolute order on the Great Dao, only chaos and killing. There is no morality there, because all the creatures who come to the Great Dao are here for the era. Under the guidance of Yuan Songzi, Xiaolan has embarked on the road to pursue the Great Dao Emperor. To become a Great Dao Emperor, you need not only to comprehend the rules of the Great Dao, but also to defeat opponents of the same realm and higher realms on the Great Dao, constantly seize luck, and strengthen yourself. Every Great Dao Emperor reaches the top by winning a series of life and death battles, which is why the Great Dao Emperor can sweep away all existence at every level. Xiao Yan's aptitude in this life was not bad to begin with. In addition, she was always shrouded by Guan's Dao, so she was very familiar with the rules of the Dao. Yuan Songzi, who could not see through all this, thought that Xiaolan had a stronger understanding of the Dao than Emperor Tianhong and Zhao Rushan, so he temporarily changed his decision and tried his best to help Xiaolan become the first Dao Emperor of the Dao court. As the Dao Emperor, Xiaolan would definitely intervene in the fight between Zhao Rushan and Emperor Tianhong. It was just because she was on the Dao road and could not affect the Tianling world for the time being, so the fate of the Tianling world did not change. The Dao of obsession, the Dao of thought. Guan muttered to himself, he was surprised. It was originally thought that Xiaolan, who practiced the Xiantian Samsara Gong, would walk on the Dao of Samsara or the Dao of Soul, or the Dao of Cause and Effect. After all, he often used the Dao of Cause and Effect to guide Xiaolan in his practice. It seems that no matter which path you have taken before, once you want to compete for the Dao Emperor, the Dao will guide you to the most suitable Dao for cultivators. Guan began to really look forward to Xiao Yan's future. In the past, Xiaolan had been smooth sailing, but it was all thanks to his support. Her future was in his eyes, but now Xiaolan has unlimited possibilities, and even has the potential to surpass his control. Guan naturally hopes that the people around him will get better and better. If they can live out their own style, it would be great. Thinking of this, Guan's mood became more and more cheerful, and the sound of the piano he played became ethereal, just like the mountains and rivers in front of him, which made people feel calm. Guan learned the art of playing the piano from Shenzhen. He didn't hope much. In the long years, he always tried different things when he was bored. The sound of the piano was melodious, echoing among the mountains, the breeze blew, the day and night changed, and the stars moved. Another 5,000 years passed. In these 5,000 years, in addition to Chen Chuan and Sheng Tian and Lu Xian also left the dojo and went out to venture. Chen Chuan founded the Sword Sect, which was extremely powerful, and Sheng Tian went back to support the Yan family. Although the cause and effect between him and the Yan family had been separated, he selected a child of the Yan family to teach. LV Xian traveled around the world, challenging the peerless geniuses of various sects. As long as the opponent did not exceed his realm, he would not use Taoist treasures, and relied on his real skills to continuously defeat the geniuses. His reputation grew rapidly, and after 5,000 years, he was already a first-class genius in the world. However, the most famous person in the world today is Zhao Rushan, who has mastered the Taoist magic power of suppressing the court, and his fighting methods are unfathomable. In the new year of this year, Emperor Tianhong was still kneeling in the woods on the edge of Wuxi. Guan went to pick mature herbs early in the morning, and until the evening, he came to an island of Taixuan Sect. Zhang Qiang prepared wine and food in advance, waiting for his arrival. Today, Zhang Qiang is already a free and easy Yuan Xian. Although she is not as good as Wuxi disciples, she has not stayed by Guan's side all year round. Such cultivation is already the strongest in this sea area. Not only the strongest, she is also a myth in the hearts of many Taixuan Sect disciples, and it is unknown whether it is true or not. Although Zhang Qiang is not the sect master, she still makes plans for Taixuan Sect behind the scenes, and even decides major events. Recently, Lucien's name is very big. It has spread throughout the 72 seas. Even my sect disciples are discussing what kind of sect Wuxi is. In the small pavilion halfway up the mountain, Zhang Qiang smiled while pouring wine for Guan. Next to it is a waterfall. The falling water hits the edge of the cliff, stirring up a mist, which is very beautiful with the green flowers, plants, and trees next to it, and has its own artistic conception. Guan smiled and said, Wuxi is not a sect, and I don't care much about them. Zhang Qiang continued to pick up food for Guan. She asked curiously, you have been in this world for 130,000 years. What are you pursuing, or who are you avoiding? Like everyone else, Zhang Qiang also felt that Guan had the ability to subvert the world before he met her, and he was just acting. Little did she know that Guan was really younger than her. Guan did not clarify this point specifically. After all, even if he told the truth, no one would believe it, and it might even bury hidden dangers. As for pursuit, that is, the days like this can last for a long time, until I get tired of it. Guan said seriously, and then he drank the wine in the glass. Really? Zhang Qiang looked at Guan, as if he wanted to see through him. Guan raised his hand, took out a scroll, handed it to Zhang Qiang, and said, this is a set of formations I created for you to study. If you can practice it, you can protect the Taixuan Sect for 1,000,000 years without worries. So powerful. Zhang Qiang was surprised. She was very interested in formations, as can be seen from the 8 scenery cave heaven. She began to explore the scroll directly with her spiritual sense, and Guan continued to talk about the interesting things she had heard recently. At first, she was still coping, but later, she was completely attracted by the content of the scroll. Guan just shook his head and laughed, not caring too much. He looked up at the sky, his eyes became deep. Recently, a strange power is approaching the Tianling world, which may bring disaster. He deduced along this strange power and found that many worlds have been infected by this power, and those worlds have fallen into chaos. Being contaminated by this power will make living beings violent and bloodthirsty. End of this chapter. Such a strange power sweeping across the universe, the heavenly court should be able to notice it, right? Guan thought silently. Although he didn't know where the heavenly court was, as he came into contact with the gods more and more, he always felt that the gods were everywhere, and the power of the heavenly court was even more overbearing, ignoring the wishes of all living beings. Guan didn't care too much about the mysterious strange power. Even if it affected the Tianling world, it was also a practice for all living beings, as long as it didn't endanger him. For a long time, when the food was cold, Zhang Qiang's attention was moved away from the formation scroll. She looked at Guan and sighed, is this really a formation that can be created by humans? It is too large and sophisticated. Judging from the effect described, it is as terrible as the rules of heaven and earth. She felt that if this formation was leaked, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. If someone else gave it to her, she really didn't dare to accept it. It takes many years to practice it. You should comprehend it yourself first. Guan smiled softly. What he provided was not only the formation, but also the Taoism contained in it was enough for Zhang Qiang to comprehend for 1,000,000 years. Zhang Qiang nodded, and she put the scroll into the storage ring. She looked at Guan, her eyes full of brilliance and affection. She said with emotion, it is becoming increasingly difficult for me to repay what you gave me. To be honest, it is quite stressful. Then return it to me. Guan asked unhappily. Didn't he know Zhang Qiang? This woman just wanted to take the opportunity to tease him? Zhang Qiang laughed and said, no, I've already given it to you. She changed the subject and began to talk about the things in Taixuan Sect. As the most senior person in Taixuan Sect, her tone was naturally from the perspective of an elder, which made Guan feel like they were chatting about family matters. Guan did not find it boring. On the contrary, he listened with great interest and asked questions from time to time. After half an hour, by the way, do you still remember Lu Lingjun? She used to stay in your third medicine valley. She is an ascender. The Ascension sect she founded is pretty good and has already established a firm foothold. When Zhang Qiang mentioned Lu Lingjun, her tone became cheerful. At the same time, she was observing Guan's expression. She remembered that she had heard an Xian say a long time ago that Lu Lingjun wanted to accept Guan as a Taoist partner. Since Guan's true identity was exposed, Lu Lingjun seemed to have cut off contact with Guan. It was not that Guan did not want to see her, but that she did not dare to see him. Zhang Qiang had also dealt with Lu Lingjun over the years. She felt that Lu Lingjun had a sense of pride in her bones. This woman seemed unable to accept that Guan was such a powerful existence. However, Zhang Qiang suspected that this woman could live to this day and the Ascension sect was still developing so well, and this was because of Guan's secret help. After she finished telling the story of Lu Lingjun, she did not see any clues from Guan's face. Guan seemed to not care about Lu Lingjun at all. Guan smiled and said, sure enough, it's interesting to chat with you. I can't see these things in Wuxi. Seeing that he was not interested in Lu Lingjun, Zhang Qiang couldn't help asking, do you usually practice? Aren't you bored? She could never understand why Guan wanted to leave Taixuan Sect. If he disliked Taixuan Sect, he could change to another sect or city. Why hide in the mountains with no one? She could only think that Guan was practicing. My life is much more interesting than you think. Guan said proudly. Zhang Qiang raised his eyebrows, with a look of disbelief. Guan smiled and said, 13,000 years is much slower than the time you have spent. Take the past 100 years for example. I have been a guard for an emperor in the human world for 60 years and helped 4 emperors. He was telling the truth. In the past 10,000 years, he liked to experience various identities in the human world. Except for picking herbs, he used his original body to experience it, and each identity would not use mana. He would also get hurt and grow old. Isn't this reincarnation? Zhang Qiang didn't expect Guan to do such a thing. When she thought about a powerful person who could overthrow the entire world fighting for power and profit with ordinary people in the mortal world, she felt it was absurd, but also seemed quite interesting. How about she try it? Anyway, she didn't have to personally manage the Taixuan Sect now. Then it was Guan who talked, and Zhang Qiang listened. The more stories she heard, the more she felt that Guan's behavior was not frivolous, but a kind of practice. The sun was shining brightly, and the sky was cloudless. Above the mountains, one cultivator after another flew on a sword, as fast as the wind. The combined momentum was so great that the mountains and forests along the way shook violently. In the crowd, 2 young men flew side by side on swords. One of the young men in black turned his head to look at his companion and asked excitedly, Long Lin, what kind of monster do you think we will encounter this time? The young man called Long Lin was wearing a tight blue shirt. He was more handsome than the young man in black, and his demeanor was also extraordinary. Long Lin looked forward, a smile appeared on his face, and said, I heard that it was a big monster that had lived for 10,000 years, otherwise the sect would not have sent so many disciples. A big monster that has lived for 10,000 years? How scary would that be? The young man in black suddenly became worried. Long Lin glanced at him and said with a smile, Yang Nian, if you are afraid, it's not too late to go back now. The black-clothed boy named Yang Nian heard this and his eyes widened. He said, how could I be afraid? I'm just worried about other disciples. If our Taixuan Sect loses this battle, the consequences will be disastrous. Long Lin looked forward and smiled without saying anything. Not only them, but also other Taixuan Sect disciples around were discussing the next battle. Taixuan Sect has been established for thousands of years and is also considered a hegemon on the mainland, but they have never dealt with a 10,000-year-old monster. By the way, Long Lin, I heard from my senior brother that your clansmen found you? Is it true? Yang Nian asked curiously. He and Long Lin were orphans since childhood and were raised by the old men in the mountains. Later, by chance, they joined the Taixuan Sect. Long Lin was detected to have excellent spiritual roots. He was able to have what he has today, thanks to Long Lin's support. He didn't expect that Long Lin was not an orphan, and there were still people from the clan looking for Long Lin. He was envious and happy for Long Lin. Well, they said that my parents didn't abandon me, but they died while on a mission and had to leave me somewhere. The jade pendant my parents left for me is actually a high-level magic weapon, which is why the clan members were able to find me. They want me to go back, and I'm still considering it. Long Lin replied in a calm tone. Yang Nian asked, is your family powerful? How does it compare to the Taixuan Sect? It should be powerful. They have persuaded the sect's top leaders, and the top leaders seem to have gained a lot of benefits and are trying their best to persuade me to go back. Long Lin's answer made Yang Nian even more envious. Why doesn't he have such a background? Before cultivating immortals, he was the one who protected Long Lin, but since cultivating immortals, everything has turned around, and now Long Lin is taking care of him. Yang Nian is very grateful to Long Lin, but he can't help but feel jealous in his heart. He feels that God is very kind to Long Lin, always letting Long Lin encounter good things, while he has no one to rely on, and even with Long Lin's help, he always gets into trouble. In that case, what are you still considering? Yang Nian asked with a forced smile, suppressing the jealousy in his heart. Think about how to fight next. Long Lin did not answer Yang Nian, he changed the subject. The reason for his hesitation was that the Long family did not accept outsiders into the family. Over the years, he could feel the changes in Yang Nian's mentality, and did not want to use this matter to stimulate Yang Nian. However, thinking of the words of that clan member, Long Lin's eyes could not help but reveal a yearning color. It is said that there is an immortal in the Long family, that is a transcendent existence above the Mahayana realm. End of this chapter. The mountains are stacked, and the land is crowded together like dragon ridges. On one of the ridges, Guan stood in front of the cliff, and an Xian was meditating and practicing on the side. Has it started? Guan looked into the distance and thought so. 7,000 years have passed since he gave Zhang Qiang the formation scroll. 7,000 years have passed, and the mysterious and strange power has finally infiltrated the world. The way it infiltrates is not through the boundary gate, but directly into the rules of the Great Way of the world. This is an irresistible way of invasion, because it is impossible to completely capture its invasion trajectory. At least the Tianling god is powerless. On the continent where Guan is, he saw a bloodline of the Long family. This child is named Long Linear. Long Lin's best friend was invaded by the strange power, and he will become more jealous and violent in the future, thus creating many troubles for Long Lin's life. Guan had no intention of taking action. Long Lin was too distant from him, equivalent to a stranger. If he protected every descendant of the Long family, it would be too tiring. The bloodline of the Long family has already exceeded 100 million, although most of the bloodline has changed its name. Although the young man named Yang Nian will go astray, he will not threaten Long Lin's life. Even if there is no strange force invading, it is not uncommon for brothers and close friends to kill each other because of jealousy in the human world. Master, is there another disaster in the human world? An Xian's voice sounded, and Guan tilted his head to see that she opened her eyes and frowned. Guan asked, "What did you see?" "My immortal emperor eyes felt an extremely evil force, and my future body also told me that the human world will usher in an unprecedented disaster in the future, and this disaster will also cover other worlds." An Xian said worriedly. Although her future body evolved through cause and effect and may not come true, it can also reveal the future trend. Guan nodded slightly, very satisfied with an Xian's cultivation results. An Xian's immortal emperor pupil can not only devour power for its own use, but also borrow the power of her past and future. This is somewhat similar to the heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma. However, the future body she summoned is caused by cause and effect. Once the future body appears, the future it is in will disappear. The cause and effect here is very complicated, but by summoning the future body, she can get a prediction of the future trend of heaven and earth. In addition, the immortal emperor pupil itself has a strong suppressive force. When she sparred with Tianhao on the spot, she pulled Tianhao into the illusion and strongly defeated his Tao heart. Being in the illusion of the immortal emperor pupil, Tianhao's senses were also misled, and everything he encountered in it was thought to be real. The immortal emperor pupil itself contains powerful power and will help an Xian become stronger. Even if an Xian did not become the great Dao emperor, with the immortal emperor pupil, an Xian can also compete with the great Dao emperor. Yes, the next world of the heavens will indeed usher in a catastrophe, but the scope of this catastrophe is boundless, and it will definitely attract stronger existences to suppress it. You don't have to worry too much, Guan replied. Thinking of the emperor of the great Dao, his thoughts could not help but drift to the great Dao road. Other old friends began to chase the emperor of the great Dao, Ji Xiao, Zhang Buku, Tianhao, Zuxi. The great Dao road is far more vast than the great thousand worlds, and there are countless cultivators struggling in it. It is not easy for these people to meet. Ji Xiao and Xiao Lan did meet, and the reason they met was also due to Yuan Songzi's efforts. Yuan Songzi wanted to unite the power of the Tianling Great World and help each other. While watching Ji Xiao and Xiao Lan, Guan preached to an Xian, guiding her to better comprehend the Great Dao. An Xian didn't know that her master's attention was divided, and she soon immersed herself in her perception and forgot about external things. In the dim void of the universe, a desolate meteorite was quietly suspended, and a temple was located on the surface of the meteorite. In a hall, the Taoist monks were meditating in front of a huge Buddha statue. Xiao Lan looked at the Buddha statue, lost in thought. This Buddha came from Lingshan. The owner of this temple was once a believer of Lingshan. In the hearts of Buddhists, Lingshan is the highest holy place. A voice came, interrupting Xiao Yan's thoughts. Xiao Lan turned her head and looked, and hurriedly stood up to salute. Ji Xiao, with exquisite makeup and majestic temperament, came to her. Now Ji Xiao is more of a reincarnation Taoist emperor. Her cultivation may not be as good as Yuan Songzi, but Yuan Songzi is very polite to her and calls her a Taoist friend, which also makes the geniuses of the Taoist court respect her very much. Senior, is this Lingshan very powerful? Where is it? Xiao Lan asked curiously. Since meeting the reincarnation Taoist emperor, the reincarnation Taoist emperor has always helped her solve her doubts and is very friendly to her, which makes her full of good feelings towards the reincarnation Taoist emperor. Ji Xiao turned his gaze back to the huge Buddha statue and said, Lingshan is illusory. I have only heard of it, but what is certain is that Lingshan is higher than the universe. The abilities of the Buddhas in Lingshan are beyond our imagination. Yes, Lingshan is indeed powerful. In the universe where I was born, there was a Buddhist disciple from Lingshan. He saved all living beings with his own strength and suppressed the evil demons from outside the sky. After he left, there are still many legends about him in the world. Yuan Songzi came over, stroked his beard and smiled. He looked at the huge Buddha statue with a look of nostalgia. Xiao Lan was fascinated by it. Although this temple was ownerless, it could protect them from cultivation. It was only built by a believer in Lingshan. How powerful is the Buddha in Lingshan? After so many years on the road, Xiao Yan's vision was far beyond the past, but she still often heard things that amazed her. Yuan Songzi looked at Ji Xiao and asked, have you chosen your next opponent? The forces on the Great Dao Road are more numerous than the stars in the universe. Many forces, like Daoting, come to create a Great Dao Emperor, so they will establish contact with each other, agree on a time and place to fight, and life and death depend on their own abilities, without hatred between forces. Ji Xiao and Xiao Lan are both competing for the Great Dao Emperor, but Ji Xiao's cultivation is higher, so she is walking in front. Daoting is currently assisting her and relying on her to gain experience, so that Xiao Lan can be more relaxed. Well, a Tian Xiao from the Qingxia Great World, whose cultivation is not much different from mine. Ji Xiao replied in a calm tone. Yuan Songzi was about to continue asking, when suddenly, the whole hall began to shake. A vast pressure came from outside the temple, awakening the Daoting monks who were meditating and practicing, standing up and waiting nervously. Yuan Songzi frowned and looked at the Great Dao Void with his mind. He saw two figures fighting in the depths of the void, like two bright suns colliding rapidly, causing the rules of the Dao to tremble, and the overwhelming pressure made the meteorite they were on tremble continuously. That is, Yuan Songzi seemed to know one of them, and his face became extremely ugly. The Dao court monks became even more nervous. Yuan Songzi did not show any expression when facing the immortals and gods. Could it be that there are beings more terrifying than immortals and gods outside? End of this chapter. Senior, do you know who is fighting outside? Ji Xiao noticed Yuan Songzi's expression and couldn't help asking. She seemed calm, but she felt frightened in her heart. Just by feeling the fighting momentum of the two people from afar, she felt a sense of horror that she would be wiped out. On the road of the Great Dao, those who dare to fight like this recklessly are definitely conceited people, because the road of the Great Dao hides too many crises, and the noise caused is too big, which will only cause trouble. The reason why she cooperated with the Dao court was that she hoped that the Dao court could help her open up the barrier to prevent the breath of her fighting with other Tianjiao from being leaked. Yuan Songzi took a deep breath and said, one of them is from Phase Hong Huangtian, named Zhouji. This person has killed countless people and proved his Dao with murderous aura. If he finds our breath, we will all die. As soon as these words came out, everyone was panicked, and Xiaolan couldn't keep calm. Ji Xiao frowned. She knew Phase Hong Huangtian, which was an extremely terrifying Taoist school, even involving reincarnation. But Zhouji's opponents are also very strong. Maybe they will leave soon. Don't panic. After all, the formation of this temple is also very exquisite. Yuan Songzi continued to say. These words eased the tension of the crowd a little, but no one dared to take it lightly. Xiaolan looked at everyone and felt very emotional. These seniors have a high status in the Tianling world. It can be said that they hold the power of heaven and earth. They can decide the life and death of all living beings in a moment. But on the road of the avenue, they are as small as dust, trembling with fear, and acting very carefully. Everyone held their breath and dared not speak again, as if they were afraid that the sound would disturb the terrible existence outside. However, the battle pressure was getting closer and closer, as if the two sides of the battle were approaching them. Even Yuan Songzi began to sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, the battle pressure rushed towards the distance and disappeared in a very short time, which made everyone more nervous. For a long time, after more than half an hour, everyone relaxed and believed that the other party had left. They surrounded Yuan Songzi and asked about the origin of Phase Hong Huangtian. Ji Xiao looked at Xiaolan with complicated eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Time flies like an arrow, and the years pass by like a shuttle. As strange forces invade the Tianling world, more and more creatures become violent, which also causes more and more disputes in the world. All this did not affect Guan's life. He still enjoyed his leisurely years, but he would pay attention to those old friends, including those who were far away on the road. If they were in danger, he would also protect them, but he would create good luck for the old people. Year after year passed quickly. 10,000 years later, the world had completely shed the cloak of peace. All parts of the world were fighting, and even the Qinkan sect was at war with the surrounding forces. The endless sky began to appear with residual clouds. Guan still did not take action to change all this. Another 10,000 years passed. It was late summer of this year, just after noon. Guan was walking in the woods, and he called up his attribute panel to check. Name, Guan. Lifespan, 161,845/5,048,752,108,241. Physique, immortal body of the primordial samsara. Cultivation, perfection of the wonderful realm of Deluo. 5 trillion years of lifespan. He was hesitating whether he should break through. The last breakthrough took more than 1.8 trillion years of life, and he was afraid that 5 trillion years of life would not be enough to break through to the next level of perfection. Guan pondered. His steps were neither hurried nor slow, as if he was strolling in a garden, and the breeze through the woods blew his robe. Looking up, the sky revealed through the gaps in the leaves seemed dim, not like noon, but more like dusk. After walking for a while, Guan stopped. He stood by a small river, and a figure knelt across the river. It was Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong has been kneeling here for more than 50,000 years. Now he doesn't look old at all. The long beard on his face has long fallen to the ground, and his face looks clean. If it weren't for his knees being deeply sunken in the mud, people would not have thought that he had been kneeling for so many years. Even though he didn't practice qi, his cultivation still broke through to the Taixuan immortal realm, all thanks to enlightenment. It is worth mentioning that he did not cross the catastrophe when he broke through, and did not cause any movement. After kneeling for so many years, what is your biggest feeling? Guan's voice reached the ears of Emperor Tianhong, causing him to open his eyes suddenly. When he saw Guan, he fell into a trance. Although he had never seen Guan before, for some reason, the first time he saw Guan, he felt that the other party was the sword master of Fudeo. Guan's face seemed so perfect to him. Although Guan's temperament was not strong, he made him feel an atmosphere of tolerance for everything. Emperor Tianhong originally thought that his heart of Taoism had been tempered and he would no longer have strong emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, he could not restrain the excitement that burst out from the bottom of his heart. He trembled all over, and thousands of words could not come out of his mouth. Seeing that Emperor Tianhong was so excited, Guan smiled on his face, and his smile was gentle, as if the spring breeze blew into the heart of Emperor Tianhong from the mountain stream, dissolving the tension and excitement in his heart. Emperor Tianhong took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. He said carefully, "My biggest feeling is that the most powerful Taoism in the world is not in the sect, but in this world, everywhere. Perhaps the name of Wuxi is guiding all living beings. After saying this, Emperor Tianhong's heart rose to his throat again, fearing that he would offend Fu Dao Jianzun. The longer he knelt, the more he awed Guan, because he could feel that it was Guan who was guiding him to enlightenment. Guan smiled and said, "Maybe, different people have different understandings. Do you want to worship me as your master?" Emperor Tianhong widened his eyes and said excitedly, "Jianzun, I want to. I really want to. Can you accept me?" Guan raised his right hand, and a sword flew out from his palm, quickly grew larger, with the tip of the sword facing up, floating in front of him. This sword is exquisite and gorgeous, shining with a faint silver light, and there seems to be stars dotted inside. This is the Wuxi Dao treasure, called the Qingsheng sword. I'll lend it to you. Go out and save this world. When you become the savior, return this sword. Then you can decide whether to worship me as your master. As Guan introduced the sword, the Qingsheng sword flew in front of Emperor Tianhong. Emperor Tianhong could feel the vast Dao in the Qingsheng sword. He was not attracted by the Qingsheng sword. He looked at Guan and said anxiously, "I can make a decision now. I am willing to worship you as my master." Guan said meaningfully, "When you have the greatest fame and power, and you understand your own fate, you can make a decision. You don't have to rush. If you are willing, I will accept you." After hearing this, Emperor Tianhong calmed down. "Go now," Guan continued. Hearing this, Emperor Tianhong stood up and held the Qingsheng sword. In an instant, a majestic memory poured into his mind, making him stunned. Seeing this, Guan crossed the stream and passed by him. "Let's break through." Guan thought silently with his back to Emperor Tianhong. He began to look forward to it. What realm is above the Miaozhan de Luo immortal? End of this chapter. After separating from Emperor Tianhong, Guan went to Taixuan continent and picked herbs at the mountain god temple. After that, he came to the deserted mountain forest alone, away from the secular world. He sat under a tree and started the lifespan breakthrough. You turn on the lifespan breakthrough function, and according to your current realm, the following breakthrough places are selected for you. 1. The road to the Great Dao. 2. The Battle Spirit Saint Palace. 3. The Taiwei Earth Center. 4. The Spirit Mountain. 5. The Long River of Destiny. 6. The Endless Dao Mountain. 7. The Taixu Emperor's Domain. 8. The Mysterious God Abyss. 9. The Supreme Source Forest. Looking at the options in front of him, Guan frowned slightly. He didn't even see the desperate heavenly tomb. He was also prepared to find a way to save the sins in the desperate heavenly tomb after the breakthrough. In his opinion, when he breaks through again, he should have the strength to see through the desperate heavenly tomb. Not to mention the Miaozhan de Luo immortal, ordinary Kaishan de Luo immortals are rare. Even if he is not the strongest after breaking through to a higher realm, he should be a stronger existence in the Great Dao. After saving Sin, he can also use Sin to explore the cause and effect of Fairy Yaoxuan, so as to solve the obsession left by the Eternal Emperor. These things are not troublesome for Guan, and he is even full of expectations. To become stronger through cultivation, there must be a chance to show it. The absence of the desperate heavenly tomb, could it be because the desperate heavenly tomb cannot withstand my breakthrough, but these places can? Guan suddenly had a guess. If so, can it be inferred that these 9 places have the power to surpass the Miaozhan de Loxian? Even if not, these places can also breed stronger Deloxian, which is not comparable to the Tianling world. Not to mention the Deloxian, the Tianling world can't even breed a golden immortal. Guan thought silently, and after thinking about it, he chose the Endless Dao Mountain. This name sounds unfathomable and easier to hide. Teleporting to the Endless Dao Mountain requires 10 billion years of life. Do you want to continue? Continue? A long-lost strange feeling emerged, causing him to close his eyes subconsciously, and his senses lost their function. After a while, he felt his feet land on the ground. He immediately opened his eyes, and almost instantly, he opened the life barrier. After opening the life barrier, he had the mind to observe the environment. Looking up, the sky was as dark as the void of the universe. Giant mountains stood on the earth, ups and downs, with no end in sight, and no number of mountain tops. Even Guan, who had reached the perfection of the wonderful realm of Deluo, could not say the edge of this world. Is it another universe that is expanding infinitely? He found that every mountain in all directions contained a majestic meaning of Tao, as if it was nurturing the Tao. The world was oppressive, and the endless Taoist mountains were like great gods in the darkness, showing the vast atmosphere. The mountain under Guan's feet was extremely huge. Even if he stood on the top of the mountain, it seemed like he was standing on a vast continent. The height of the mountain was higher than the distance from the ground to the sky of the Juling continent. The mountain he was on was not the highest Taoist mountain. In the distance, there stood giant mountains like natural moats, which were extremely majestic. Endless Dao Mountain, I wonder how far it is from the universe. Guan thought curiously. He had never heard of Endless Dao Mountain before. The more mysterious and powerful places there are, the happier Guan will be. If the end of the avenue is so easy to reach, then the fun of cultivation will be much less. Guan meditated on the spot, and then called up the attribute panel. Improve your physique first, I haven't moved for a long time. Guan directly invested 10 billion years of life, but the Hunyuan Samsara immortal body did not transform. He continued to invest. In the end, it took a total of 40 billion years of life, and the Hunyuan Samsara immortal body was promoted to the Hunyuan creation body. The majestic aura of the Great Dao surged, and the ground under Guan's feet instantly lit up with the light of the Great Dao, which was limited to the barrier. There was no abnormality on the surface of the mountain outside the barrier for the time being. Guan was soon immersed in the inheritance. The Hunyuan creation body retained the characteristics of the previous physique. The reincarnation is immortal, the magic power is fierce, and it can also create new avenues. That's right, it is an avenue independent of the 3,000 avenues, created based on its own magic power and physical strength. As in the past, no matter how powerful the transformation was, Guan succeeded in the transformation in less than an hour. He opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Creation? He suddenly thought that there were countless avenues, and even he could not determine how many avenues there were. Would some avenues be created by immortal cultivators? This guess could not be answered for the time being, so he looked at the skills in the attribute panel. Next is the main skill upgrade. Guan invested 10 billion years of his life in the Dao domination skill. In the end, he spent nearly 35 billion years of his life to upgrade the Dao domination skill to the 1 Dao extinction skill. The 1 Dao extinction skill changed from its previous vastness to full of killing nature. The end of the domination is extinction, leaving no trace, and finally only himself is left, reigning alone on the Dao. Half an hour later, Guan continued to upgrade. The Sun and Moon Wevo divine path was promoted to the Dao Qi Changkan Shennian, which consumed nearly 30 billion years of life. This is the main reliance of Guan to hide his cultivation and aura, and he will not fall behind. The upgrade continues. The Wudao Tian Luo step was promoted to the Dehunyuan Tian Luo step, consuming nearly 40 billion years of life. The Hongmeng Zhuang Sujinshan was promoted to the Dao Wuxiang body, consuming 30 billion years of life. This unique skill is the transformation of the demon shadow divine art. It can not only transform, but also isolate the deduction of cause and effect and destiny, which is very helpful for Guan to survive. Another half hour passed. Guan practiced the Dao Wu Xiang body. Even if this unique skill was not used, it gave his body the ability to not be deduced, and this body could also boost his momentum and pressure, which was equivalent to a repressive magical power. The routine improvement was completed, and the next step was to consider the method of fighting. According to past practice, Guan should improve his swordsmanship, but now he wanted to improve the Immortal Emperor pupil. The Immortal Emperor pupil was too strong, and he could not give it up, but the Immortal Emperor pupil would arouse the fear of the Heavenly Court. He had to improve the Immortal Emperor pupil to a stronger stage so that the Heavenly Court could not perceive it. Just as Guan was thinking about it, something happened to the endless Dao mountain, which was in a riot. Guan improved his Taoism one after another, causing the rules of the Dao between heaven and earth to change, with howling winds, lightning, and thunder, and even some Dao mountains were still shaking slightly. There had been no breath of living creatures before, but now it has appeared. Guan looked in one direction, and saw a huge black shadow appear on a majestic mountain in the distance. It looked like a human, standing on the top of the mountain, extremely mysterious, like an ancient demon god. He couldn't use the life detection on it, which meant that the other party had not yet revealed his true self. Even so, the other party's aura frightened him. Miao Zhen Deluxian? And not in the early stage? Guan just took a look and didn't care. With the life barrier, it would be difficult for the other party to find him. He began to invest life into the Immortal Emperor's pupil, starting with 10 billion years of life. End of this chapter. You invest 10 billion years of your life into the Immortal Emperor pupil to practice evolution. You practice the Immortal Emperor pupil for 100 million years, and your understanding of the Great Dao of cause and effect is improved. You practice the Immortal Emperor pupil for 1 billion years, and your understanding of the Great Dao of reality and illusion is improved. You practice the Immortal Emperor pupil for 5 billion years, and your Immortal Emperor pupil will give birth to a stronger power. One after another prompt popped up in front of Guan, and the Immortal Emperor pupil did not transform after a full 10 billion years of life. Guan was not surprised, because this was a powerful magical power that even the Heavenly Court was afraid of. He continued to invest his life, still investing 10 billion years. Failure? Another 10 billion years. Guan still had more than 400 billion years of life left, and 10 billion years of life was nothing to him. Constant failure, constant investment. When the investment of life exceeded 100 billion years, Guan's eyes changed subtly. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the Immortal Emperor pupil was promoted. A total of 180 billion years of life were consumed, and the Immortal Emperor pupil was promoted to the Absolute Void pupil. Endless memories entered Guan's mind, causing him to close his eyes and immerse himself in them. It was as if the vast information of the 3,000 great Daos poured into his mind, and even he, who had reached the perfection of the wonderful realm of Deluo, was still in chaos. The Absolute Void pupils could not only reverse reality and illusion, but also create reality and illusion. They were nearly omnipotent eyes, and everything they created would disappear as the caster's mana ran out. In battle, they could turn the enemy's magical powers and spells into nothingness, and even make the opponent's mana disappear. This was not only a suppression of the weak, but also had a certain degree of suppression even when facing a stronger cultivator. The Absolute Void pupils caused the Great Dao to move much more than before. The endless Dao mountain was still ravaged by the strong wind, and the Dao mountain in the distance began to emerge one after another. Even a figure appeared on the Dao mountain next to it, standing on the top of the mountain, surrounded by gray air, without revealing his true body. This gray figure looked up at the dark sky, as if looking for the source of the vision, but he didn't know that the source was on the Dao mountain next to him. The two Dao mountains are connected, but the distance between the tops is tens of millions of miles. This is a distance that mortals cannot cross in their lifetime, but for the gray figure, it is only a step away. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Guan opened his eyes, and his purple eyes changed into golden red, making him look more oppressive. His Juexa pupils first fell on the gray figure on the top of the distant mountain. Even though they were so close, Guan could not use his life detection on him. It seemed that there was some kind of power in this world that was protecting the practitioners here. However, even if he could not rely on life detection, Guan could feel the other party's cultivation. The late stage of Taixuan Luo Immortal Realm? Taixuan Luo Immortal can practice in the endless Dao mountain, which suddenly gave Guan an idea. After the breakthrough, should I stay and observe? Let's talk about the breakthrough first, and see how strong it is after the breakthrough. Guan called up the attribute panel again. In addition to the consumption of life evolution, the life barrier has also been consuming life. Now he still has more than 450 billion years of life. He began to invest his life in his cultivation. You have been practicing Qi for 2 billion years. With the great attainments of Wandao Chuami Gong, you forcefully impact Daiji de Luo Xianjing and begin to transcend tribulation. You did not survive the Wuliangtiang Sudaji tribulation and failed to transcend tribulation. You have been practicing Qi for 4 billion years. With the great attainments of Wandao Chuami Gong, you forcefully impact Daiji de Luo Xianjing and begin to transcend tribulation. You did not survive the Wuliangtiang Sudaji tribulation and failed to transcend tribulation. It actually takes 2 billion years to transcend tribulation once. This is when Guan first improves his Taoism and physique. Guan suddenly feels that it may be difficult to reach the perfect state of the next level this time. In any case, he must first reach the so-called Daiji de Luo Xianjing. He only broke through 5 times in 10 billion years. When all 5 breakthroughs failed, Guan directly invested 100 billion years of life. Prompts kept popping up, all of which were failures. 50 times of transcending tribulation, all ended in failure. Guan continued to invest. 100 billion years later, another 100 billion years. Failure, failure, failure. Guan concentrated his mind, his eyes flashing with an extremely terrifying look. The avenue vision of the endless Dao mountain began to weaken, and the figures that stopped on the top of the mountain disappeared one after another, but there were still a group of figures watching. The gray figure on the Dao mountain next to him did not disappear. He looked left and right, and his eyes never stayed on the Dao mountain where Guan was. Guan no longer paid attention to him, and kept staring at the prompt in front of him. When a trillion years of life failed, he realized that the problem was serious. Isn't this Dao Ji de Luo Xian too difficult to break through? Or is this Wuliangtiang Sudaji Ji more terrifying than he imagined? Guan thought while continuing to invest his life. However, the second trillion years of life was thrown in, and there was still no splash. He frowned slightly and continued to invest. After a while, he finally succeeded in breaking through. You have been practicing Qi for 58 billion years. You have used your great attainments of the 10,000 Dao's extinction technique to forcibly impact the Dao Ji de Luo Xian realm and begin to transcend the tribulation. You have survived the Wuliangtiang's Great Tribulation and successfully transcended the tribulation. Your cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the Dao Ji de Luo Xian realm. You have been practicing Qi for 100 billion years. Your cultivation has improved. As the prompt fell, the life barrier moved again. The aura of the Great Dao, which was far more magnificent than before, overwhelmed Guan and made him sink into the strong light of the Great Dao. Just to break through to the early stage, it took Guan 230 billion years of life. He didn't dare to break through further. After all, he had to save his life for the life barrier. First reach the Dao Ji de Luo Xian. Boom! A thunder suddenly appeared in the dark sky, like a blue dragon entrenched in the sky, larger than any mountain ridge between heaven and earth, which also alarmed the practitioners who were practicing in Dao Mountain. In Guan's perception, the breath of practitioners continued to appear, as if the night sky was illuminated and the stars appeared. He was shocked. How many powerful people are hidden here? He felt that the weakest breath had the cultivation of Hengtian Jingxian, among which taking Jingxian had the most, and there were even several breaths that made him feel palpitating. It was definitely Daiji de Loxian? Could this endless Dao mountain be some kind of holy place for enlightenment? Guan pondered, and when he saw that no one noticed the Dao mountain he was in, his consciousness sank into the memory of inheritance. Daiji de Loxian, the end of the Luo Dao fruit, this is the limit that living beings can reach. If you want to become stronger, you can no longer rely on cultivation and enlightenment, but to create and develop your own Dao. In a sense, Daiji de Loxian is the end of the immortal way. Going up, it is not the immortal way, but the Dao. Guan's de Luo Dao fruit began to engrave Daiji lines, and each Daiji line contained an indelible mystery. As long as the Daiji lines are still there, Daiji de Loxian will not fall, and the Daiji lines do not only exist on the Dao fruit, but in the infinite world woven by the Dao. Even if the de Luo Dao fruit is destroyed, it can be resurrected, but after resurrection, there will be one less Daiji line on the de Luo Dao fruit. There are a total of 49 Deiji lines, which means that Deiji Deluxian can be resurrected 49 times, even if his soul is scattered. Deiji Deluxian with Deiji lines is almost unkillable. It is extremely difficult to kill Deiji Deluxian. After killing him, he can still be resurrected. You can imagine how desperate it would be to face Deiji Deluxian. Not only that, Guan's magic power is also transforming, evolving towards the power of the limit of the immortal way. In this process, his innate great magical power, the mantra of longevity, is also undergoing a qualitative change. End of this chapter.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.